Hello everyone! How are you all doing today? Hopefully you guys are having a good day. I was a fool and forgot to change the title and category when we started, so I will have to remember to change the VOD after stream. But hopefully everybody's having a good day. Also, one of my neighbors has been like starting and stopping some kind of machinery, so hopefully they finished doing that. But we shall see. Because I don't think they're mowing, but I don't know what they have, so I don't know. It's just some kind of machinery. Also, yesterday my internet kind of kept dipping randomly, so hopefully it doesn't do that today. That would be very inconvenient if it did. Let's see. Okay, got the game open, gotta make sure that it's being detected over here. But yeah, I still can't believe the complete 180 from the game that we were playing last stream. Cause like, I swear in the warnings it didn't say anything about like sexual things. And I even checked the page that it was on, and it was just like, yeah, no, like, no sexual themes. And it's like, yeah, that was getting pretty spicy, if I do say so myself. But you know, it is what it is sometimes. That's the terror of random games. But we now have 999 to continue. And let's see. Remember I said the escape, was that? Oh, okay, those are the puzzles. I wanna, do we have to? I'm gonna see, hopefully we can, because I know there was a flow chart, so hopefully we can like hop around that. I'm not sure. If we can't, I will feel very silly. Because I don't think I really saved anywhere. Can I? Whoa, we can't. Okay.
2, 3, 4. All right, 7 pieces.
The pieces of paper they'd folded up to lay on the ground next to Junpei's legs. Okay, we're gonna...
Just double checking, but everyone wrote their code name and a door number they want, right?
Yes, just like you told us
Is there
earlier.
no way to skip, I wonder?
Can't believe we're voting here.
That's okay. Why had they decided to vote that way?
We need to make the whole thing fair, blah-de-blah. This is a complicated plan, you know. Hurry it up, Mr. I have a brilliant idea.
They decided it was fair to simply ask everyone at once. That would allow people to force others to go through certain doors.
Quiet in the peanut gallery.
And he had a plan. It wasn't a plan he wanted anyone catching wind of, however, so he did his best to act calm as he began to open and read the pieces of paper.
Alright, let's open these up. The first one says, Ace requests door 1.
I wonder if it's not letting me skip because it's in the novel screen?
Yes, I do. Would you like?
No, we don't have time for that. Sorry. Let's keep going.
He opened the second
Next is
one.
Santa. He wants door 6.
Yeah, that's what I wrote.
Junpei continued with the third, fourth, and fifth pieces of
Lover
paper.
wants 1, Lotus wants 2, and 7 also wants 2.
Ah, I see. So the adventure... Oh, okay. So the novel screen kind of has, like, a few little extra tidbits, but not too much.
Wait a minute. There is no way I'm going anywhere with the Elephant Man.
No, there'd be no point to the voting if we let people change their choices because of stuff like that.
I'm gonna check if maybe it's like a... Oh, okay. Because we saw this already. So yeah, this way we can go quickly to the next choice. Oh, oh, and it darkens the ones that that we didn't go with. So I forget which one did Clover go through. Think. Okay, so we're going with Ace and Clover today.
My choice is door 1.
Santa was unconvinced.
Hey, wait a minute there. You cheating?
I'm gonna try going through the novel version this time instead of the adventures version to see how different it is.
Cheating?
I'm asking if you changed your number after you heard what doors we wanted.
How could I do that? I wrote it down on the paper earlier.
Let me see that.
Sure, here.
Junpei shrugged and handed it to him. Santa examined it furiously. The others peered at it as well. As they did, Junpei quickly slipped the piece of paper he'd been hiding into his pocket. Although he'd never know it now, Santa had been justified in his suspicions. Junpei had switched papers.
I had 3 pieces of paper ready.
For doors 1, 2, and 6.
Door 6 on it into the pot.
Ooh, I might need to turn up the volume just a smidge. Because I know last stream had some very loud games. He put a small mark on it so he would know which one was
I
his.
just needed to make sure I drew last. After I saw everyone else's result, I just chose whatever door I wanted. If the number I'd already put in matched, then I didn't have to switch the paper out.
Well, what does it say?
He fought the urge to smirk.
You got lucky.
Santa snorted and tossed the paper aside, frustrated.
Very well. We've decided who will go through door 1. It will be Clover, Junpei, and myself.
1 plus 2 plus 5 equals 10, which equals 1 plus 0 equals 1.
Our only problem is the 2 remaining teams.
June and I want door 6.
Lotus and I want door 2.
That's not good. We can't open either of those doors with only 2 people.
Aw. Fine. 7, we'll go through door 6.
3 plus 6 plus 7 plus 8 equals 24, which you take 2 plus 4 equals 6.
Sure thing. I didn't really want to go through door 2 anyway. Besides, if we've got a younger girl with us, it'll lower the average age. Right, June?
Well,
June was at a loss for words. Lotus was not.
Pig. You just wait and see.
Her eyes were the eyes of a woman prepared to kill. A shiver ran down Junpei's spine.
Calling me old. This is why men are such a pain in the ass. They're about as subtle as a brick.
And they're at it again.
Oh, there the neighbor goes with their machinery. Even after they separated at the staircase, Lotus was still muttering angrily to herself.
I'll see you later, June.
Jumpy.
Circumstances dictated that Junpei and June would have to part ways again, but this time it didn't sting quite so
Don't make
much.
that face. It'll be like what 7 said.
We aren't going to be split up permanently till we find door 9.
I'm gonna mute my mic real quick.
We might get separated for a little while, but we'll see each other again. Otherwise, we won't be able to open door 9. And that's how the nonary game works.
Seven's word took a weight off of Junpei's shoulders and felt much better.
It'll be fine. I'll see you soon.
All right. See you later.
Lingering uneasy remained, but they went their separate directions without much trouble. I need to figure out a way to, like, do a quick mute button. I feel like that would help in most situations. Especially, you know, this kind of situation. Junpei, Ace, and Clover headed towards A
Here's
deck.
A deck. It was the door on the left, right?
That should be it, yes.
Then here we go.
It opened, and they walked through.
It's just as Santa and Lotus said.
At the end of the hallway sat a door with a large red 1 upon it.
A numbered door.
To the left of it, bolted to the wall, was the red.
There's the red. I'll go first.
I feel it. The novel version is very interesting. I'll still stick with it, but it's just like, they're kind of almost making the dialogue repeat the thing. Ace went first and waved his wrist over the scanner panel.
Now the two of you, if you would.
Junpei was next. Finally, listlessly, Clover lifted her arm. She leaned towards the scanner panel. The 3 asterisks clicked to life, shining brightly. Ace took hold of the lever. He took a deep breath and turned to Junpei and Clover.
Are you ready? Shall I pull it?
Yeah, anytime.
Hello, Rocket. How you doing today?
She nodded, Clover said nothing. She nodded, little more than a lethargic twitch of the head.
Very well then. 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, we're going for our second ending.
And it's open! Move it!
They stumbled into the room.
Where is it?
Frantically, Junpei scanned the room. His eyes stopped at the device that would determine whether they lived or died.
There it is! Over there!
Next to the door they'd come through was the dead. As one, they ran to it. They put their hands over it as if they were fighting for it.
It stopped.
Yes, it did.
Junpei could feel his heart pounding against the inside of his ribs. Ace and Clover were breathing hard and fast.
I don't believe I'll ever get used to that.
I'm not sure it's something I'd want to get used to. We should finish this game before imminent death becomes a normal thing.
I agree.
Now then.
Junpei looked around again, this time more slowly.
There's another door. Let's try opening it.
He took hold of the knob and easily, gently, pulled it open.
So, this is the wheelhouse?
Your hunt for the uncensored version of Fate's Day Nights feels shorter than the day I've had, and I've been looking for the game for the past 5 years. Oh my gosh. So I'm guessing you found it? That seems fun. Again, I'd...
What is my toe doing? Hello?
Hopefully that helps. But I'm guessing that means that you found it, and yeah, I don't know. I don't know much about Fates. So is that the one where like for Fate's Day Night, is that the one that has the visual novel with like focusing on nautiluses for some reason, right? Or am I thinking of something else? I remember seeing a thing, it was like, yeah, this is a visual novel, and like for some reason it keeps saying something about nautiluses. Is that Fate's Day Night, or is that a different game? He closed the door again and turned to Ace and Clover. Nope, the only 2 leads I've had was the Type Moon website and an adult site. Oh no. Well, good luck on your search. I bet it's somewhere out there. Nope, it's a different game. Oh, okay. Which one am I thinking of? He fixed each in turn with a meaningful stare, then spoke.
Ace, you investigate the wheelhouse next door.
Very well.
Clover, you're in charge of this room. Say something.
Okay.
All right then, let's get started.
No, for a fact it's out there, yeah. Just a matter of finding it. Okay, maybe like turn that down a smidge. I don't know what volume to have things at. Okay. A chair. A chair. Clover isn't talking much. Well, I guess that's understandable. I mean, she's been through a lot. And really, it's more surprising that she's still together enough to talk at all. You know, considering her brother's dead.
It's a cabinet.
Yeah, there sure are a lot of drawers here. Clover isn't very talkative. She looks kind of upset. Ooh. We got a map. Stack of nautical things. Kinda clicked a little too early. A light. It looks kind of like a wilted flower. Okay, so in theory we would compare it to this. At this point I don't have to play it, I just need to own it. Right, it's about principle. It's kind of like me with Xenosaga 3. I was so lucky that I was able to get it because it's like I was looking on eBay and it was just like, oh man, like all of these are like $100+ and it's just like in comparison to the first two that are like maybe 10-20 bucks. And so it's just like, man, I'm never gonna get this. And then one of my friends was like, hey, I traded a camera for it. Here you go, Merry Christmas. And I was like, yo. One day we will play it, but it is a long series. With lots and lots of cutscenes, so. But one day. A world map with the Atlantic Ocean at the center. There are a number of red pins in several locations. What do these red pins mean? Well, the nautical charts I picked up earlier have a map like this one. Maybe one of them matches up to the pins or something? Let's see. Well, what do you know? Looks like this one's a match to the pins. Okay, so we've got 7 locations connected by straight lines, and each one has a word next to it. That's probably the speed. New material has been added to the file screen. Found the censored version many times, but it was that drive to see Saber push me at first. Oh no! The left drawer. Let's have a look. Nothing. The right drawer. Let's have a look. Nothing. The middle drawer has a little pocket watch. Oh, a voice he hadn't expected startled Junpei from his examination of the pocket watch.
Oh, pocket watch. Might I take a look at it?
Sure. He spun around and found Ace standing in the doorway. Junpei shrugged and handed him the pocket watch.
Hey, man. What are you doing over in this room?
Oh, I just thought I'd come check up on the two of you. Is there a problem?
Well, not a problem, but...
Well, not a problem, but...
That's a lie. I wanted to get rid of Ace.
Wait, did we? Oh, Junpei probably thinks that Ace was the one that unalived Snake.
I sent him to the wheelhouse at the beginning for a reason. I wanted to talk to Clover alone. There's something I want to ask her, and I don't want anyone to overhear us. I'm pretty sure Clover won't talk if there's anyone else around.
Understandable.
I'm a little desperate to send him back. Quick, he has to leave.
Ace opened his mouth, then took another look at Junpei and shut it again. A small smirk appeared on his face.
Oh, I see. Of course.
What is this now? Body swapping or time travel? Just time travel. Yeah, there's no body swapping in 999. That was just in Isomnium. He looked Junpei over, then glanced at Clover.
I apologize for the intrusion. Well, best of luck.
Ace gave Junpei a knowing pat on the shoulder and left. Junpei let out a sigh and brushed a few drops of sweat from his forehead. He turned and found himself looking straight into Clover's eyes. She'd heard what Ace had said. She regarded Junpei with caution.
What was that about?
She was clearly suspicious, and with good reason.
Why are you looking at me like that?
Junpei's eyes widened, and he held up his hands in a gesture of innocence.
Oh, no, it's not like that.
What's it like then?
I just wanted to hear the rest of that story. I didn't get a chance to ask you about it until now.
What story?
About the experiment, remember? The one you started to tell me in the operating room? You said something about an experiment that happened here 9 years ago.
Clover bit her lip. She stared down at the floor for several long moments, and when she spoke, it was barely audible.
I'm sorry, but I don't want to talk about that right now.
Well, the past 2 games you played had parasites, time travel, and body swapping. I guess you just like games that have more complex settings. I suppose so. And, wait. Oh, yeah. I mean, I guess Higurashi's... It's not quite time travel-y, other than Furika, but yeah, I guess I do go for more complex games.
I'm just not in the mood.
Or at least I've just been like on a roll for complex games. I don't know.
You understand, right? I keep thinking about my brother. I can't stop. I mean, who would do something like that to my brother? I can't forgive them. I'm not gonna let them get away with it. They're gonna pay for it. I promise. So...
Her shoulders were shaking. Drops of blood had sprung on her lips where she was biting them. She wiped it off and looked up at Junpei, her eyes fierce and angry.
Junpei, who do you think did it?
Her voice was cold and scarcely above a whisper. Junpei gulped.
Well, if what Seven said was right, then there would have to be at least 2 of them. You need at least 3 people to open the numbered doors, and if you subtract Snake, that means there were at least 2 other people.
You're right. So, what does that mean?
Well, if we just look at the bracelet numbers, we should be able to figure it out. Who could have opened door 3 with Snake? Well, really, who and who, or who and who?
You mean it could have been 4 people?
Well, technically it's possible.
I don't know. That doesn't seem very likely.
If it's a Groundhog's Day situation where you're reliving days or entire parts of your life, that's close enough to time travel. Yeah, I suppose so.
Why?
I'll tell you later. Why don't we just assume it was only 2 other people for now?
Because it definitely feels like time travel, at least to the person that's having to relive those days over and over and over and over and over again. It's just the worst kind of time travel.
Okay, got it. Let's do that then.
Then who do you think it could be?
Junpei crossed his arms and thought. Snake's bracelet number was 2, which 2 bracelets numbers added to 2 would give a digital root of 3. Which 2... You just asked me that game. Oh gosh. Okay. Oh gosh. Math. Added to 2 would make 3, so we would kind of need to make 9, so... So we're not an option, so it wouldn't be 4 and 5, so it would be 6 and 3? 6 and 3, that's June and... Okay. 6 and 3 doesn't seem to be an option. 2 and 7 is also not an option. I don't think so. No. Right, because Snake is 2. So 1 and 8. Right? No. Pulls out calculator. So, okay, so Snake is in there. We need a digital root. We need a digital root of 3. So it would have to be... It would have to add up to 12. So... Brain, can you work with me? Brain, please! Okay, so 6 and 4. So 6 and 4 isn't an option. 7 and 3 is also not an option. Would it be Ace and Lotus? I don't think so. 8, 9, 10, 11, that would be 2. Would it be Santa and 7? 3, 7, 8, 9, 10. It would be, okay. The numbers, what do they mean? I don't know. I can't. My brain can't math today. Also, how you doing, Lisa? 2 plus 3 plus 7 equals 12, which 1 and 2 is 3.
The digital root for Snake, Santa, and 7 is 3. Wait, hold on. Are Santa and 7 the killers?
What's wrong?
Clover looked at Junpei, and he looked back at her. He took way too long to figure out math. in Dante's Infernal. Santan was on the 7th ring of hell. Well, his name isn't Satan. It's Santa. So is Santa on the 7th ring of hell? There was no point in hiding it.
I thought about it, and
He told her his conclusions.
That's what I thought.
She looked less surprised than he'd expected.
Santa and 7. If it was 2 people, then that's the only combination that works.
hey, wait a minute there.
Just Santa vibing in the 7th ring of hell, like, oh, this is where I am most of the year. Oh no.
Don't you think it's a little too early to be jumping to conclusions? Well, all I said is that those 2 would have been able to open door 3 with your brother. There might be other possibilities.
Well, what other possibilities?
It's like you're making me do math again, please, no. He didn't have an answer. He was ready to admit defeat when Clover spoke.
Are you saying you think that it was 3 or 4 people? I really don't think that's likely.
Why not?
Can I borrow your pen and paper?
All over the place to make a hair appointment, doctor's appointment, and place a commission in Brighter News made a D&D character. Nice!
Very, very nice. What kind of do you want to share the stuff about the character? Just like what race and class they are.
It's been a long time since I played D&D. I miss it. Clover put her hand out expectantly.
Yeah, here.
Junpei pulled out his pen and pad of paper and handed them to her. She opened the notebook and wrote down several simple addition problems. Eventually, she had 8, which proved the digital root of 3. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we can see them. We can see them. I don't wanna.
What's this?
These are the combinations for 3 or 4 people. These 8 combinations are the only possible ones.
Oh, I see.
Junpei,
Yeah?
I can trust you, right?
Of course. Why would you need to ask that?
Really?
Yeah,
So then I should get rid of B, D, G, and H, right?
of course. Just cross them out. And you should take off yours too. The ones with 4.
So, what does that leave?
A
Only 2
and
options. So we have 2 plus 1 plus 3 plus 6. So it would be Ace, Santa, and June. Or it'll be Ace, Santa, 7, and Lotus. So basically, either way, Santa's part of it. You guys are playing a half-orc necromancer that thinks he's really good. He's a really, really good medic. That actually would be a neat idea. Female human warlock named Sve Estise. And she is 100% cultist and extremely happy-go-lucky girl. Oh, that sounds so fun! I wanna play a warlock again at one point. I've made one warlock, but I didn't like make her characters too thoroughly, so I didn't have a connection, and so I didn't really like play her that well. She was just kind of there, so I need to make a new one that I have like actual like emotion towards.
Wait, it can't be A.
Why?
Because June's in that one. There's no way in hell she'd do something like that.
She would never unalive somebody, no.
Are you sure?
I'd bet my life on it.
Okay then. I can cross off A too, right?
Yeah.
Well, what have we got left?
E.
Do you know
Yeah.
what this means?
Everyone besides me, you, and June would be working together.
Do you think that's likely? If there were 4 people working together, they wouldn't be very cautious. I don't think they'd try that hard to hide what they were doing if they outnumbered us, right?
Well, You do have a point.
And besides, if Ace and Seven are working together, they could have easily gotten rid of me when I went to the shower room with them.
That's true.
But they didn't. They didn't even try anything. If they were killers, why wouldn't they?
Her voice was calm, but Junpei had only to look her in the eyes to know it was a forced calm. There were tears forming at the corners of her eyes, and she was blinking furiously to keep them back. Perhaps by attempting an objective analysis of who might have killed her brother, she had been able to distance herself from the harsh reality of his death. The more she struggled to act unconcerned, the more Junpei felt his heart tighten.
Oh, I see. Anyway, I understand now. It seems pretty unlikely that it was as many as 3 or 4 people.
Yeah,
Then that means there's a good chance it was Santa and Seven.
that's how it looks.
But why would they do it?
There was a moment of
Their
silence.
motive.
He laid his hand gently on her shoulder. He was close, so close to the answer. When Ace chose the worst possible moment to return, he raised a knowing eyebrow and then spoke.
Have I interrupted something?
What is it?
There was something I wanted to speak with you about, Junpei. Could you come with me for a moment?
Oh no, we keep having one-on-one conversations. He turned on his heel and walked back towards the wheelhouse.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Junpei looked at Clover. He gave her a short nod, hoping that she would be willing to talk to him again later, and followed Ace.
What did you want to talk about?
Ace looked at Junpei and smiled, perhaps more of a smirk than a smile.
There was something I wanted to check.
Yeah? What's that?
If you'll excuse me.
With no warning, Ace slipped his hand into the pocket of Junpei's vest.
Hey, what the hell are you doing?
What the heck?
I'm just checking.
No, stop!
He reached for Ace's arm, but it was already too late. In the older man's hand were the pieces of paper Junpei had balled up and hidden in his pocket.
Just as I thought. What exactly are these pieces of paper hiding in your pocket?
My last character was a human paladin that was a pushover and got killed once, so I can help co-DM the game so the thief and bard would go back to the party. Had him brought back to life to get a knife and blame him for the murder who got him killed again, and got brought back one more time and became a final boss. Oh my gosh, yo. That sounds so wild. I've been lucky enough to like not have any of my characters die. That or you know, my elf is the DM. But I mean, none of the other player characters have gotten killed either, so yeah. I think my elf just doesn't want to have anybody end up in a bad situation. Even in the other campaigns with other DMs, nobody's died, so even if like a player has left, it's just like, oh, they go to this place because you know nobody's going to be role playing them, and so it's like, well, we're not going to kill them off. That'd be rude. Yeah, I've come close a few times though. My Kenku almost got unalived one day. My last warlock was super glooming, ended up being the final boss. Yeah. My goodness. Yeah. Been in some freaking wild groups where total team kills was common. Oh no. Yeah, none of the people that I've had as the DM have killed off anybody, so it's just like, you know.
You switched them, didn't you, when we voted? Well, I can't say that I care. I managed to get through the numbered door I wanted, despite your mischief.
Then, why did you...
Oh, simple curiosity. I hope you won't think ill of me for it.
Ace smiled, gave Junpei a friendly pat on the shoulder, and then turned on his heel and left. It was a small defeat, but it was a defeat. Junpei had lost the upper hand, and he knew it. He could feel his stomach begin to tense.
Damn.
We messed up, I think.
The helm. Well, steering wheel might be a more appropriate term. A compass. It appears to be broken, however. You see, the glass cover has been smashed into pieces. This isn't good. So many drawers, but nothing inside of them. There's another room on the other side of the window. Let's see. Oh, we can put that there. I've killed by the party twice when I was the DM and accidentally killed my party again when I was the boss. Oh no. Well, I mean, when you're the final boss, I mean, I guess it goes without saying that you can unalive your party members. Looks like this is some sort of lock. It's just a weird shaped indentation to it. Huh? The shape. Maybe. It does look like a pocket watch would fit here. Nothing. Imagine the pocket watch is intended to go in there. However, we may need to do something with the watch first. Oh, okay, we probably need to... a mechanical pocket watch with a spring. It doesn't appear to be working. The hands have stopped at 5 minutes 39 seconds past 10 o'clock. Turning the knob does nothing. Yeah, it's probably broken. It looks as though you could move the hands, however. Okay, so how do we move the hands? I know that I'm supposed to put the pocket watch in this hole, but... Okay, I'm assuming we have to find what the answer is first. Man, this room is super tiny, so it has to be in here then. I think. An engine order telegraph. They use this on old ships to adjust the speed of the ship. Like the gear shift in a car? Well, it's a little different. This device doesn't connect directly to the engine. In short, it's a transmitter. The navigation officer uses it to set the speed of the ship, and it sends a signal to the engine. There's a handle on the top of it, which can be moved back and forth to... Hold on. Huh? There's no handle. You're right. There isn't. It looks as though it was deliberately removed. No, it's the go faster. Whoops, there's a circular hole cut out into this board. A steering wheel. Let's see if it... Whoa! Looks like the steering wheel moves. So it would seem. I noticed something else as well. What's that? Well, when you move this wheel, the compass also moves. What do you mean? The ship, it's moving. Tricked you, didn't I? The wheel and the compass must be connected to one another somehow. Do you think that's important? Well, let's try turning it again. I am not sure where it wants me to be. So I guess we have to look around a little bit more. The compass looks like it's connected to the helm. Because it's probably not a matter of just stopping on a thing. Alright, I've got the nautical chart that matches up with these pins. I don't think I need to spend any more time with this map. Do I not? The shelves are lined with books. Let's see what's in this blue one. There's something written on it. Ship's log. Huh? Ship's log, huh? New material has been added to the file screen. Okay, I think that's what I needed. So now I should be able to do this. Oh, this thing won't budge. Feels like there's something keeping it in place. What would be the point of moving it? The ship has stopped. What would be the use in steering it? Yeah, I know. Still, this game makes me want to go to escape room, right? Although I am bad at escape room. I've been to one locally before, and we got to the final room, but like the final room had a puzzle where it's like, hey, did you get all this information from the previous rooms? And we didn't have enough time to solve it. It was if we move it, then the direction changes. I swear I saw something that had directions on it. Maybe if I entered directions in that order. Oh no, I thought it would be, Okay. So maybe I need to actually look at the thing first. Okay, a ship's log found in the chart room. We leave soon, journey across the sea. After leaving port, we headed south and west. We turned southwest to steer around the continent, then proceeded northwest. Make port, then changed our heading to east for a time, and then now heading due north. Soon we will dock in the UK, the homeland of this vessel. Okay. I don't know if it'll actually let me access this while we are in there. So I'm just gonna take notes real quick. So that way I'm like, okay, Okay. Okay, I think I put down what notes I needed. So we need to go. Whoops, I don't need to stop it. Only went once and we just barely passed the room. We had to brute force a combination lock. Oh no. Yeah, when I went with my friends, like there were some puzzles that we were just like, brain no work. Brain is mush. And then east and north.
I did it!
For a second I was like, did I do it wrong? Did I mess up? What the? The handle came off. Stooping so low, are you, Zero?
Got a handle.
That looks a little sus, but that's okay. Whoops. Compass looks like it's connected to the helm, so do we put it here? So I sure hope this handle fits. Yes, it fits! Excellent! That should allow us to operate the engine and order telegraph. Let's give it a shot. Slow. Full. Stop. Oh, gosh, Nothing's happening. No, I don't think so. Take a look. Over there, above the door on the chart room. Above the door in the chart room. Above the door in the chart room? What?
Junpei, are you trying to open that door?
Forget it, it's pointless. I tried it earlier. It won't open. Above the door? In the... Is this not the... Wait, which... Oh! I don't know what this means. I've done an escape room before, but I couldn't figure out a code to get the key. I just picked the lock the keys. Oh no! I bet the escape room employees were just like, is that allowed? What, I want to go to an escape room again. Oh, I might actually be able to during my trip next week. Ah! I'm excited. Hopefully I'm able to go through at least one. It'll be me and 2 other people, so hopefully we can make it through at least one escape room. Ah! Okay, anyway. Okay, so there's something on the wall that looks kind of like an arrival board. Heck yeah, you have to give us a report. Yeah! I'll let you guys know if I just terribly fail at doing an escape room or if I actually go through. The heck is this? It's the name of the ports in the world. I imagine it's showing up on the ship's route. You know, just like the ones you might see in an airport. Departing X, carrier X, flight X at X o'clock. Like that. Oh, I get it. It does look like those are the names of all the ports along the ship's route. But there's only one line that shows the arrival time. Ah, the time on the bottom, right? 47 seconds, 25 minutes past 7 o'clock. Why do you say it in that order? Is that how they say it in Japan? I don't think so. No? Yeah, why are you saying seconds and then minutes and then hours? Where do they do that? Perhaps that's the arrival time? Thought occurs to me. Oh, so you're a dragon, so you probably have a horde of some kind. Is it video games? I have quite a few hordes. Video games is one of them. But I also have hordes of pins, hordes of cards, hordes of figures. I think there's a few other hordes. I essentially have a horde of hordes. Well, I got out in like 30 minutes, so I don't think I broke the rules. That's fair enough. Okay, so if we go back here... Alright, let's give this another shot. So maybe if we... have it be slow... No. Whole bunch of words on an arrival board. It looks like the route and time it's expected to reach the final destination. The time is set to 45 minutes and 47 seconds past 7 o'clock. Why would they specify seconds? Maybe the stopwatch? Maybe. Oh yeah, maybe for that. 47 seconds and 25 minutes past 7 o'clock. This time is suspicious. Yeah, I know. I mean, it's set even to the last second. There has to be some meaning behind it. Oh, perhaps... Ace suddenly went up to Junpei. Excuse me, Junpei. Hey, he just took my pocket watch. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Just trust me. It should be fine now. Well, thanks for giving me the pocket watch back, but you don't need to look so smug about it. I took it and looked at the needle. Then, 47 seconds and 25 minutes past 7 o'clock. Oh, so you changed it to match my final arrival time. Ace nodded slowly. You know what to do next, right? Give it a shot.
Yeah, I will do just that, Ace.
Right, Ace keeps grabbing me, it's weird. Looks like it's some sort of lock. It's got a weird shaped indentation on it. Actually, maybe the pocket watch would fit in here. Huh? It's strange. Nothing's happening. Perhaps we set it to the wrong time. Well, the arrival board had the time for the final destination, and we set the hands on the watch to that time, so are you saying that the arrival board has the wrong time? Yeah, I think it might. We need to figure out how to get it to show the right time. So... Because we only have the watch, right? Yeah, we only have the watch. So it has to be something with this. But I'm not sure what it wants us to do. Final destination, oh no, right? That's weird. Nothing happened. Indeed, and it appears to have been no change to the arrival board either. Ideally, there ought to be a clue somewhere that might suggest what speed we need to input. Junpei! What's that you have there? Huh? Oh, this? It's a nautical chart or something, I think. I found it in the chart room. What on earth are you doing? The speed is written right there. Did you put it in the speed it shows on the chart? It's in my file, isn't it? You didn't have to yell at me. I forgot that it ended up in the notes. You didn't have to yell at me, Ace. Ace really being out here is just like, why don't you read the hints? Alright, let's give it another shot. Full, have, slow, full, half, dead, slow. Wait, no. I did it wrong. Okay, I'm sorry. Full, half, slow, full, half, dead, slow, stop. Yeah! And this, I'm the reason why we can't go through escape rooms. Huh? That's weird. I thought I put it in the right speed. Did I mess up? No, I don't think so. The same thing happened earlier, remember? There's been a change to the arrival board. Yeah, you're right. Let's check it out. It's like knowing my luck, I would be the... Oh no, I hope any escape rooms I go through doesn't give me a map. I would forget about it and they'd be like, Zeph, why are you all hiding hints from us? And I'd be like, I'm sorry. Junpei, take a look. The display panel looks different. Yeah, you're right. Only the left half of it's on, though. The last line, it says that the estimated arrival time at the final destination is 10 seconds past 3 o'clock. Oh, then you mean... I see. Good work, Junpei. Whoops, I'm still zoomed in. You're a sharp one. You matched up the hands on the watch like I did earlier, didn't you? Now that you've said it 10 seconds past 3 o'clock. Yep. Then surely you know what needs to happen next. Let's give it a shot, shall we?
Okay. Oh, thank you for redeeming the stretch. And hydrate. Thank you, Lisa.
Looks like this is some sort of lock. It's got a weird shaped indentation. Let's put this pocket watch in there. Let's try putting this in there. We finally did it. Yes, it says open now. Good work. Seems you were successful. Well done, Junpei. Hey, Clover!
What?
Look, we unlocked the door. Now we can get into this room.
Oh. Well, let's go then.
Clover.
Let's go! Oh, did it! We found the answer.
Oh, a hallway.
It's far too narrow to be called one.
They found themselves in a small space outside of the wheelhouse. On their left was a wooden door.
This seems to be the only route.
Yeah, let's go.
Junpei pushed it open and stepped into the room beyond.
Wow.
It was full of all manner of turn-of-the-century electronic equipment.
Well, these machines are weird. I've never seen any of them before. Huh? Wait, this one is...
One smaller machine had a metal bar that ended in a circular handle. Ace seemed to recognize it.
Ah, yes. A telegraph key. These were used to transmit Morse code a long time ago.
He turned and slowly took in the room.
This must be the communication office.
Across the room from the door they'd entered through was another door.
And that door?
A metal plaque was nailed to it. It read,
Captain's quarters. Huh.
That's what it says.
Then, do you think...
Ace swallowed. Junpei could feel his hands begin to sweat. Only Clover seemed unaffected.
Well, we won't know if we don't open it.
She walked up to the door and put her hand on the knob. It opened easily, and without so much as a pause, she walked in. Junpei and Ace followed. The first thing they saw was a man on the floor, covered in blood. Junpei felt his body seize up. His mouth went dry, and he felt very, very cold. The blood in his veins slowed to a crawl, and his heart tightened like a fist.
Not again.
This was the third time he'd seen the horror of death laid out before him. He didn't think it was something he could stand to see much more of. Still, he had begun to accept that whatever it was he saw, whatever happened to him, was beyond his control, and whatever force controlled him was driven by a determination that he would not hope to match.
Damn.
And he also has a watch. A sense of helplessness, of desperation, washed over him. It left behind a feeling of utter emptiness that wormed its way through his body like acid.
No, wait. We didn't check his pulse yet. Maybe he's still alive.
Fueled by that spark of hope, Junpei ran to this man's body, and his heart fell. When he touched his hand to his neck.
Pulse.
Yeah, that definitely looks dead. His pupils were dilated, and he wasn't breathing.
He's dead. Damn. If only we knew how it happened.
Junpei lifted the man's already stiff body. There was a deep red wound on his chest.
These wounds. I wonder what killed him.
We will never know. Junpei did not have to wander long,
It must have been this.
for lying next to the corpse was an axe. The entire blade of it was drenched in bright red blood. From the shape of the man's wound, there could be no doubt that it was made by the axe. Junpei looked at the body again. A lake of blood stretched out around it. It was wearing the clothes of a ship's captain, although they were stained with blood.
His clothes. A captain. Does that mean this guy was Zero?
On his left hand was a bracelet. The number on the bracelet was 0.
Bracelet 0.
It was only then that Junpei noticed the stench of blood that filled the room. He couldn't help but laugh. There was nothing else for him to say. It was too simple, too obvious, too straightforward. If there hadn't been a dead man on the floor, Junpei might have thought it was a joke.
Junpei.
It may be wise to find a way out of here first.
Yeah, you're right.
Funnily enough, I think this was the route that I went for like my very first playthrough of this game, like way back when. Okay, so we've got a camera, a camcorder. Looks like it's pointed at the door. Well, the power's on. Why would someone want to videotape a door? For security reasons, probably? Possibly, anyway. There's a plaque on the door, but it doesn't say anything.
There's blood on the chair. Do you think this was the dead guys?
Yeah, probably. There's something metallic on top of that table.
Hey, is that a music box?
Well, let's have a look.
Yeah. Woo!
Oh, it's one of those old music boxes. How about we wind it up? Why does it sound like that? Is it broken? The pins on the cylinder are shaped all weird.
I don't think those are the pins. It looks like someone put something else on top of it. I think we're gonna have to take it apart to figure out what's going on, don't you?
Yeah.
A bed. There's nothing in it.
Okay. We need to find a screwdriver or something, I think. They look like batteries. There's a cable running from them to the monitor. Let's see. What's the deal with this? Is it some kind of code? There are 4 rows of numbers and letters. They all start with 0 and end with 8, F, N, or V, respectively. Maybe this has something to do with number bases. Oh gosh, I'm not gonna be able to do that. There's just some random hallway in this one. This screen shows the big hospital room. This one shows the central staircase on C deck. I don't recognize the room on this one. The room on this screen looks really fancy. This screen shows what's going on in a small room somewhere I don't recognize. This screen's showing what's happening at the central staircase on B deck. And that's it. A sturdy desk. There's a bunch of weird buttons on here. They probably switch what you see on the screens.
Do you know how to work this thing?
Why don't we just press one of these? Like this one. Well, I guess it does change the... What the hell is this?
Huh.
Junpei snorted with a grim humor for the second time since he'd come into this room. The 4 screens along the bottom had a single letter each, spelling out
Z-E-R-O, huh? It's like he's making fun of us. What do you think?
He turned to Clover, who was standing next to him. Clover nodded.
Nothing.
It seemed that she cared about little. Of course, Junpei could hardly blame her. Given the strain she was surely under, Junpei was somewhat surprised she had responded at all. Still, he had to ask. He gestured towards the corpse.
What about him? Do you think that's really Zero?
Clover shook her head weakly.
There's no way that's him. Didn't I tell you already? Zero is one of us.
Yeah, right. Well, even if he wasn't one of us, there's no way that man could be Zero.
Huh?
Don't you get it? The letters that spell Zero on the TV screen, the captain's clothes he's got on, and of course, the bracelet with a 0 on it. It's too obvious.
Way too convenient.
Look, this is Zero right here. This dead body is Zero. Isn't that kind of fishy?
You're right. Only an idiot wouldn't see through something like that.
No, that's not the point. So I'm not trying to make fun of them for thinking a trick like this would work. I'm sure they didn't think it would work, which makes me wonder.
They didn't record the part where it's like, why did they do it?
I think this is a challenge. A challenge from the person who's really behind all of this. He's making fun of us. Don't you get it? If whoever killed this guy really wanted us to think this corpse was Zero, they'd never have put a bracelet on him. Walking around with a 0 bracelet would be like hanging a sign around your neck that said, "I did it!" Anyone with a brain would be able to see that this guy is supposed to look like everything Zero is supposed to be. Just like we did. The killer must have known we wouldn't think he was Zero and put the bracelet on him anyway. Do you know why?
Why?
Like I said,
He's mocking us.
Too bad, suckers. This isn't Zero.
Where's the real me then? See if you can catch me.
It's the same bad joke a lot of criminals like to play. They'll just sit back and watch people run in circles.
That's really twisted. But it almost seems kind of childish.
Yeah, you're right. It's really childish. It's like it's just a game to whoever this person is. That's what seems funny to me.
Junpei bent down to the corpse.
All right, let's get back to the point. Who killed this man?
I don't know.
And what's this guy's deal? Who is he?
How would I know that? If I knew anything, I would have told you.
You have no idea who he is.
Why would I?
Junpei sat back on his haunches and thought.
We should check and see if he's got anything on him that might tell us who he is. Give me a hand here, Clover.
Just imagine they pull out a wallet and it has an idea of just like, yep, this is Zero.
We gotta flip him over. How else are we gonna search his pockets?
Clover didn't move.
Okay, fine. Guess I'll do it.
Junpei had no choice but to move the body on his own.
Here we go.
Why wouldn't Ace help? He grabbed hold of an area not completely covered in blood and shoved. It took a moment, but eventually Junpei felt the man's bulk begin to shift. But just as it did,
Huh?
something fell from the man's left wrist.
Hey, it's the...
ID 082 single dead AF. Yeah. Just super dead. The bracelet was Zero on the face.
Lastly, let us discuss how to remove the bracelets. There are only 2 ways to do so.
Oh yes, I forgot the way to replace the bracelet.
1. You escape from this ship. 2. More heart rate reaches 0. In other words, once the bracelet is taken outside the convoy...
Hello, Psych! My face is so tiny. How you doing, Psych? Are you still working today, or are you just wandering around Twitch today? He has very small face.
Oh God.
Junpei stared at the
This
bracelet.
man... He's dead, isn't he?
Yes. Yes, he is, Junpei. People usually die from blood loss and stab wounds from an axe.
No, it's just... I guess I didn't really think about it until right now. If his bracelet's off, that means he's dead.
Well, it's pretty obvious that he's dead. You don't really need to look at his bracelet to figure out that he's dead.
Yeah. I guess you're right. It is pretty obvious.
You checked his pulse and everything, but it's just his watch coming off that you're just like, oh, he dead.
Well, he looks a lot better than the other bodies we've seen, though. You know?
Yeah, people die when they are killed, Junpei.
I mean, if there wasn't all this blood, he'd almost look like he was still alive.
Being moved across the country by the Hershey Chocolate Company to work at their amusement park, so I'm a little busy. Oh no!
Well, hopefully you're having fun.
Are they just taking you in one of the chocolate trucks? You're just in the back.
I mean, I know it's kind of a messed up thing to say, but he kind of has it better, you know? Dying from a bomb going off inside of you, I mean, that's just... Some of Snake's bones went right through his skin.
Now I gotta fly myself out there. Oh man.
I think
Well,
the
hopefully-
explosion must have thrown him against a wall or something.
Still, hopefully you're having fun.
There was a broken bone just sticking out of his left arm. And,
Stop talking about her dead brother right in front of her. Suddenly, Junpei realized what he was saying. How could he have been so cruel? He clapped his hands over his mouth. But it was already too late. He turned to look at Clover. She was glaring at him furiously.
What did you just say?
Her words sounded cold. He knew an apology could hardly atone for what he'd done, but he tried anyway.
oh man, I am so sorry. I shouldn't have said that. I really don't know what I was thinking. I mean...
No, that's not what I'm talking about. What did you say about his arm?
I'll still catch your streams, of course. No distance will keep me from you. Yee! In theory, does that mean like you're gonna be in a different time zone? Since you're being moved across the country? Probably gonna be on the East Coast instead. On your trip, you should read Zombie 100 because all it would be, because all it may be the end of the world, but that doesn't mean you can't live your life out to the fullest. It'll be EST now instead of PST. I see. So I will technically be streaming later in the day in your end. Oh my gosh, that means ooh. That means I guess we'll figure out how collabs go when that happens. But yeah, still, hopefully you have fun on your trip, on your move. Hope everything goes well. Let's see.
Arm?
Yes, his left arm. You said it, didn't you?
Well, yeah, I did, but I mean, didn't you see it too?
Of course not. I could barely look at him. There's no way I was gonna see the details.
Clover took a deep breath,
Are you
quick
sure
deep
it
breath.
was his left arm?
Oops. My apologies, I bonked you guys. Junpei thought back.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was.
And he had a broken bone, right?
What the hell are you getting at here?
Just shut up and answer me!
She shoved her face closer to his. He could see the fire in her eyes. Junpei winced and swallowed.
Yeah, he did. It was pretty bad, too. The bone was sticking out of the arm.
No sooner were the words out of his mouth than Clover's expression changed.
Clover? What's wrong? Look, I'm sorry if I said anything.
Suddenly, she was crying. Junpei wasn't sure what to do.
Thank you.
It was close to the last thing he expected to hear.
Huh? What are you...
Junpei had no idea what had just happened. He didn't think he'd done anything worthy of thanks, and he couldn't understand why she had chosen that moment to begin crying. So he simply stood there, confused.
Thank you so much, Junpei.
She thanked him again, and then something even stranger happened. Clover threw herself into Junpei's surprised arms.
Hey, what's going on with you?
I'm sorry, it's just... I'm so happy!
Why?
The body in the shower room, it isn't his! It isn't my brother!
Huh?
It's not Snake!
Why on earth would you think that?
Because his left arm is...
She stopped herself.
I'm sorry. I really shouldn't be talking about this.
Junpei decided it would be prudent not to press her for any more information. If she did not wish to tell him, she certainly had a reason for doing so. Perhaps more importantly, however, if Clover was so certain, then she was likely right. That meant that the body in the shower room wasn't Snake. It wasn't much, but that knowledge lifted some of the weight from Junpei's heart.
But he's still alive. I'm so happy.
Tears shone in her eyes. Those tears melted Junpei's heart. As she cried, she had pushed herself up against his chest like a child. Junpei put his arms around her and held her tight.
I'm so glad. Junpei, you were right.
Huh?
No matter what happens, you can never lose hope. You have to remember what's most important, and that's to have faith and to have love. If you can remember all of those, that'll bring you good luck.
Clover reached into her pocket and pulled something out.
That's...
It was a laminated bookmark with a 4-leaf clover.
I only made it here because you gave me this.
It's the look-alike corpse thing, like in the Isomnium files. Maybe.
I was suspicious of everybody. I was angry and miserable. But because I had this 4-leaf clover, because of what you said to me,
Yeah.
Although probably not in the same way as Isomnia. I don't think that would be like a frozen corpse of their father. I don't think it got that complicated. It does get complicated in here, but I don't think it got that complicated. Junpei hadn't thought his words would have had such an effect on her. Her words were making him feel a little awkward.
Thank you so much, Junpei.
She looked up at him. He scratched his nose and pretended to notice something interesting somewhere else in the room.
If you really want to thank somebody, you should be thanking Santa.
Santa? Why?
Well, he was the one who gave me that thing. And the words for each leaf, I got that from him too.
Oh.
Then suddenly, Clover broke away from Junpei.
Huh?
He looked confused. He hadn't thought she'd react that poorly. Clover began to pace across the room. Six steps to the left, 6 steps to the right, another 6 to the left, and then she stopped.
Did Santa really tell you those things?
Her eyes were serious, but not angry.
Yeah, he did. Did I, say something wrong?
Oh no, not at all. In fact, this could be really good news, I think.
Think that jolly old fart. Oh, not that Santa. This Santa is ornery.
You think?
Santa knew about the words and the clover. The only people who should know about that are the other subjects.
6 steps to the left, 6 steps to the right, another 6 to the left, 6 plus 6 plus 6 equals 18. Right? Oh my gosh. That is a good point, Neo Man. It's a whole nonary game everywhere. How you doing, Neo Man? How you doing?
Subjects.
The other people who were in the experiment 9 years ago, with my brother and me. But he's blind, and I was part of the Nevada test group. So neither of us would be able to recognize the faces of the people who were on this boat.
Whoa. Okay, time out.
Junpei held up his hands. He took a deep breath and let it out.
Let's just calm down for a second, okay? Start from the top. Don't start with the end and then jump to the middle. You gotta start with 1 and then move to 2 and 3 and 4 and so on. If you don't tell me stuff in the right order, I'm never gonna be able to figure it out.
Okay.
Clover nodded.
All right. Let's start with this experiment. What happened on this boat 9 years ago?
Do you know about morphogenetic fields?
Junpei's like, morpho what now?
Morphogenetic fields.
He did, and the realization sent chills down Junpei's spine.
All right, how about this? Theory of the telepathic mechanism.
I think Lotus mentioned something like that.
Always love Junpei insisting on a linear story there, given the nature of the game where you have to experience the story non-linearly to get the whole picture, right? It's just like, please, like, tell me just in order, and it's just like, haha, you're not gonna experience it in order, Junpei. Junpei recounted what Lotus had told him earlier. Clover nodded.
Telepathy, huh? Well, that's not really it, but I suppose it's similar.
So they were testing telepathy on this ship?
Yeah, I guess so.
So, what exactly did they have you guys do?
The same thing that we're doing now. Exactly the same thing.
My life is a mystery. I'm gonna start talking and cut myself off randomly. Oh my gosh.
What?
The nonary game. 9 people were put on this boat, and 9 others were put in the building in Nevada, and the game started.
Junpei grabbed the sides of his head.
Look, I'm sorry, but I don't get it. What do the nonary game and some telepathy experiment have to do with each other? Am I missing something here?
Clover bit her lip. She blinked back sudden tears. What had happened to her in Nevada?
The ability to access a morphogenetic field is affected by a couple of things. The first is epiphany, and the other is danger. You know how sometimes when you're up against a really tough problem, and then the answer just kind of pops in your head? That's an epiphany. And what you learn from the epiphany can be transmitted with telepathy. When you add danger to that equation, then it gets easier to transmit that information over telepathy.
So you're saying the nonary game was supposed to introduce that element of danger?
Yeah, but it couldn't be just any old danger. It had to be life and death.
So potentially 9 people people you're with knows your deepest, darkest thoughts. And true. I think it depends, because it was like only certain things.
And someone did actually die. A girl.
Huh.
Junpei felt a sudden grip of despair on his heart. Something deep and distant and powerful squeezed, and for a moment he felt very, very empty and alone.
She was on the boat with my brother. I was in Nevada. I never met her, but I did hear her name. Her name was...
The sound of the door opening was like a gunshot. Junpei spun around.
Oh, my apologies. I seem to have disturbed you.
Oh no, Junpei will never know the name of the girl.
Ace!
You two must have strong stomachs. I can't imagine how you could stay in this room for so long.
Ace glanced down at the floor. At the corpse, covered in blood.
At any rate, Junpei, would you be so kind as to come and help me with something? I'm having a little trouble, and I could really use your assistance.
You're the only person able to do puzzles around here.
Come on. It'll only take a moment.
With that, he turned and walked back towards the communications office. Clover waited until he was out of sight, then spoke in a small, quiet voice.
I don't want Ace to hear us. We can talk about this later.
Huh? Hey, wait!
Clover ignored him. From outside, Junpei could hear Ace calling.
Junpei? What are you doing in there? Hurry up!
So a new trick, scream in your head to scare the crap out of... Oh no. Yeah, with each of the routes, each of the characters have their own, like, suspicions. Grumbling to himself, Junpei stomped off towards the communications office. Although there's a few that aren't suspicious, given that there's only... I think there's like 6 main endings before the true ending. Okay. Oh, how convenient! We can combine these now. Alright, the screwdriver ought to make some short work of this music box. So now we have a cylinder that has, I believe Morse code? Some kind of Morse code. It's an old telegraph machine. I'll be honest, I have no idea how this works. Nothing suspicious here. A pair of headphones. I can't hear anything. Guess whatever they were connected to doesn't work anymore. It's a telegraph key, a machine for transmitting Morse code. I tried sending an SOS earlier, but I doubt that did anything. Zero would never make it that easy. So you think it's broken? No, it works. I'm just not sure if it actually transmits anything outside of the ship. Hey Ace, look, there's a big rat trap over here. I told you, that's a telegraph key. It's a device that transmits messages through Morse code. Okay, so I guess we're not gonna mess with that right now. Hey Ace, look, it's a monkey with glasses. How on earth did you arrive at that conclusion? Oops. Hey Ace, look, it's a model of a steam train. How on earth did you arrive at that conclusion? Just a normal light. Well, it won't turn on, so maybe it's not that normal. Oh, a drawer. It looks as though the drawer is the only thing that's locked. I don't see a keyhole, though. An electronic lock, perhaps? Take a look at the left side of the drawer. Yeah, there's some cables over there. That must mean... It's a really long cable. The tip is hooked into one of the desk drawers. Oh! No, let me click the paper. Hey, what is this? It's blank. There's nothing written on it. Huh. I don't think this will do anything, no. Okay. White piece of paper. It's blank. Unless... Well, there's like a little folded corner. Let's see. A clock mounted on the wall. The hands aren't moving. Little surprised that the time is wrong then, I suppose. And there's nothing on the back. Look, a hook. That wasn't a joke. I know, man. A chair. Junpei, what are you doing? We've searched the wheelhouse from top to bottom. There's no good reason to go back. In fact, don't you think it would be wise to investigate the captain's quarters? I think we ought to check both rooms, don't you? Yeah, I was just not sure which room to be in. I think this is probably used to be a door. Nobody's going through it as long as this metal plate's here, though.
Well, even without the metal plate, the desk is in the way.
Hey, isn't that the door on the screen right behind us?
You're right.
So whatever that camera sees is sent to the screen in real time.
I wonder if that means something, you know?
There's nothing on the monitor, just static. I mean, those look like letters to me, but I'll take your word for it. So we have... So we have a thing for Morse code and Morse code machine. Telegraph key. Ace says to use the messages in Morse code. Then we have a blank piece of paper. To be honest, I have no goddamn idea what this thing really is. It's probably some kind of radio transmitter. Did we look in here? We didn't. There's something in the drawer. Right, okay, so we combine this with that. I guess I'll put the ink on the cylinder, and then we combine it with the paper. Now I just gotta roll the cylinder across the piece of paper. And if I'm right, the ink should... And so now we have Morse code. And so now we can go over here. Oops. I looked at it at the wrong angle, I guess. There we go. Alright, I got the Morse code I'm supposed to enter. If I do this right, something will happen. I hope. Alright, let's give this a shot. Okay, so... Dun, dun, 1, 2, 3. Dun, 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 dun. The easiest puzzle there was. That's the last one, and yes, excellent work, Junpei. Good job. You seem to have figured it out. You've unlocked the drawer. A broken clock that shows the wrong time the first time you look at it and shows the right time the second time you look at it. I mean, that's true. A broken clock will be right at least 2 times a day. A red file lay in the drawer. Junpei reached down and picked it up.
Looks like there's something on the cover. ALLICE. All ice. Alice. Does this mean...
Junpei couldn't hold back. He had to know what was in that file. Each page was covered with strange characters. They looked like tiny drawings of birds, snakes, insects, horned animals, wings, and even kneeling humans. There were many pages in the file, and each was full of these strange symbols.
What the hell is this?
He didn't realize he'd spoken out loud until Ace looked over at him.
They're hieroglyphs, a form of writing used in ancient Egypt.
Ancient Egypt?
That's right.
Can you read them?
Of course. I can't. What would make you think I could?
Just imagine Ace is like, yeah, Egypt is my special interest. I've memorized the alphabet. No, but I use 24-hour clocks, not 12-hour clocks. Okay, so it'll only be right 1 time a day. All the random knowledge people on the ship have. It's honestly more surprising that Ace can't randomly read them right. No, I feel like it would... Well, logically, Lotus... It would make sense for Lotus not to. It would be like one of the other random characters. Like Santa would be like, oh yeah, like you can't read hieroglyphics? All eyes. So that was a nod, and yeah, it was a reference in iSomnium files.
What the hell?
Junpei flipped through a few more pages. It wasn't just 1 or 2 pages that were covered in the strange symbols. Every single page was covered in them.
Whoa, the whole thing's like that.
Trying to read them was pointless. Junpei wasn't going to waste any more time with them. He made to close the file. And something fell out.
What? What's this?
He bent down and picked it up.
Oh, a key card.
There was a symbol on it that reminded Junpei of the symbols of the Saturn and Mercury key cards. This one, however, had a dot in the center of the male symbol.
Uranus. That's the Uranus symbol.
Junpei looked over to see Ace examining the card. In addition to the Uranus symbol, there were 3 words engraved on the card as well.
Something's written on the bottom. Bottom deck library. This must be the key to the library, then.
Ooh.
So it would seem.
Bottom deck library. Oh.
Junpei remembered something he'd heard from Seven when they had been in the chemical closet.
Seven said something like...
Why did that hurt my eyes?
Alice sleeps in a small chamber past the forest of knowledge beneath the navel of the gigantic.
Could beneath the navel mean the bottom deck, and the forest of knowledge is the library? Then could Alice be in a room somewhere beyond the library?
What's wrong? Something on your mind?
Junpei blinked. Only then did he notice Ace looking at him. Curiosity and concern written across his face in equal parts.
Yeah. I just remembered something.
Is that so? What about?
Well, don't laugh, okay?
There was no reason for Junpei to hide his thoughts. He began to explain his theory to Ace. The ship is full of people with weird talents who think their talents are normal for people who have been able to pick locks, right? Then he stopped. It wouldn't make any sense if Ace didn't know who Alice was supposed to be. So he told Ace everything June had told him.
The Egyptian priestess, an Ice 9. Interesting.
And the woman who wouldn't melt, who was recovered from the Titanic disaster, they called her All Ice, which eventually turned into Alice, and she was purchased by an English millionaire who called himself Lord Gordain. According to Seven, this ship is where he hid Alice.
And you think that he hid her in a small room, beyond the library on the bottom deck?
Perhaps.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it is just a theory.
A game theory. Ace stared off into the distance, his hand slowly and absent-mindedly stroking his beard. After a few moments, his hand stopped. He turned slowly to look at Junpei, and his brows drew together.
Junpei, have you ever heard of the term CAS?
Cass.
It stands for Cells Alive System. It is an advanced technology for freezing and preserving organic matter. Put simply, it is a technique that allows one to freeze things without the formation of ice crystals. Normally, if you freeze something fresh, water within its cells expands as it crystallizes, damaging the cell membrane. CAS, however, works differently. The object to be frozen is supercooled using magnetic fields, and then frozen instantly and uniformly, giving ice crystals no time to form. It was originally developed for the preservation of food, as an alternative to the normal freezing process. Now, however, there are rumors that it can be used for other things.
Yeah.
What do you mean, other things?
Well, there are obvious medical uses, but perhaps also space travel.
Space travel? Are you serious?
Surely you've heard of suspended animation. Cryogenic freezing?
Favorite joke expansion of the acronym I've seen someone make is cool assisted speedrun. Randomly pops in my head every so often. I love that. Cool assisted speedrun.
It's a fairly common idea in science fiction books and films. People are sometimes frozen for especially lengthy journeys through space.
That was when Junpei understood what Ace was suggesting.
Whoa, wait a minute there.
Ace looked at him and raised his
Are
eyebrow.
you saying that Alice was frozen using that CAS thing?
I mean, it would make the most sense, Junpei.
Well, I'm sure the possibility is quite low, but it is a possibility. If this special ice you call Ice 9 does indeed exist, and CAS were used to freeze her into that sort of ice instantaneously.
You think she could be alive?
Yeah,
Well, I can't say for sure, of course.
that's why she looks so lively.
I'm only talking about possibilities. The melting point for Ice 9 is 96 degrees, right? If she were put somewhere where she could reach that temperature.
That's nuts. Are you really saying she could have defrosted and started walking about?
You're quite right. It does sound unbelievable. But if she had, then we would have an explanation for the man we found dead on the floor.
She's alive and out for her blood.
You mean the guy dressed like a captain?
Yes. He was dead when we found him. Clear, but if he was
Whoops.
murdered, then by whom?
Clearly he was murdered. I'm sorry, Ace. I skipped your dialogue.
It couldn't have been one of us. That would be impossible. In order to enter the captain's quarters, one must first open door 1. That door that requires the Earth key prevented us from accessing door 1. Who was it that opened that door?
Santa and Lotus.
Right. Clearly, the two of them could not have opened door 1, or any other door for that matter. Who else then could have done so?
Crash freeze. And I had my body somewhere for me. Oh my gosh. It's fine. He just had too much spaghetti and fell asleep next to his axe, right? It's totally fine. He'll be up. He'll be up soon enough. Junpei thought for a second.
Nobody. After Santa and Lotus used the Earth key, they turned back and met up with me and June. Then we returned to the large hospital room and found Ace, Seven, and Clover. While we'd gone into the shower room, Ace, Seven, and Clover had stayed behind. But it's impossible for those three to open door 1. But what about when June and I took the elevator to door 2? No, still won't work. We were only gone 5 minutes. No human being could have run to the captain's quarters, killed that guy in there, and run back that fast.
Maybe he was already dead.
It would be impossible for any of us to be the murderer.
Maybe he was already dead before you even woke up, Junpei.
That being the case, who could have killed him? Wouldn't it make sense if his killer was someone who had been in the ship for some time? A person like that would know the ship well. They would know the locations of all the hidden passages and secret doors. The numbered door would mean nothing to someone like that. It would be a simple thing for them to enter the captain's quarters.
Then you're saying the killer was Alice?
It was Junpei's turn to raise an eyebrow. Ace drew his thumb across his lips thoughtfully.
Well, this is all only one possible theory.
Maybe I can run that fast. Maybe I'm the perp. Maybe it was Rocket the whole time.
All ice. Alice. Is she really somewhere on the ship?
Junpei had only one clue. The key card in his hand.
Maybe this card will give me access to the Forest of Knowledge and the big mystery. What could be there beyond the Forest of Knowledge? Anyway, whatever. It's gonna have to wait. I can't do anything right now. I'll come back to this later.
He gripped the key card tighter and shoved it deep into his pocket. New material has been added to the file screen. Anyway, there's also this key. There's a key in the drawer. I guess it was hidden under the red file. Let me click it. A unique key. It's cute. It actually kind of looks like a little tiny knife. Not called Rocket for nothing. That's true. That's true. What needed a key? I forget. Because there's this. Does it go in here? The control panel for the electronic lock. Looks like it's got a keyhole in the bottom right. Maybe the key I got earlier. Sweet, just had to put the key in. And now it's on. Junpei, look! There is a minus sign next to the screen. There are 8 of them. That probably means we gotta put in 8 digits. Do you think you can figure it out? No. I don't think so. Oh, maybe... No. Oh, that's just for base 10. Okay, I don't think we have anything specifically for it. We saw something earlier. We saw it in the drawer. I thought? Wait. Morse code chart. Didn't we have another piece of paper? I thought it was in here. I swear it was in there. Eight digits, huh? Once I put in the 8-digit number, I just press E to enter it. And if I mess up, I guess I can press C. Alright, let's give it a shot. Numeral system, chart in the file that was in the drawer explains base 10, yeah. But like, the chart that was in there is no longer on my person, I think. Because yeah, we just have the Morse code chart. But there was the thing that ended with the letters, but I don't know where it is. Because I remember it being in here, and that's it. But I don't see it in the file. Digital roots, medical record, ship's log, nautical table. Yeah, no, that was for the mannequins. Yeah, the thing you opened in the file and dismissed as being the only base 10. Oh. Gosh, where did it go? Numeral system. Oh, okay. That was... Oh, okay. I was thinking that was the one that we found in the room that we were in with Lotus and June and Santa. Okay. So... I need 8 things. There's 4 there. Zero in numbers. Goodness. So maybe it's 8. Eight 15. Let's see. Apologies for the music stopping. I'm tabbed out of the game. 8, 9. I feel like it won't be that simple, but I'll try it. I don't think I have it. One more time. So 8, 15, 23, 31. Enter? No. Okay. What's the passcode? I'm pretty sure I've searched every part of this room by now. So... chart showed the rules for each numerical system. 14, 15, 17, 3. Yeah. Whoops. Because it would make... Hey, Junpei. Didn't you find a list of numbers and letters? Don't you think that might be a clue? Maybe, but I'm doing it wrong, apparently. Okay, base 10. It's written as A. Therefore, 11 is B, 12 is C, 13 is E. And so on. Chart showed the rules for each numerical system. And I feel like we wouldn't have it be like because I swear it's 8, 15, 23, and 31, but that's not it. Ace, can you yell at me? Can you yell at me and tell me what I'm doing wrong? Hey, Junpei, look at the letters on the monitor. Don't you think that's weird? Oh. Oh, Lisa was right. Oh, Lisa was right. Okay, I see the error in my ways. Oh gosh, okay. I should have listened to you, Lisa. Okay. That was a random guess. But you were right. 14. So the second one would be 14. 23 would be the last one. 6. I think that's right. Yeah, okay. I was just double checking to keep shooting and bow and arrow. Wait. Wait, I messed up. I don't know how I messed up, but I messed up. Okay. I think? No. Oh my gosh. Okay. Wait, no. Oh heck, I might actually need to move everything over a bit, I think. Because I think I was counting A as 1. Heck, yeah, I did it completely wrong. Okay. Okay, one more time for looking at the thing. I'm okay. Junpei, please. Hey, Junpei. The list had something to do with, like, number bases and stuff, right? Yeah, I think so. What would the hexadecimal... Okay. What... But... Clover, please. Clover, I know what my issue is. I just need to look at the thing. I just need to look at the thing. What if I back out of it one more time and Clover is like, oh my gosh, Junpei, the answer is this. Okay. Okay. I can do this, I swear. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, so that one was right. Oh, so maybe I messed up on the Z. Okay, so that one's 24. 7. Okay, I think it's... I think I should have it now. I think. I hope. I really hope. I would say 3rd time's the charm, but I know it's been more than 3 times. Woo, we did! If Clover's so sassy and smart, she should do it, right, Clover? If you're so smart, why don't you put in the number? Yes, it worked. Good job, Junpei. Fun fact, Morse code is a minor additional hint to the door code for people who happen to know Morse, translated to 35 equals Z, presumably because its possible hint is why it sticks around after completing the drawer lock puzzle. Oh, I see. That would make sense, actually. That'd be a nice little Easter egg for people who know Morse code. I sadly do not. I know SOS, that's about it. Good work, Junpei. Alright, let's go. I think I missed one of your lines, Ace, but that's okay, hopefully. We just find another dead body. They stepped out of the captain's quarters and into another hallway. The hallway stretched out in front of Junpei for a bit, before turning left like a great backwards L.
All right, let's go.
Every time those doors open, I think it's going to be someone standing behind it, right? It's going to be a zombie. Junpei rounded the corner and took off down the straight way. He ran, and ran, and ran. At the end of the hallway was a door.
That's the next door.
He made straight for it.
Wait, a piece of paper.
He was nearly halfway to it when he noticed the piece of paper in the middle of the floor. Junpei skidded to a halt.
This is...
They typoed his name! Got curious about what it said and why it stuck around when I finished this room my first playthrough, so I decided to plug it into a transcoder. Ooh, nice! I would have never thought of that. He dropped down to his hands and knees and quickly tore the paper off of the floor.
Map of the ship's interior for ADEC.
Wow, what an inconvenient time to get another piece of map.
What's wrong?
Ace, slightly slowed by virtue out of his old age, had finally caught up to Junpei.
I found a map for this floor.
He showed Ace what he'd snatched from the wall. He looked up at it long enough to determine what it was, and then nodded.
I see.
With that, he began running again, past Junpei.
Well, that was anticlimactic. I should keep this, though.
Yeah. Junpei shoved the map into his pocket, got up to follow Ace, but something stopped him.
Where's Clover?
He turned around. Clover was nowhere to be seen.
Damn it. What the hell is she up to?
Junpei muttered angrily under his breath and took off back the way he'd come. As he stomped around the corner, he saw her. She was standing in front of the door to the captain's quarters, her hand on the doorknob.
Clover!
Huh?
As Junpei watched, she closed it, gently and quietly.
What the hell are you doing?
Nothing.
What do you mean, nothing?
Clover had unconsciously put her hands over the pockets on her jacket, as if trying to hide something.
What the hell is that?
What?
You've got something in your pocket. What is it?
It's like she pulls out some candy.
Oh, this? This is
Or a ferret jumps out.
a note.
A note?
Yeah, I found it in the pocket of the guy with the captain's clothes. It said something about the darkness of the sinister hand or something.
What the hell? Let me see it.
No, not right.
But Junpei wasn't going to get to see it. From the other end of the hall, he heard Ace's voice.
Hey, Clover! What are you two doing? Hurry up!
We're hanging out.
He's getting mad.
Clover
I'll
shrugged.
show it to you later, all right? Come on, we gotta hurry.
Before Junpei could protest, she was gone. Around the corner and off the long stem of the L. A note? A note. Junpei was curious, but there was something else that bothered him.
From the look of that pocket, it doesn't particularly look like just a note. Jeez, what are you thinking? For crying out loud.
Junpei did his best to convince himself that it would make sense later, and ran after Clover. Junpei pushed through the door and found himself in a large room with a set of
Big
stairs.
stairs. So this is where it ends up, just like it says on the map.
It was just as he expected to see after reading the map. His "I see" after reading the map himself meant that Ace had probably realized the same thing.
Ace, did he head down?
He put his hand on the handrail and leaned over to look down.
Oh, there he is.
Look, the 4 others are there too.
And not just Ace, Santa, June, Seven, and Lotus as well.
Let's join them.
Junpei and Clover glanced at each other and hurried down the stairs. They reached B deck at the same time.
Jumpy, Clover!
June's face was excited. Something had happened, that much Junpei could tell by simply looking
What's
at
up?
her. Given their situation, he was not inclined to be excited about sudden developments. June, however, couldn't contain herself.
We found it!
Found what?
We found it!
What did you find?
The last door! We found door 9!
What?
Oh, right, he's voicing.
Come on! Just follow us. We'll explain on the way.
Okay.
Seven turned and jogged off down the
Well,
stairs.
If that's the case.
Wait for me.
We should get going as well.
The rest followed.
Jumpy! We finally made it!
Yay! The relief and excitement in her voice echoed what each of them felt.
Yeah, it's finally time.
June wasn't quite ready to believe they'd really done it, at least not just yet. Still, if everyone said that it was door 9, then it probably was.
We've reached the end.
Nope. This is only the beginning. Junpei is kind of dense sometimes. What other it could possibly be excited about in this situation, right? The gun! He could feel his heart racing. A mixture of anticipation and fear ran through his veins, and he could feel his legs shaking. He was doing his best to maintain a sense of healthy skepticism, but he couldn't deny that the prospect of escape was an exciting one. That or it's like, we found the book, it! Now we have some reading to do before we die!
Something's bothering me. Only 3 to 5 people can go through the numbered door. 7 of us are on our way to door 9. That means that, best case scenario, there will be 2 of us who have to stay behind. 2 people. Is there a way?
Junpei looked over at the clock.
4:30. We've only got 90 minutes left. I've got no time to wonder about it now.
Hey, Junpei! June! What the hell are you two doing? Hurry it up!
Santa's voice jolted Junpei out of his reverie.
Let's go, Jumpy!
June took off down the stairs, jogging as quickly as she could.
Yeah.
Junpei followed. Did I choose the path towards the true ending as the second playthrough again? As a group, they piled into the elevator and rode impatiently down to E deck. It looked familiar. There was a metal grate between the 2 elevators. Seven grabbed hold of it and began to talk.
I know I told you I'd explain it earlier, but honestly, there ain't much to explain. After we split up from you guys, the 4 of us got into the elevator on the left, and that took us to the other side of the grate. After that, we headed down another hallway. It took us toward the bow, and eventually to the number 6 that you 2 found earlier. We opened it and kept going. There was another locked door behind it, like usual, but this time we had to complete 2 different areas before we could unlock it.
Man, you did that very fast.
Once we were through that door, there was another hallway that went the other direction, toward the stern.
That or we did the puzzle area that we were in a little too long.
So, on your way, you found the elevator.
That's right.
So, in other words, you kinda did a lap, huh? You came from that side to this side.
Yeah.
With that settled, Junpei looked around.
So, where's the number 9 door?
Over here.
Follow me. Sorry. Seven began walking down the hallway that led towards the stern. Junpei and the others broke into a jog to keep up with him.
By the way,
They had been walking for a while, June in silent step with Junpei when she spoke.
you know, it's because of Santa that we're all here right now.
Huh?
That all 7 of us are going to door 9.
What?
You don't get it? Santa, 7, and Lotus, what's their digital root?
3 plus 7 plus 8 equals 18, which is 1 plus 8 equals 9.
It's 9.
That's right. They could have just left me behind and kept going if they'd wanted to.
But they didn't.
Yes, because Santa wouldn't let them. He said, we can't leave June and the others behind. That's why we went looking for you guys.
And then you got on the elevator and went back to the central staircase.
That's right.
Well, I wouldn't have called that one. That Santa would be the one to stick up for you.
Maybe this isn't the path to the true route. I can't quite remember. Junpei felt his eyebrows knit as he considered that.
Oh, don't get me wrong.
Perhaps June had sensed Junpei's
I
concern.
don't mean that 7 and Lotus said they wanted to leave me behind. We were just talking about it, and Santa objected to it first.
Is that so?
Junpei was about to respond when 7 suddenly stopped.
We're here.
In front of them stood a door.
So, is this...
Yeah.
Junpei couldn't see 7's face, but he could see him nod.
There's no other place for us to go.
Nope. Just look around. There's a big old iron wall at the end of the hallway. The other hallways on the left and right are blocked by metal grates.
I see.
It looked as though 7 was right. The door in front of them was their only choice.
All right, let's get moving.
He pulled open the door and walked in. Junpei took a deep breath and followed.
Oh,
It appeared that they had been telling the truth.
no way.
The first thing Junpei saw as he entered the room was the number 9, Like all the others, it was a rough thing, made of red paint. The door it decorated sat in the back wall of a rectangular room. Junpei ran up to it.
The 9 door.
It was a large double door with powerful styling. Something about it was almost majestic, and it made the red paint look especially garish.
We're finally here.
Junpei grabbed the handle and shook. It didn't budge, but then he hadn't really expected it to. The red was bolted to the wall next to the door. Its display read vacant.
No doubt about it. This is door 9. Oh, finally! This is the last...
Junpei felt a flood of emotion wash over him. He felt a chill down his back, and his chest tightened even as his blood began to boil. There was a moment of complete silence.
Junpei, look behind you.
He turned around.
What?
Junpei could scarcely believe what he saw.
Why? A door and a 9. There's another one.
Hey, what the hell? What the hell is going on here?
His words came slowly, and his brain struggled to understand what he'd seen. On shaky legs, he made his way to the second 9. It was a small door, set parallel to the door they'd come through, but in the other corner of the room. 9. There was no mistaking the number, and if any more proof was needed, a red was bolted to the wall near the door.
There's a red there too. That means... And of course it won't open.
He grabbed the handle and shook the door, not because he expected it to open, but because he had to make sure it was real.
Why? Why the hell are there 2 doors?
So that way everybody could leave.
It was Ace who spoke first.
Do you think perhaps one is the right door and the other is the wrong one?
Lotus was skeptical.
I don't know about that. It seems unlikely.
What makes you say so?
Well, think about all the rooms we've been through so far. They're full of puzzles, but there are always hints about how to solve them. I'm pretty sure there aren't any rooms where we just had to go with our best guess and leave it to instinct to solve the puzzle. Do you really think that at the very end of the game, Zero's going to suddenly throw in something that depends entirely on luck?
Then you're saying there's some sort of hint in this room.
No, I don't think there's a hint anywhere in here. I searched it very well when I was in here before. I didn't find anything that might have been a hint, though.
Well then, that means...
Yeah, both of these are the right door. I mean, if you think about it, Zero never actually said there was only one door with a 9 on it.
It is hidden, but an exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that carries a 9.
Junpei began to mutter to himself.
There are 2 number 9 doors. If we split it up right...
That's not gonna work.
Junpei blinked and looked up at Clover. She held out her
You've
hand.
got a notebook and a pen, right? Can I borrow them?
Yeah, here.
Slightly confused, he pulled them out and handed them to her.
Look at this.
Clover opened the notebook and the blank page and set it down on the desk. Everyone else gathered around her and watched as she wrote down a series of numbers.
You get it? The numbers on the top are all the combinations with digital roots of 9. The numbers on the bottom are the people who don't fit.
So it's basically, yeah, they just need Snake.
There's only 8 possibilities if we split up into 2 groups of 3 or 4 people.
Wonder why Clover always borrows Junpei's notebook and pen. Did she not get one on her own 3rd-class cabin? Did she give hers to Snake for some reason since they woke up in the same one? That is a good question. Because I don't think she would have given it to Snake, but maybe they just didn't find it? But I'm not sure.
So...
If 3 people go through the door, then 4 are left behind. If 4 go through, then 3 are left behind.
Maybe,
right?
or maybe she like dropped part of it or something. I don't know.
yeah.
It might be because she doesn't have, she might have given it to Snake to like hold on to and she would borrow it from him. Because she's wearing a skirt, she wouldn't have really pockets. She only has the pockets for a jacket. But like, most jackets wouldn't have a pocket big enough for a notebook, I think. So it would make sense for her to have Snake hold it because he has pockets more than likely. Clover nodded, almost as if she was pleased with herself for solving a difficult math problem.
No way.
The room went very quiet. Silence lay across everyone like a thick, heavy blanket. No one spoke. Their faces were
Come
blank.
to think of it,
Desperate for something else to look at, Junpei turned his eyes to the room around him.
what is this room?
The walls were covered in candles. The wavering flame made the shadows of Junpei and his companions look as though they were dancing. 2 rows of wooden pews filled most of the room.
Looks like it's set up for some kind of ceremony, but what kind?
Between them was a strip of rich red carpet. The carpet ran straight through the room, ending at the door that pointed to the stem of the boat. At the other end of the carpet,
Is that an altar?
it was a recessed space set into a wall between the 2 other doors. Sitting on the raised section of the altar was a coffin. A coffin. A coffin.
A coffin? No, it couldn't possibly be.
But if it wasn't, then whose body occupied it? That was as far as Junpei wanted to pursue that line of thought. He decided not to think about the coffin for the time being. At that moment, Seven spoke. There was an edge of humor to his voice, but it was forced.
Okay, I give up. I give up. I figured if we sat around here long enough, someone would volunteer. But I guess nobody's got the guts to do it.
What are you talking about?
Junpei didn't understand, and he wasn't the only one.
What? You guys didn't figure it out yet? Fine, fine. Let me enlighten you. Clover was mostly right with her little explanation earlier, but she missed something. She wasn't really wrong. She just... screw it. Let me just write it out.
Seven snatched up the notebook and began to write in it. Everyone else clustered around him, desperate for a look.
If you're trying to leave with a group of 3 and a group of 4 and get everybody out, Clover's right. But there's another way. Only one combination, though. If you split us up into groups of 3, 3, and 1, you can make this combination.
Wait, this means...
Don't get me wrong here. I'm not trying to copy Ace or anything like that. Even if he hadn't been the hero back in the big hospital room, I'd still be saying the same thing.
The same thing? Are you saying?
Yeah. I'll stay behind.
Oops.
Press it too fast.
Why are you acting so heroic all of a sudden? Are you some kind of idiot?
Lotus was the first to speak. That in itself was a little strange. She'd reacted much differently when Ace had volunteered.
No, I'm completely against this. I'll be goddamned if I'm gonna have to owe you for getting out of here.
The rest of them began to speak, all at once.
I'm against it too. I didn't want to leave Ace behind, and I don't want to leave you either.
I don't like that idea. There's gotta be other options.
I disagree as well. I can't say I care much for you being the hero.
Finally, they quieted down. Junpei looked at Seven.
Well, there you go, Seven. Proposal denied. Clover's right. There's gotta be a better way than this.
Seven made some noise that was somewhere between a derisive snort and a cough.
Doesn't make any sense.
He was doing his best to pretend that they were making a foolish decision, but Junpei could see the twinkling of water in the corners of Seven's eyes. That was when Santa spoke. I love that Lotus is the first to object. They bicker, but you can tell that they care. They just aren't the best at showing it. Yeah. They're old and sassy, so it's hard to show that they are heartfelt.
Whoa, hold on a minute. I haven't said anything yet.
Until then, Junpei hadn't realized that Santa had stayed quiet for the whole discussion of Seven's fate. Something in his voice made Junpei uncomfortable.
Are you... agreeing? You want to leave him here?
Santa shook his head.
Nah, I'm against it. I don't want to leave Seven here alone.
Then I don't see how it matters.
I said alone.
Huh?
I said I don't want to leave Seven alone.
There was a dull shine in Santa's eyes. They were cold and hard. Junpei felt himself shiver.
What the hell are you...
What? You don't get it? I can't leave just one person. I need 2 more. 3 people, including Seven. I'll be leaving behind 3 people. That's my proposal. No, those are my orders.
What do you mean, orders? What the hell makes you think you can order us around? Who the hell's gonna listen to you?
You all will. In 3 seconds, you won't have a choice.
What?
3, 2, 1.
Santa was so fast, Junpei could hardly see him. When he moved, it was almost like watching a dance, his feet moving like lightning. He spun and... he had June.
See? I told you.
His lips curled into a cruel, mocking smile.
What?
A shudder traveled the length of Junpei's spine. His chest froze, and he could feel his breath go stale in his lungs. Nothing made sense. Junpei felt as though his head were about to explode. Santa's sudden change in attitude, saying that he needed 2 more. The gun in his right hand, a revolver. Santa had grabbed June from behind and pressed what Junpei's shaken brain identified as a revolver roughly against her temple.
Why? What the hell is that?
Where on earth had Santa possibly found a gun? Junpei's question roared into his mind, but his mouth refused to ask them. Seven spoke, almost as though he had sensed Junpei's confusion.
The gun's from the other room.
What room?
One of the rooms behind door 6. I should have known he was gonna do this. I should have taken the gun.
Well, it's too late now, fat ass.
Damn it!
A mixture of fury and frustration twisted Seven's face, and he glared at Santa. Santa, for his part, didn't so much as flinch. The corner of his lip twitched with a slightly wider smile. Then the smile faded, and he began to move. He walked backwards, dragging June with him. Before long, his back was resting against the door. On the wall next to him was the red. He put his hand on the scanner panel, quickly, and then forced June to do the same.
Now, time for you to start following my orders. Ace, Lotus, congratulations! I've chosen you to come with me. Put your hands in the red.
3 + 6 + 1 + 8 = 18. That was what Santa had meant when he needed 2 more.
Hey, you deaf? I gave you an order.
Santa's eyes narrowed to slits. He glared at Ace and Lotus. They stayed, frozen like deer caught in the headlights of an oncoming car.
Fine. I didn't want to waste any bullets, but you guys just don't get it.
No sooner were the words out of Santa's mouth than his hand twitched, and the gun roared. A section of the floor exploded, scattering wooden splinters across the floor. A thin plume of smoke snaked out of the hole in the floor. There could be no doubt that the gun was real, and it worked.
He really shot it? But why?
Whoops. Santa, why are you? I keep accidentally pressing it too fast, I'm sorry. Clover's voice spoke of betrayal and disbelief.
Santa, I thought you were one of us. I thought we were friends.
What?
You knew about the leaf words and the 4-leaf clover.
Santa's cheek twitched, almost imperceptibly.
What the hell is that shit? I've got no idea.
You're lying.
Shut up! Just shut up! You stupid bitch!
Oh no.
You want me to put a bullet in your fucking head?
Santa, calm down. Flecks of spit flew from Santa's mouth, his face twisted with rage. Clover recoiled, her eyes wide. When she spoke, her voice was very small.
Santa.
He snorted, then shook his head vigorously and turned to face Ace and Lotus.
Alright, assholes. What are you still standing there for? Get over here and scan those bracelets. I don't have all day. Oh, what's the matter? Your hearing starting to go? Going senile, maybe?
Ace and Lotus still didn't move. It almost seemed as if they couldn't move. June's face was pale behind Santa's arm. Her eyes were wide and her chest heaved with every quick breath, like an animal cornered by a predator. Junpei's mind worked furiously. What were they going to do? Then he realized something. There was nothing they needed to do. There was nothing to debate. June's safety was the first priority. That much was obvious. Doing as Santa had commanded meant that she would be safe for at least 2 threats. She wouldn't be shot, and she would leave the ship alive, along with Santa, Ace, and Lotus. There was only one thing for Junpei to do.
It's the only way.
He turned to Ace and Lotus.
Please, go. Huh?
No way.
Jumpy, what are you saying?
So many people start praising Santa and saying how good he is when it comes up. He was the one to refuse to leave June and the others behind, which makes this twist extra funny when someone did that. Yeah. It's just like, yeah, like he's so trustworthy, and then it's just like, I have a gun. Do as I say. And it's just like, that's no good.
If you stay here, you're going to be stuck, Jumpy. And so will Clover and Seven.
I know, but you don't need to worry about us. We'll figure something out. Right, Seven?
Right. You just leave it to us.
Yeah.
It's gonna piss me off to do what Santa says, but...
Don't worry about me either. There's still something I have to take care of.
No, you can't! Ace, Lotus, don't come over! Don't worry about me, please!
June was almost crying. Junpei walked around behind Ace and Lotus. He gently placed a hand on each of their shoulders and pushed them towards the door. They almost stumbled, then rightened themselves and took another step, and another. They turned around, and Junpei nodded.
Go.
All right.
Fine.
Ace and Lotus turned around again and walked slowly towards the door where Santa was waiting for them. After what seemed like an eternity, they stopped, in front of the door marked 9. Santa smiled.
All right, now let's get those hands on the scanner panel. What's the holdup? What? You think I'm fucking around here? I don't give a shit about this girl. The red doesn't need a person, you know? All I need is the bracelet. You get it? Good. Now put your fucking hands on the scanner. I'm not gonna say it again.
He shoved the revolver harder against June's head, and she winced.
Fine.
Ace sighed, defeated, and placed his hand on the scanner panel. Lotus went next. Lotus glared at Santa and slammed her hand onto the scanner panel. The 4th asterisk blinked on.
Good job. Now, Lotus, pull that lever. As soon as the door opens, you get your ass in there. Try anything stupid, and you know what happens, right?
Damn it.
Junpei could almost hear Lotus's teeth grind. The door slid open. Door number 9 opened at last. It opened with a low, powerful rumble, a drum roll to welcome the chosen few.
Good. Go.
Lotus and Ace walked through the door, their eyes furious but defeated. Santa waited until they were all the way inside, then hauled himself and June across the threshold as well. 6, 7, 8.
Later.
After exactly 9 seconds, the door swung shut. The gust of air as created caused the candles on the altar to flicker and die. The room fell silent. Junpei, Clover, and Seven had been left behind. Clover looked down at her hand and traced her finger with the faint blue veins that crisscrossed them. Seven shoved his arms into the front of his overalls and scratched his stomach. No one spoke. Silence made the air feel thick and oppressive. Desperate for something, anything to occupy his mind, Junpei walked to the larger of the 2 9 doors. He stood in front of it and looked at the red. It read engaged. He moved to the smaller door. The red read vacant. The digital root of the remaining people was 7. 5 plus 4 plus 7 equals 16, plus 1 plus 6 equals 7. There was no possible way for them to open the door with 9 on it. Junpei touched the surface of the door.
June.
He thought about June, about Akane Kurashiki. Was she safe? Was that all that mattered to him? Or that was all that mattered to him. If she was alive, if she had escaped that horrible boat. That was what Junpei prayed for. 7 came up next to him. He pulled off his hat, scratched his head, and sighed.
So, what do you want to do, Junpei?
What do you mean, what do I want to do? What can we do?
7 opened his mouth to respond when a noise echoed throughout the room. Someone was pounding on something, vigorously. It wasn't mechanical. It was certainly human. Junpei and 7 looked at one another.
What the hell is that?
Shh, quiet!
Clover motioned to 7 to be quiet. She put one finger to her lips and closed her eyes in concentration. The three of them listened, trying to determine where the sound was coming from.
Where's it coming from? Could it be?
Hey, I think it's coming from this coffin.
You're right.
Let's open it.
But how?
What are those muscles for show?
You're telling me to force it open?
Yeah, break the thing!
Just shut up and try!
Junpei and Seven grabbed the whole of the coffin. Those were words that came out of my mouth, I assure you. They tried to get a good grip with what little purchase they could find, and pulled with all their strength.
Damn it!
It won't even budge.
There was some sort of keypad attached to the coffin. Its purpose would not have been difficult to determine. Their eyes were almost immediately drawn to it.
Not another one.
Yeah, looks like it.
Do you think we have to put in the right password or it won't open?
I think so.
The noise wasn't stopping. In fact, it was getting louder.
Whoever or whatever's inside this thing wants out. And now.
I know that. But how?
Without a passcode, I don't think there's much we can do.
They couldn't even tell how many numbers the passcode needed to be.
Isn't there a hint somewhere?
Well, let's look for one.
Unfortunately, there didn't seem to be anything near the coffin. Clover ran to examine the pews, and Seven investigated the desk, but they turned up nothing.
No, there's nothing here.
Not making this easy, are they?
The sound still wouldn't stop. It wasn't a noise that belonged in that room.
What's the passcode? What am I supposed to do? How can we figure it out?
Just put in 9.
I need something.
Put 8008. Man, I can't believe it. I did it twice. I went the right way on the second playthrough. Unfortunately, that's the wrong answer. Actually, I'm Santa. Wings, staff, laboratory. Are you going to give up just like that? There, June. Now it is time. Let our game begin. Would you like to save the info you obtained during this playthrough? Yes. I seriously can't believe it. I've done it twice. Like the first playthrough was just like, oh yeah, let's go somewhere, and then the second playthrough it's just like, hey, you're going the right way. We can't allow that. Okay, so now let's go back and go through the other door.
1, 2, 3, 4. All right, 7 pieces.
Yep, 7 pieces. Gamer. Yee. But geez, I didn't expect to have accidentally gone the right way. Again. Okay, then for door 6.
I want to go through door 6.
That's a problem. None of these teams will be able to go through the doors they want.
Clover and I chose door 1.
Lotus and I chose door 2.
That's not enough people to open a numbered door, however.
The digital routes don't match up either.
We've got similar problems. Junpei and I want to go through door 6, but our digital route is 5. If we're gonna open that door, we need a 1.
Damn, what are we gonna do now?
What are we going to do?
What are we gonna do?
Why don't Seven and Lotus go through door 1 with me?
What about me?
Isn't that obvious?
You're tall and you're stinky. You also have gray hairs.
Wasn't one of the teams just complaining that they didn't have a 1?
You mean I should join Santa's team?
Yes.
Huh. I understand. I'll go through door 6 then. If we do as Clover has suggested, we can all pass through a numbered door and no one will be left behind. This seems to be the most reasonable solution.
Oh, we're on the advanced screen, or the adventure screen again. I wanted to be in the novel screen. I liked how that was going. 3 plus 6 plus 5 plus 1 equals 15, which 1 plus 5 equals 6.
Lotus, what do you guys think?
I don't have a problem with it.
Me either.
Alright then, we're good to go.
See you later.
Bye, Clover.
Don't move on your own.
Oh, I'll be going too then.
Yeah, be careful.
We should get going as well.
Be safe.
At last, Junpei and the other 6 had managed to separate themselves into 2 teams. Clover, 7, and Lotus headed to A deck, where door 1 was near the main staircase. Junpei, June, Ace, and Santa, however, took the elevator to E deck. The ride to E deck was a silent one.
This is E deck.
There should be a door at the end of the hall.
All right, let's go.
Santa's words jolted them to action, and they stepped out of the elevator, into a long, straight hallway. Before long, they arrived in front of door 6.
There it is. You guys ready?
Yeah.
Then let's get to it.
One by one, they put their palms over the red. With a soft electronic noise, it authenticated each of them. I wonder if we'll be able to get 3 endings today. The door opened, and all at once, the 4 of them leapt through it.
Hey, I found it. It's right there.
Fortunately, the dead was located easily enough. This one had been placed quite close to the door they'd entered through. They gathered around it quickly and hurriedly placed their palms on it for authentication one by one. It is a shame, though, because we're probably going to have to continue with the week after next.
It stopped.
Because we're not going to have as much time tomorrow to do it. I could do a stream on Friday, but I need to make sure I have everything packed and ready for our trip.
Yes!
It stopped, sorry. Sorry, June. I keep interrupting everybody. The countdown had ceased, but Junpei's heart was still pounding on his chest, like a frantic, thunderous drum. It felt as though it might shake itself up and out of his throat.
Whew. I don't believe I'll ever get used to that.
I'm not sure it's something I'd want to get used to.
Don't know how I feel about it
We should
being
finish
repeated,
this game
but
before
it's okay.
imminent death becomes a normal thing.
Yeah.
You got that right. Once I'm out of this hellhole, I'm taking a nice long vacation.
I agree.
With that, the doom and gloom from before was done, and the mood turned somewhat lighter.
All right, let's go.
With that attempt at good humor, Junpei took a deep breath and began to walk. He jogged down the stairs at the end of the hallway and found himself staring at a large door.
This door looks heavy.
But it's not locked. I'm opening it.
He took hold of the bar that served as his doorknob and shoved it down. The room beyond stopped him in his tracks. Oh. It was gargantuan and made entirely of metal, none of the accents of wood or tile he'd seen in the rest of the ship. This room was purely functional, but utterly tremendous.
Whoa, what the hell is this?
Big. Santa got out a few words before awe stole the rest of them. The rest of them were too stunned to offer anything more than gasps.
This has to be the biggest room so far. The ceiling is pretty high, too.
Huh. Could be 2 stories, maybe even more.
This space could be utilizing the entire length of the ship.
What's that huge Kamaboko-looking building in the middle?
Kamaboko. June pointed to a massive building in the center.
Kamaboko? Well, I guess that's as good of a description of it as any.
Junpei and the others were standing on scaffolding that crisscrossed the whole area. The proper term was catwalk, Junpei thought, although that didn't seem particularly important.
I see stairs, so we may as well head over to them.
Yeah, but this section's barely wide enough to fit 1 person.
You're right.
Nearby was a long iron staircase that made its way eventually to the floor beneath them.
Whoa, you can't even tell the shape when you're this close.
Let's check out the other side, too.
They moved around towards the opposite side of the massive building, following the catwalk. They hadn't said much as they entered, but as they approached the building, Ace suddenly spoke up.
This looks to be the steam engine room.
The steam engine room?
Yes, that thing that looks like a cross-section of a mushroom is the boiler. You see the 3 round doors near the bottom? Coal is put into those and burned, which heats the water, producing steam. The same thing that drives a steam engine. This one is simply somewhat larger.
I see.
It doesn't appear to be running right now.
The entire room was as silent as the grave.
Alright, let's split up.
Split up and look for clues.
Then all of a sudden, Junpei heard a noise behind him. He turned just in time to see June collapse to her knees.
Hey, what's wrong? Are you alright?
He dashed towards her and wrapped his arm around her shoulders to steady her.
Hey, June.
It was then that he noticed.
Jumpy.
You... Oh, you're really warm. Is your fever coming back?
Yes, it probably is, but I'm fine. Please, don't worry about me. I just need to rest, and I'll be fine.
Her voice was weak and forced, and it said a great deal more than her words did.
Okay, here, sit down. Careful.
Junpei carried her to the nearest wall and propped her up against it. He let her head fall back against the wall, as if she no longer had the strength to support it, and drew a ragged breath.
Thank you.
Her eyes were empty, as if she was having trouble focusing them, and even speaking seemed difficult for her. Junpei felt his hand ball into a fist and clenched tight, his knuckles whitening. He had to find a way out, and quickly. He turned and looked at Ace and Santa in turn.
Ace, Santa.
Yes.
Right.
They might not have shared the depth of his emotion, but they certainly shared his concern.
Right. Let's get started. Hang in there, June. I'm gonna get you out of here real soon.
Yeah.
She managed a small nod before leaning back to rest her head on the wall.
Woo! Big puzzle room. This is gonna take a bit, I feel.
Okay. A tunnel. It goes all the way across the ship. I'd say this is probably here to move coal from place to place. It probably comes from over there, and then the belt carries it down the tunnel and out there. So if the conveyor belt was moving, yes, the coal would almost certainly come out here. Let's see. Oh, okay, we have a place to put things. Look at that button. It's glowing orange, right? It's gotta mean something. I guess pressing it is the best way to find out if it does anything, Santa. Nothing. It's a square hole. Nothing in here. Oh, look at the back wall there. I can see 3 small slots. Terminal for some sort of connector, perhaps. You mean you think we're supposed to plug something in here? Perhaps. Just a very big, weird wall outlet. This pillar goes up towards the ceiling. Okay, what's over here? That is not the way I turned, I don't think. No, that is not. Man, this thing is huge. I guess a ship this big needs something like that to power it. True, but I doubt a single boiler of this size could actually move a ship like this at any reasonable speed. You'd need at least 4 of these. Well, I guess you know a lot about boats, huh? Well, not really. It's just common sense, you know? Everybody knows about boats. A huge bronze gear. This has to be important. Just put it in my pocket. This gear is rusty, but it looks like it's still pretty sturdy. Okay, so we'll figure that out later. There's a bunch of wooden boxes over here by the wall. I already looked through those. There's nothing there. Oh. There's a pair of wooden boxes here. There's nothing in them. Look, Ace. Some kind of snowman secret meeting. Those are just bags full of sand. You use them as a counterweight when you're lifting something with a pulley system. Man, you're too serious. Can I grab one? There are a number of cloth bags here. There's nothing but sand in them, but I want to put them in the boxes, man. Oh, there's another one. There's a silver gear. Do you think it's made of pure silver? No way. Silver is way too soft to use as a gear. It's gotta be a steel or iron gear that's been coated in silver. Shouldn't have called it a silver gear then. Shouldn't have got your hopes up. Were you thinking you'd haul this thing back? Nah, but I think 7 could probably carry it, don't you? Possibly. He's a big man's. What is this? Given its placement, this must unlock the door to the left. There's a weird indentation on the top of this thing. You think that means you have to insert something here? Yes, I would imagine so. Well, we don't have that something. Whoops. There's a number of wooden boxes piled at the bottom of the stairs. They're all empty. So go up these stairs, perhaps? Oh gosh. This slider is down. Well, let's see if I can get this thing to go anywhere. Man, no dice. This thing isn't going anywhere. So we'll move this one, I guess. 3 sliders on the left are down, but this one is up. There are a number of lines engraved in there. I suspect we are meant to do something rather specific with them. Junpei, why don't you move that slider down? Well, there's no harm in trying, I suppose. Nothing. Nothing happened. Maybe it needs to be prepared somehow. You're saying if we did something somewhere else, it'd respond somehow? Yes, I suppose that's one way of putting it. Okay. So going up here. One of the doors on the furnace. There's an A on it. There's a circular wheel in the center of the door. Alright, let's give this sucker a twist. Well, it's noisy, but it opens. And it's totally pitch black in there. We should, go in here. Alright, let's go. It looks just like the door we went into. Where are we? We must be on the other side, yes? Which would put us directly above the conveyor belt. At any rate, we should keep moving. There's a great deal yet to investigate. Oh, so, There's a whole bunch of boxes in my way. I can't get through. Huh. It looks like a hand-operated winch, but it doesn't look like there's any way to, operate it. That means the wheel isn't attached. So we need to take the wheel from something. Oh, one of the great metal ribs of the ship. I think June's resting right underneath it. Well, to be exact, she's really kind of to the left, not straight below it. I guess that's not really an important detail right now. Anyway, we should be directly above the corner of the conveyor belt here. The stand pile boxes is blocking my way. Okay, I guess nothing going with the C door. Well, anyway, it looks like it's a pipe. Looks like the bottom connects to the conveyor belt housing. Then coal must come out of this pipe onto the conveyor belt. In other words, there must be a great deal of coal in that pipe. There are a number of boxes on the catwalk. I don't think we can go over there. Oh, okay. Alright, let's give this wheel a spin. What? That's weird. I don't feel any resistance. Shit.
Oops, I broke it off.
Good job, genius, you broke it. I didn't break it, it broke up all by itself. I just applied force to it. It's its own fault for breaking. Was that through the sea? Yeah, it was. Hand-operated winch. There's no wheel to turn. Oh yeah, I've got the wheel I pulled out from the other winch, didn't I? Let's see if it fits. Sweet, it's a perfect fit. Like they were made for each other. Not shaky at all. Good, I should be able to turn this now. Good work, Junpei. Should be able to haul up the wooden box now. I apologize for yawning. I'm severely sorry. You see, the wooden box. It's under the catwalk. Can you see it? It's hanging from the rope on the winch, isn't it? It looks like there's some sort of device in the box. I'm not sure what it is. At any rate, you might as well turn that wheel now. I'm counting on you.
Okay, let me turn it.
Alright, I'll turn the wheel. What's this? What happened? This wheel only turns to the left. It only turns to the left? That means we can't reel up that rope. Yeah, we can only let the rope down. Interesting. I don't think that will be a problem. We will simply need to go downstairs after letting the wooden box down. I'll be counting on you, Junpei. Sure thing, no sweat.
I believe the box has reached the floor.
Yeah.
He stuck his head out over the side of the catwalk and looked down. The box that had only recently hung just below the catwalk now sat on the floor. It had come to rest near the end of the tunnel that covered the conveyor belt.
June's down over by there.
Junpei could see her, still leaning against the wall as if she had barely the strength to sit up. Even from so far away, it was not difficult to see that she had not improved. He also thought that he could see heat rising from her body.
She doesn't seem to be improving.
Ace's expression was inscrutable, but he had said what they had all been thinking.
Well, of course not. She's not gonna just get better right away, you know? It'll take time.
He tried desperately to convince himself what he'd said was true.
What could be causing this, I wonder? Illness, perhaps?
Ghost illness.
Nah, it's gotta be exhaustion.
From the ghost of her past. Santa's response was confident and
She
certain.
gets dropped into some weird-ass ship, forced to play some messed-up game. If you think about it, it's a lot weirder that we aren't freaking out just like her, you know?
So you're saying we're abnormal?
Yeah. We're just running around this room, solving all these puzzles like it's just business as usual. How the hell could you call that normal? We're just guinea pigs.
Santa snorted in disgust.
Guinea pig? You mean like a lab rat? You mean we're being used for some sort of experiment? Is that what you're saying?
Dunno. But it does seem like a possibility, you know?
They stood there for a few more minutes, no one speaking, until Santa turned and walked away from the winch. Junpei and Ace followed him. Okay, and so we go through A, so that way we can go downstairs. And then the box... Was this one? There's a pair of boxes here. Oh wait, no, it was by the conveyor belt, so... Control panel for something. Oh, okay. So now we put that in there. Maybe this hole is where the control panel goes? Well, there's only one way to find out. In you go. Dude, you did it. Everything looks alright. Okay, but what do we do now? Why don't you press the button next to it? The orange one? Yes. Alright, I'll do that. Pushing. Sweet, all sorts of lights are lighting up on this thing. And, oh, I think I just heard something turn on. Oh? What's that? What's happened? Junpei, look. The conveyor belt's moving. Conveyor belt? Well, I guess it's done moving now. There's still a bunch of coal on the belt, though. It looks like a bunch of it got dumped off on the end of the belt into the wooden box where we found the control panel. Coal. Coal, huh? Since the belt started moving, it's transported quite a bit of coal. It all drops off to the left end of the belt, which right into the wooden box. So now we have a box of coal. So now we go over here, perhaps? There's a pair of boxes here. Okay, we're not doing anything with the coal over there. A winch, rope, and hook. There's nothing hanging on it off of it anymore. What do we do with it now? You would think it'd be for these. There are a number of cloth bags over here. There's nothing but sand in them. I don't think we would put in there. It looks like this thing unlocks the door. There's a depression here that looks like it's the outline of 3 circles laid on top of each other in a triangle. Whoops. No, not the boxes. Go up there. Maybe I can flip this now? Nothing happened when I moved the slider down. The 2 columns are different from the others. The lights are red. The slider is down. I guess Ace feels like giving it a try. Nothing. It won't move at all. The slider is down. It looks like Santa wants to give this one a shot. Damn it. Nothing. This thing won't budge. There's a catwalk over there. Yeah, if by catwalk you mean narrow strip of metal. Junpei, are you brave enough to cross that? If you were to fall, you do realize that broken bones would be the least of your problems. One of the doors on the furnace, there's a C on it. Oh, right, because that's on the other side. So... I wonder if that one somnium was referencing like this one, with the doors leading to different areas. A hand-operated winch, there's no wheel on it anymore. Okay, that's the one that we took it from. This supports and braces the side of the ship. We might be right above where Rajoon's resting. I don't think I need to turn this wheel anymore. Okay. Let's examine the coal, I suppose. The wooden box full of coal. Guess there's really only one thing we can do with this stuff. But where? I don't know of a place to put coal. It's a wooden box full of coal. There's really only one thing to do with coal. I don't... Okay, maybe it was down here. It's a massive furnace for the spoiler. There's a door built into it near the bottom where you can put coal in. Okay. So can I put the coal in there? Maybe I have to... It looks like there's a door over there in this tunnel. The belt over there must deliver the coal, which is then picked up and thrown into this door. The door appears to be welded shut, however. Well, that's kind of inconvenient. There's a small door on the side of the tunnel. It's welded shut and won't open. The conveyor belt runs into this sort of arched tunnel. A golden gear. Doesn't look like it was always golden like this. Well then, I guess it was prepared especially for this game. So this is where you put coal into the furnace? That's right. I had to look at it earlier, but it's rusted shut, I'm afraid. Perhaps you should check on the other side? Okay, maybe these ones. There we go. There we go, okay. There's a hole that lets us put coal into the furnace. Maybe we can get some coal in there and set it on fire. Okay, let's do it. Alright, that's the last of it. No coal left in the wooden box. And nothing. Great. Well, I guess I should have expected that. Why would just throwing coal into a cold furnace do anything? Oh well, a man can dream. Junpei, explain it to me again. You're planning to stoke the furnace with coal, which will heat the water stored up in there and make steam, which will then drive something else. Am I correct? In other words, you want to generate enough pressure with the steam to power the turbine and drive the steam engine, right? Yeah, I guess that's the, gist of it. Well, in that case, this isn't enough coal. This furnace is enormous. So we're gonna need a whole hell of a lot more than coal than this. Very well then. If the three of us work together, then we should manage to fill it faster.
I want to help too.
Man, I totally didn't even see her walk up. Are you feeling up to that?
Yes.
Yeah, right. You look like you're one stiff breeze away from falling over, June. I think you'd better rest some more, alright? But no arguing. You need your rest. So you just stay there. We'll handle this.
Okay. I understand.
Alright, time for some manly work. Let's get this coal into those furnaces. Okay, we're filling it up. Man, this is a lot of work. Alright, I think this should be sufficient. Alright, now we just gotta light it. Junpei, hand me your matches. What makes you think I have matches? I see. Then how are we gonna light it? Perhaps there's a device nearby that will allow us to remotely ignite the coal. Let's take a look, shall we? Some sort of ignition device, huh? Maybe that thing that I've been messing with a whole bunch that hasn't been doing anything because it's not, like, activated. Whoops. Stop looking at the boxes. Go up the stairs. Nope, that's the wrong way. I went up the wrong set of stairs.
No, stop it with the boxes.
Okay. Fwoomp. Is this? I think it might be. It probably is. I think this is how we might ignite the furnace. That means if we move that thing down. Alright, let's do it. Here we go. Hey, Junpei, Ace, look at this! There's big gears turning under the boiler here. The gears. They're spinning. What the hell are you guys waiting for? Let's start looking. Okay, so we got some gold discs from each of them. Or I guess discs in general. Got gold, bronze, and silver. Oops. Gear is rusty, but it looks to be pretty sturdy.
I can tell. It's doing a good job. Unlike me.
Okay, and so now we can go over here and put them in here. Looks like this thing unlocks the door. There's a depression here that looks like the outline of 3 circles laying on together. Maybe we put those 3 discs we found into this thing. Well, there's only one way to find out. Let's stick them in. Huh? That's odd. Nothing's happening because you put them in the wrong spaces, Junpei. Maybe you're, I don't know, putting them in the wrong places? Perhaps you have them facing the wrong directions. Perhaps you should rotate the discs to make some of the lines connect to one another. Well, no harm in trying. Instructions for operation. When the disc is clicked, it will rotate a certain amount. When the white arrow is clicked, the discs are switched. Please note that the discs are switched. The angle for the discs are reset. Okay, because yeah, we gotta put the silver in there, and then those ones there. And then we gotta have them like this. There we go.
See, Junpei, it was easy.
The red lines on these discs. I think maybe I can make a star polygon with these.
Yahaha! We found it!
Yes! The door's open!
Given the circumstances, Junpei's happiness was certainly understandable. Ace seemed to share his excitement.
All right, Junpei. Why don't you go get June now? Santa and I will keep an eye on the store.
Santa snorted.
Why do we need to do that? Even if it shuts, we know how to solve the puzzle now. We could just open it again.
Well, I suppose that's true. Shall all 3 of us go and collect June then?
Nah, I'm cool. I'll let Junpei handle it.
He still seemed irritated by something, however, and sat down on the stairs petulantly?
So are you only interested in being contrary?
Ace sighed, with the air of a long-suffering parent.
All right, I'll go get June. I'll be right back.
He gave a quick nod to Ace and Santa and dashed off down the stairs. Before long, he was back on the first floor, next to the conveyor belt and June.
Oh, Jumpy!
As he drew closer, she stood up, slowly.
Are you okay?
He did his best to sound calm and nonchalant, but there was no hiding the genuine concern in his voice.
Yes, I'm fine now. I'm sorry I made you worry.
June blushed. He wasn't sure if she was embarrassed or still feverish.
Let me check.
Just to make sure, he reached out and put his hand against her forehead.
Good. You're feeling a lot better.
She was feeling far less warm than she had earlier, but still wasn't down to what seemed normal to him.
Are you sure you're all right?
He had to be sure. June gave him a look.
Oh, you're such a warrior, Jumpy. Oops, I mean, warrior.
June giggled. He wasn't sure if she'd just made a joke or not, but seeing her smile again made Junpei feel at ease. If she was well enough to smile and laugh, then she really was feeling much better. He gave her a friendly poke on the forehead.
All right, let's go.
Go where?
Oh, right. I didn't tell you. We got the exit open, so...
Yee!
Great! Let's go!
June clasped her hands together and nodded urgently. They headed back to the exit, but on their way they found...
Oh, it's...
Santa?
Santa was sitting on the stairs. He was, however, holding something in his right hand and staring at it with a strange expression. Junpei and June slowed down and finally stopped in front of him.
What are you looking at?
Santa answered without looking up, his voice quiet.
It's a photo. It's my sister.
Sister? Santa, you've got a sister?
Santa simply nodded.
Yeah. Kid was cute as a button.
June cocked her head, confused.
She was only about an inch tall then?
Santa glared at her.
Oh, sorry. I guess an inch is a little large for a button. Probably more like a half inch.
Santa didn't smile or laugh.
Sorry.
Why are you looking at it?
He simply turned back to his picture and
I
spoke.
was her Santa Claus.
Wait, what?
This sudden revelation took Junpei by surprise. He had no idea what Santa meant. He glanced at June, who shook her head. She didn't know either.
Have you ever heard the story of the 2 Santa Clauses? It goes that a long time ago, there were 2 Santas. One of them wore white, and the other one wore black. The white Santa gave presents to good kids, and the black Santa played tricks on bad kids. They went on like that for a while, but eventually the black Santa's tricks started to get worse and worse.
That one was... That's Krampus, right? Or Krampus?
Pretty soon, the white Santa couldn't stand it anymore, and he stabbed the black Santa to death. When he stabbed the other Santa, the white Santa got blood all over his clothes. And that's why, these days, his clothes are red. You could say that red is all that's left of the black Santa.
Junpei was silent. He could think of nothing to say. June was staring at Santa, sadness plain on her face. He continued.
I wonder which Santa I am. The white Santa or the black Santa?
Huh.
Oh.
All right, let's go.
Santa stood up suddenly, his downcast demeanor gone. He shoved the picture back in his pocket and headed back down the stairs, taking them two at a time.
Huh?
Junpei and June looked at one another. There was nothing they could think of to say.
Hey, what are you two doing? Let's get moving, come on!
Santa's voice echoed across the room from above them.
Let's go.
Yeah.
They nodded and followed him quickly up the stairs. Ace was waiting for them at the top. He was leaning against the handrail. He looked very tired.
Oh, you're finally back.
The door had shut, and it wasn't cause for concern.
Sorry we took so long.
The door had shut, but it wasn't cause for concern. Junpei quickly solved the disc puzzle a second time, and then the door opened once again.
Let's go.
In single file, they walked through. After walking for nearly 15 feet, they found themselves in front of a metal door. It opened easily enough, and they passed through it as well. A new room stretched out before them.
Huh. Is this a warehouse?
No, I believe this is the cargo room. This must be where they store all of this vessel's freight.
There are wooden crates everywhere. I wonder how old they are.
Junpei, Ace, and June had stopped unconsciously, pausing to take in their new surroundings. Santa's voice broke through their momentary trance.
Probably ought to start with finding the exit, right? Let's get going.
Sorry, I'm hearing noises in the background, and it's just like, should I be concerned? But I think it should be fine for now. Aw man, I can't click the rope. There are a bunch of bags here. I wonder what's in them. Oh hey, it's the man who's never named. What's that? It's a card. It has a headshot in it. A headshot. Yeah, I'm not really sure what purpose this could possibly serve. These crates are a little smaller than the others. They look like they're the children of the other crates. Junpei, that sounds like some sort of fairy tale. Really? I don't know, man. You ever think about how crates would reproduce? Doesn't sound like a fairy tale to me. My goodness, Junpei. Then we have one with Santa on it. A box. There's nothing inside. These crates are quite large. They seem to be tied to one another with sturdy straps. And then we got one of Clover. And then we got one of Snake. I don't know what's in these barrels. Judging by their weight, perhaps a liquid of some sort. These stairs, they go up 3 stories. What are you waiting for, Junpei? Whatever, I'm going. Let's see, I want to keep going up here. The monitor's off. I've got a green switch here and a red one and some kind of lever. None of them seem to do anything, though. Maybe the power's off? Yeah, maybe. There's a single green light on the bottom, though. That means... This looks like it's covering something. It looks like some sort of little shutter. Maybe it'll open if we do something. What's gonna come out if it does open? Yeah, like I'd know that. Well, there's 6 holes here. They look like jacks for a headphone cable. jacks, huh? Then maybe if we put something in them, yeah, something might happen. Okay. This is the only door here, except for the one we just came through. And this is the exit. No shit, Sherlock. Of course it's locked. Is it an electric lock? No, just a keyhole right under the doorknob. So to open this door, we've got to find the key that fits in the keyhole. Yeah. Santa's just like, that's what a keyhole is for, Junpei. We've searched all the boxes. There's nothing in them. Okay, we've got a bunch of cases. No, I want to click the bag. And then, yeah. So, it's locked. We need the key. All the boxes have numbers on them. Do they... Oh. Ace bent down and picked up something that had been sitting next to the box. Junpei, take a look at this. Cards. Another card. There are some numbered boxes, cards with pictures of all of us. Does that mean we need to collect the cards we don't have? Probably. I mean, we could probably start opening them, but you know, the game won't let us do that. There's some sort of liquid in these barrels. I'm not sure what it is, however. It could be filled with anything, like Mountain Dew. Baja Blast. There are 3 crates here stacked up like stairs. If we climb here, I think we can get over the fence. Junpei, think you could go take a look at that? Sorry, but no thanks. Why? I've, got a bad feeling about it. Rude. Okay, fine, I'll go. Please be careful, Santa. Yeah, but just in case. Wait, what's he going to do with that screw? I don't see what throwing a screw at a fence is. Holy heck. This... Oh man. There's electricity running through that fence. Looks like it. Then we can't go to the other side. Well, we could jump off those crates, but we wouldn't be able to get back. I see. So where haven't we looked? A box. There's nothing inside. There's nothing in the bag anymore. Case triplets. No. Let's see. Some kind of control panel. Looks like it's not powered right now. There's a green light on the bottom though. There are several lights here with numbers 1 through 9. Only the light of 9 is on it is lit. Let's see. So we only have 9, 8, 7, 2, 3, 4. So we need to find 3 more, I think? I think. There's a metal panel over on the outside of the window. Oh, we didn't look here yet. Okay, there's Ace. There's no card in this box. Here's June, and then, whoops, here's me. There's nothing in here. Okay, so...
Now we finally have all 9 picture cards. We just need to insert these cards into the slots at the front of each box.
Junpei stared at the cards in his hands. Ace peered over his shoulder at them.
You know which card goes in which box, yes?
Junpei gave him a look.
Yeah, of course I do. It's really obvious. You just match our numbers to the numbers, then you pop the corresponding card in the right box.
Yeah.
So for instance, the card with the picture of Ace on it goes into box 1. The card with the picture of Snake on it goes into box 2, and so on.
Neat.
Oh, I see.
Ace, did you not figure that out?
What is it?
Junpei thought he might have imagined it, but he could have sworn Ace stiffened.
I'll leave the rest to you.
Hey, wait!
He quickly turned and walked away.
What's wrong with him?
He was embarrassed.
Well, whatever.
Just like I never thought of that. I've been shown up by this person who's half my age probably. Doing his best to clear his mind for the task at hand, he turned back towards the boxes.
Time to solve the 9 boxes puzzle.
9 cards with pictures and 9 boxes. Junpei stared at them for a moment and then began.
Ace's card is in box 1, Snake's is in number 2. I just need to do the same for the rest.
Neat.
And finally, the 9th man's card into box 9.
Ba-dum, ba-dum. All 9 box lids popped open at once.
Oh, they opened.
He peered inside.
What the?
Each box was a single pin.
9 pins?
That was a lot of work for little pins. They looked a little like sewing pins, but much thicker.
I guess I'll take them with me.
Junpei collected all of them quickly and shoved them into his pocket. Look at that chunk of pins. There are 6 holes here, and it looks like the pins I just found would be a perfect fit for them. The ones you found in the 9 boxes, right? Well, why don't you try it? Alright, let's see what happens. I think 2, 4, and 6 should go here on the top part, and 3, 5, and 7 on the bottom part. Well, some of them lit up. Yeah, 3 and 6. Wonder if there's some kind of rule that determines which lights go on. Well, I put 2, 4, and 6 in the pins on the top part, and 3, 5, and 7 pins on the bottom. You think maybe it's a digital root? The digital root? 2 plus 4 plus 6 equals 12. The digital root of 12 is 3. Therefore, light 3 turns on. 3, 5, and 7 equals 15. The digital root of 15 is 6. Therefore, light 6 turns on. Makes sense, right? I see. The lights that match the digital root of the pins inserted on the top and lower parts will light up. So that's how it works. Well, there's one other thing I'd like to check. Well, if he wants to try, he's certainly welcome to. So, he'd put the 1, 2, and 3 pins on the top and the 6, 7, 8 pins on the bottom. Oh, they turned off. 6, 7, and 8 equals 21. The digital root of 21 is 3. Therefore, light 3 turns off. 1, 2, and 3 equals 6. The digital root of 6 is 6. Therefore, light 6 turns off. Oh, I get it now. If the digital root for the pins you insert is the same as the number of the lights that are lit, those lights turn off. Yeah, looks like that's the trick. Alright, now we know how it works. You want to give it a try? Wait, you mean you know what we're supposed to do with these lights? Well, no, but I figure we could try and see if we could turn them all on, you know? I figure something's gonna happen if we can manage that. Turn on the lights, huh? Okay, Junpei, let's make sure we know how this works, alright? Pick one of the 6 holes. Then pick one of the pins in your hand and insert them into the hole. Keep it up until all 6 of the holes are filled. Once all the holes are filled, the lights with the numbers that are corresponded to the digital roots of the pins and the upper and lower parts will turn on. However, if a digital root corresponds to a light that is already on, the light will be turned off. The goal is to turn on all the lights. Alright, let's do it. This'll take me a bit, I think. So... Let's just do this. Turn on 2 lights at the beginning here. Are those the same digital roots? They might have been. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9. Could that also do the same thing? 1, 3, 5, 2, 4, 6. That turned off 9. Okay, we have to do this in a more logical sense. So if we want to turn on 9, let's turn on 8. 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's turn on 2. This is really gonna take me a while. Oh no. So 3, 4, 5, 6. This would turn on 6, I think. In theory. 4, 5, and 6, so 11, 15, that would also be 6. Okay. So 9, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, that'd be 9. 9. So let's do 4, 5, and 7 perhaps? Okay. Okay. I have to really sit down and think. Okay. So let's turn on 2, I think. Yeah. And then 8, 9, 10, 11. Can I take them out after I put them in there? Okay, I can. 9, 10, 11. 15, so that'd be 6, so we don't want that. So if we put 6, 17, so 8. Oops. Okay. How do we want to get 4 and 5? Let's just do this way. 9. Yeah, so that'd be 14, so that'd be 5. And so if we want to get, we need to get 1, 2, or 4. So 3, 4, 5. Okay. So 2, 3, 5, and then 5, that would give us 1. Okay, so now we just need 2 and 4. So 9, wait, no, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so 7, 3, and 1. That'd make 2. And so to make 4, make 6. Oh, 9. 8, 9, 10, no. Mm. 17. 18, 19, 20. No, we don't have 3. 15. 9, 6, and 5, I think. 11. Yeah. No. How? I thought I had it. Rude. At least it didn't take away any numbers, but... Oh, because I was doing 2 for the first one. Heck.
Nobody said anything. Okay, that's okay.
10. Gosh, I don't remember what I had. 9, 10, 11. Okay, so we can put 8, 1, and 2. So that makes 2. We need to make 4.
You need to make 4, my little brain.
Okay. So 9, 10, 11, 12, 9, 16, 7, 8, So 8, or 7, 8, 9, 10. No. So 6, 7, 8, 9. 9, and then 5. I'm getting close. I'm getting close. I'm getting close. 9, not 10, and then like 3. So you can make 4. And so 5 would need 6, 7, 8. Okay, let's put 6 and 2 there. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. We don't have, oh, we're already using 6, so we can't have that. 7, let's have the 2 in there. 7, 8, 9. So to make 14, we would need the 5.
Whoa!
All the lights are on and the shutters opened up. Wait, does that mean... Yeah, we gotta do it again. Man, I thought I was doing so well. No! Okay. Okay, so we got 9 holes, and there's an F above them. I don't know what the F means, but I do know one thing. What's that? This time there's 9 holes, so we need to insert 9 pins. Man, that's boring. Well, why don't you just try it, alright? So F? So we need to... That'd be 14? Do we need to have it or add up to 14? Is that what we need? Do we need to have it up to 14 or do we have to Sudoku it? My brain. I'm just gonna put random numbers. Okay, so F, because it either could be 14, then we would somehow have to have like a bingo essentially. 14. Okay. Should probably have the 9 there. 14 this. Would it be counting this? What? No. No, it wouldn't. Okay. So 14 or maybe could have been 3 and a 2. Right? Yeah. Yeah, that would be a 14. And then that one and 4, and then we probably need to have the 4 in this other spot. Okay, so 4, so... Or maybe no. I'm gonna move the 4 and 1 up here. And then the 3 and 2, and then so... Three, 14, 11. Yeah, so 6 and 5? No. 16. Because... Okay. So it probably does want us to add it, or have it be 14, I think. But, like, there's a spot that we messed up, so we have to move something. Because... maybe just move these two? No. Okay, it's not gonna be that simple. Because the middle row horizontally equals 14. And then... like a basic... no. Yes? Yeah. Because anything that's in the F formation adds up to 14. It's just, like... the other angles do not. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So maybe if I move the 2 and 3 and the 4 and 1. I'm just gonna move them in a weird way. Cause 8 is... no, that already is 14. So how am I gonna do that? Five, 6, 7, 8. 8 plus... no. That... 8. You think maybe this F means 15? I thought I meant 14! These hex numbers. Okay, so it's 15 that we're supposed to be adding, so we add it completely wrong. Okay, so I think 9 should still be in the corner. Maybe we'll put like 4 and 1? No, we need to put 5 and 1. Yeah, so because that equals 15. 9, so we could put 4 and 2. Yeah. And then after that, we can put... Welcome to Small Dragon Does Math. 8, 9, 10, 7, 8, 9. So we can put the 7 and the 6 in this row. Okay. So now we just need to move them a little bit more, because we have the downward row, we have the top row, and then the vertical row is all correct. So we need to move around some of these in general. So 5, let's put like 7 and 5 right now. So 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So maybe just move the 8 and the 3. 6, 8. Okay, maybe the 6 and the 7 we're supposed to move. The 8 and the 3 can stay. Come on. Okay, maybe the 1 and the 5. And then maybe the 8 and the 3. Oh, right, because the diagonals. Ah, okay. Okay. So, okay, so each of the vertical rolls equal 15 right now, right? 6, 7, 14, 15, yeah, okay. And then 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, so all the vertical rolls are correct. The top row, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, cool. 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, the middle row is equaling 10 right now, so that needs to move. 8 and 3, maybe. 8, 9. Okay, so that equals 15. 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so that would equal 15, so... okay. So now we... now we just have to move everything around like this, maybe? No, wait. Okay, so if we were to move 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, no. Like I want to try to figure this out without looking it up, but my brain is having a struggle. 8, 9, 10. Okay, so the 5, 2, 8 one is correct. So it's just the 9, 8, 7. I wonder if it doesn't want us to have the 9 in the other corner there. But then I would have to move, like, a lot. Because maybe if we flipped it... Because it's literally just the 287 or the 987 that I'm having wrong. Hello, Bailey. I'm having trouble with math. I am struggling. But how are you doing today? I overslept because I set my alarm for AM instead of PM. Oh no! I think I've done that before too, and it's just like, oh no. Gosh, maybe I should just look up the answer to this puzzle because I've been on it for like 10 minutes, I think. Probably not 10 minutes, but zero escape F puzzle. Because I've just been staring at this, and I know if it's like the slidey puzzle. Almost. Oh gosh, yeah. Okay, so I just need to move. I have to move a lot. Okay. It's like I almost had it right. But I just really wanted that 9 to be in that upper corner. and so it stumped me. 8, 1, 6. There we go, we did it! There we go, all pins inserted, all lights lit. We did it! The power's on now. It looks like there's electricity going through the monitor on top now. Alright, let's see if we can activate the device on the top. A green button, a red button, and a lever. I wonder what these do. I think this might help. What the hell is this? Where did you find this? What is that? Where did you find it? Pardon me. I found it when you were messing around with the pinholes. It looks like instructions for this thing. According to what it says here, this thing's a remote control for that. That? Yeah, that. What's he pointing? Oh, that machine over there. Apparently it's called the Pushmaster 5000. Are you serious? Whatever. So what are we supposed to do with the Pushmaster 5000? Whew. Well, me at the... Well, me on that puzzle, yeah. Thank you, Bailey. You saw the puzzle over on the crates? Yeah? Don't you want to know what the deal is with that? Or the coffin, not the puzzle. I do. You want to check it out? Yeah. Alright, how do you think we're gonna get there? Well, there are some crates on the right side of the fence that someone piled up like stairs. Maybe if we make a path to the coffin from there? How would we do that? Line up the crates, I guess? Yeah, that sounds about right. I guess this is just another of Zero's puzzles. Yeah. Anyway, let's give it a shot. Oh, looks like the Pushmaster 5000 runs off a battery. So to keep it from using its energy too fast, it's been programmed so that it'll only start moving once its path has been completely programmed in. Alright, I'll keep that in mind. New material has been added to the file screen. Oh no. The monitor shows a top view area of the area where you can move the machine. Once I want to send my orders to the Pushmaster 5000, I just pull the lever. Okay. Can I... This is the reset button. It allows me to start over again. Once I want to activate the program, I just pull the lever. Oh, once I want to activate the program, I just pull the lever. Alright, let's give this a try. Sure thing. Just keeping in mind that there is a limit on the battery, alright? The battery dies after 50 moves. At least that's what it says on the manual. 50 moves, huh? Also keep in mind that the Pushmaster 5000 can't move the heavy metal crates, okay? Got it. Instructions for operation. When a square adjacent to the Pushmaster 5000 is clicked, the Pushmaster 5000 will move to that square. If there is a crate in the way, the Pushmaster 5000 will push up to a single crate. Move the crates appropriately and efficiently and fill the yellow areas. Okay. So... we want to fill up the yellow squares. So what we want to do... Huh. Because we can't pull it. Okay. And so from here... Yeah. No. No, I didn't want to restart the whole thing. I thought it would just give me back for a little bit. Okay. Okay. And then move there. Because we've already used like half our moves almost. So we have to be careful. Because we move it up. Okay, that just tells us things. Okay, messed up. But I think I'm on the right path of, like, doing this first. It's just a matter of what to do after it's there. Can't wait to oversleep my debut as well. Oh no!
Speaking of, that might be ready later today. I think after stream, I'm gonna take a few more peeks at it to like make sure, but I think it's done. Because we can move that there, but yeah, it is good news.
I figured it was a typo, don't worry. Because if we... Because we can do something like that. Oh, no, man! I wish I could go just back like one. Instead of having to do the whole thing over, because it just clicked with me after I did that. Because we go over here, and then... I think I'm using up too many moves. Maybe not? Oh, I am. Heck, okay. Okay. But we're almost there. As I moved the very first box incorrectly. Jump, jump. Jump, jump, jump. Jump. Then go back over here. Trying to type messages. And then I hit the bits icon, which brings me to the bits page. And to exit is a pain when I accidentally end up in a whole different stream. Heck, I messed it up again. I'll eventually get it. But yeah, the app seems so ornery. Okay, do this. Dump, 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 dump. And then... Oh, I moved too much. I moved too much. No! No! Okay. This one will be it. Okay. Okay. I have to really think. I'm trying to see which is the most effective way, and I think I got it. I had it, maybe. Okay. I swear I can do this. Okay. Okay. So top half can move, but if I you were close, but you had to push one in the end zone to that spot, yeah. So I could probably get this one moved. And then that might not be the right idea. No! Heck. I clicked the wrong way. That will cost me, I think. No. Also couldn't be me on mobile trying to help 3 minutes later because the delay is wild, right? Because it seems like this part's right. When we need to move the bottom box before the left box. And the right box needs to get moved. Like this. But, no, that doesn't work either. Like, this is the main thing for that. That's not where I wanted to go. That's not where I wanted to be. Couldn't be me, looking up this puzzle. Could never be me. Never be me looking up, crate, or the Pushmaster 5000 answer. No, couldn't be me. Could never be me. Why is it in that formation? So, you were so close and that happened. It was very tragic, yeah. Okay, so I'm seeing a picture that's like this. I don't know if that's efficient or not. Because Google's showing me this as an image. So woo! I only half cheated. Okay, I'm done putting in the program. What do I do next? Just be quiet and watch. See, it's moving already. Pain pickle. Awesome, the Pushmaster 5000 did just what I told it to, and lined up all the crates. Great, now we can reach the coffin. Just Junpei's just sprawled over the control panel. It's just like, I've been at that for so long. Ah. We just need to climb these crates over by the fence. Okay. Go into the electric fence.
Mummy!
Oh.
Oh, I forgot Ace was here. Just kidding.
Really?
Oh wait, why are we not in the light novel screen? He smirked heartily at his own joke. Junpei grumbled and shook his head.
Whatever. Just open it.
Okay.
Junpei resisted the urge to remind Santa that he would have had to open a long time ago if Santa hadn't interrupted, and quickly threw the lid off the coffin. They peered inside. Contrary to what they'd expected, the inside of the coffin was quite large. It was mostly empty, but not completely so. Laying on the bottom was a rusty
Small
key.
key and
Next to the key,
a gun?
Yeah, a revolver.
It looks pretty old.
I wonder if this is a replica.
Junpei reached down slowly and cautiously picked up the revolver. In his hand, it felt heavy.
This thing is...
He checked the cylinder. There were 6 bullets.
Are these real bullets?
The barrel was rifled, and nothing seemed to be blocking it. As Ace had said, the gun was a very old one. However, it appeared to have been well maintained. If it was a real gun, Junpei thought it would most likely function perfectly. If it was real.
If this is real? Oh.
Holding the gun made Junpei feel unpleasant. Carefully, he placed it back in the coffin.
You're not gonna take it?
Of course not. All something like this is gonna do is cause more trouble. It's a powerful weapon that gives one person a huge advantage. Something like that would be way too dangerous to have around. We're in enough danger already.
Yeah, I suppose you're right.
Maybe Zero put this gun here, hoping that something like that might happen. In other words, maybe he put it here to make us fight each other.
In that case, we should most certainly leave it here. I, for one, have no desire to let Zero control me.
Me neither.
The others nodded. They had no desire to be put under Zero's control either.
Okay, we've got that figured out. But you aren't gonna leave that key in there, are you?
Of course not. We'll take that with us.
Yeah, we'll take the key. We'll leave the gun, though. Junpei picked up the rusty key and slid the top of the coffin back into place. The gun back where they found it. Whoa, now we can leave. There's a crate under the coffin. Oh, I know, I'm trying to click the arrow. Please, let me out of here. Let me out. The door leads to the steam engine room. Whoops, this way. Let's just put this key in here, and yes, it sounds like it did it. Yay! Looks like it's open, Jumpy. I see. This key should open the door. Hey, what are you waiting for? Let's go. Yeah, let's go. Yes, it's opening. We're finally free. We're finally free from that room. The hallway that left the cargo room headed straight towards the stern.
A long hallway, huh?
Let's check it out.
Junpei and the 3 others proceeded down it silently. Some distance along, a large room opened up on the left-hand side. It looked familiar. An iron grate covered each of the elevators. Junpei and his companions drew to a stop and began to discuss what their next move should be.
We've seen this elevator before.
We got off the one on the left just a little while ago.
Then we went through the number 6 door, and that took us to the engine room.
Yes, and after that we passed through the cargo room.
And now we're back here.
In other words, we made a loop. We're back where we started.
Yep. Junpei approached the elevator.
We needed a card to get to this point.
I don't see a card reader here.
Perhaps we aren't able to activate it from this location.
Why don't you just try pushing the button?
Yeah.
Gently, he pushed the triangular button on the wall. A moment passed.
It works.
The elevator door opened and then eventually shut again.
I think so.
Pushing the button had apparently restored power to the elevator.
Good. Now we can go back if we need to.
What do we do? Should we return to C deck?
No, this hallway keeps going. Even if we do end up going back, I think we should see what's down there first.
I agree. Let's go.
Their decision made, Junpei and his companions left the elevator behind and continued down the hallway. Sometime later,
Looks like it ends here.
Santa, who had been walking several places in front of the rest, suddenly stopped.
Only one door.
They searched around just in case.
There isn't anything else. It's the only way to go.
It was the door, or nothing.
All right, let's open it.
Junpei took a deep breath, readied himself, and then grabbed the doorknob and pulled the door again. He paused for a moment, then stepped through, into the room. And there he saw a number that had hung over their heads since they'd woken up. 9.
The 9 door.
Like the numbers on every other door, this one, too, was a rough shape, made of red paint. Its door was set into the back wall of the room. Junpei leapt towards in a sudden burst of hopeful energy. It was a large double door, heavy and full of solemn importance. He grabbed the door handle and shook.
Of course it wouldn't be that easy.
The red sat at the wall, next to the door. Displayed on it,
Vacant. Huh. We finally found it.
Junpei felt himself overwhelmed by a torrent of emotion. At last, they found the exit, but cold gripped his heart, and he knew all too well why. As he stood, frozen, unaware of what to think or feel,
Jumpy!
Huh?
Look! Behind you!
he spun around and couldn't believe what he saw.
What? A 9 door. There's another one. Why?
Junpei's voice was barely audible, even to himself. He stumbled towards the second door, as if somehow compelled. It was a small single door. I sat in the starboard corner of the room, but on the opposite wall as the door we entered from, but in the opposite corner.
It's 9, no matter how you look at it. The red is there too. So this is a real one?
I'm back and covered in dust. Oh my gosh! Rocket, what were you doing? Junpei shook the door handle pointlessly and muttered to himself.
Why the hell are there 2 doors?
How's the Alice doing? Still frozen, I think. It was Santa who answered.
There were always 2 doors. I mean, if you think about it, Zero never actually said there was only one door with a 9 on it.
It is hidden, but an exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that carries a 9.
Of course, we just assumed that there was only one. After all, why would there be more than one?
Oh, man. We fell for it. There are 2 doors. That means that all 9 people who had met at the central staircase could escape. No one would be left behind. Now it makes sense why the bracelets are numbers. 1 through 9. Divided into teams of 4 and 5 people. The digital root of both teams ends up being 9. Take 1278 and 34569 for example. The digital root for both teams would be 9. Or 2349 and 15678. The digital root is still 9. There are a bunch of combinations that work and they all end up the same way. If one team has the digital root of 9, so would the other one. What does that mean? The answer's simple. From the very beginning, the Nonary game was designed to save all 9 people. That's how it was meant to be.
When we were cleaning out work. Oh, I see. Santa has white hair but looks younger. I'm still calling him old.
Zero didn't lie.
He's probably in his early 20s or something.
He never said there'd be only one 9 door. But anyone who'd found themselves in the game would have assumed that was the case. Fights would have broken out. One team would likely betray or deceive the other. Someone might be hurt. Someone might get killed. But eventually, they'd reach this very same room and realize how pointless all their infighting was. There were 2 doors. There was no need to kill each other.
They'd understand and be appalled, overwhelmed with guilt as what they had done.
This game was designed for that purpose.
Metal just jumped back when you sneezed. It did.
Nonary game. We were all arguing and fighting over doors at the beginning. But if there had been one slip-up, one tiny mistake that led to more, everything could have been so much worse now.
The thought of it sent a chill down his spine.
So, what are we going to do, Junpei?
A voice broke through Junpei's frantic thoughts. Santa's voice.
Oh, right.
Hey, keep it together, man.
Sorry.
Jeez. So what do we do?
What do you...
We need to think about our next step.
Our numbers are 1, 3, 5, and 6. That's a digital root of 6.
The 4 of us can't open the number 9 door.
The 4? Wait, don't tell me.
Yep. There's one combination that'll let 3 of us open the 9 door. That's why I'm asking, what now?
What now?
It took him no time at all to determine the answer. There was only one combination of 3 people that would give a digital root of 3. 1 plus 3 plus 5 equals 9. That would mean...
No, we gotta go back.
That wasn't a possibility he was willing to consider. Santa and Ace agreed.
Yep.
I agree. We cannot leave June behind.
Junpei let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding.
Are you sure? I don't mind staying.
June's body betrayed her true feelings. Her eyes were were wet with the beginning of tears, and her legs shook.
It's okay. There's no way we'd leave you behind.
Santa had said what Junpei had known the moment he realized which 3 people could go through the door.
Besides, I'd rather drown at the bottom of the ocean than escape with this sausage fest.
Oh my gosh, Junpei.
Maybe I'll get to go to Atlanta.
Are you sure you don't mean Atlantis?
Huh? Oh, right.
Yeah, June is pretty cute. I like her outfit. Perhaps it was the sudden reassurance that no one wanted to leave June behind, but Junpei laughed harder than he had in some time. Santa and Ace smiled.
You guys.
June blinked, tears from her eyes, and bit her lip. She didn't seem to know what else to say.
Very well. Best we head back to C-Deck then. We should be able to take the elevator we passed earlier. Perhaps Clover, 7, and Lotus will have returned from door 1.
Even as Ace spoke, they knew finding the others wouldn't improve the situation.
But even with all 7 of us...
Junpei's voice actor sounded like he broke character. Sometimes that happens. Ace knew it. They all knew it. Because, like, to be fair, his voice actor is really good. He does a really good job, but there's, like, some parts where it's, like, you can tell that they recorded in, like, a different day or, like, in a different mode or something. It's very interesting.
Standing around here isn't going to accomplish anything, don't you agree? Let's find the other 3 first, and then search for another solution.
I guess you're right.
All right, let's go.
Ace looked at all 3 of them and then turned and headed through the door.
Yeah.
Okay.
Santa and June followed. Junpei started towards the door, then stopped.
Come to think of it, what is this room?
It didn't seem terribly important now, but what exactly was it?
We were so focused on the doors, we didn't even look around.
A red carpet ran between 2 columns of wooden benches that ran through the length of the room.
It looks like it's set up for some kind of ceremony, but what kind?
Facing the 9 door was the carpet leading to the bow of the ship. At the end... Was it an altar, perhaps? There was a small rectangular alcove at the end of the carpet. Inside the alcove was a raised platform. Resting on the top of the platform was a coffin.
A coffin? What on earth is a coffin doing in a place like this?
But before Junpei had time to answer that question...
Hey, Junpei! The hell are you doing? Let's move!
Santa's voice echoed in from the hall outside.
Right, okay. I'll be right there.
Junpei turned on his heel and left the quiet, somber room. No, it just sounded like a pre-reading where you're kind of just doing the voice just to see what they would sound like, but you're not really committed to the voice. Yeah! So that's probably the case. It was like a pre-reading recording, and they're just like, let's just keep it. Let's just keep this one. We don't need to re-record. It's fine. Nobody would notice. But yeah, there have been a few times. Like, there's some where he's like really into it and is like really selling it, and then there's other points where it's just like, I am reading a script. But it's very few and far between for the latter version. They took the elevator up to C-Deck. Once there, they headed back towards the main hall and the central staircase. It didn't take them long.
It's
7 and Lotus.
They didn't look happy.
We've got a problem.
Clover is gone.
Oh no!
What?
Junpei and his 3 companions looked at one another. He turned back to Seven and Lotus.
What do you mean, gone?
In that case, the pre-reading recording would be an outtake. Yeah. I wonder if it's a case of like they didn't have a good chance to like record all of the lines, or maybe they forgot some lines and they were like, this is fine. Santa, Ace, and June had their own questions to ask.
Why?
You two went into door 1 with Clover, didn't you?
Seven and Lotus responded as best they could.
Yeah, we went through the door together.
But Clover barely spoke to us.
She just did her own thing the whole time.
There were 4 rooms on the other side of door 1.
She wouldn't let us into the 4th room.
She just said, I'll take care of this one.
And shut the door.
She must have blocked it with something on the other side.
We waited for a while, but Clover didn't come out.
We called for her, but she didn't answer.
So I kicked down the door and we went into the room.
Was door 1 the one that we did earlier today?
But
It was empty.
Clover wasn't there.
There was a door on the other wall.
And it was open.
We figure she opened the door and left by herself.
We ran after her, of course, but
Well, obviously we didn't find her. Figure that much out.
Clover's gone.
Junpei thought for a
When did
moment.
this happen?
We got here just before you.
You certainly have excellent timing.
So you haven't searched anywhere other than near the staircase?
No, we have.
Whoops. Finally, Ace spoke. His voice had an edge of resolve and concern.
Very well then. We'd best separate and look for Clover. We haven't much time left. Let's begin.
Yeah.
There were quick nods all around, and the 6 remaining players spread out. Junpei and June ran into the central hospital room and looked around.
She's not here.
No, she isn't.
They searched a little longer, but with no luck. They couldn't find Clover.
There's no sign of her.
Let's go. I keep accidentally skipping dialogue. It's okay. Finally, they gave up and left the central hospital room. Slowly, they made their way back to the hallway. At first, they reached the stairs, and Junpei spoke.
All right. I'm thinking we should probably split up. I'll head back to the stairs and take the elevator down to E deck. June, you can take the stairs up to B deck.
All right, that sounds good.
How many people were there to begin with? There were 9 people, and then the 9th man was just like, I'm good over here to do my own thing. And then he went into the room by himself, and he was just like, oh no, I'm gonna explode, I've been lied to. And then, but basically with him being number 9, it didn't really make that big of an impact on whether or not he would be there. So yeah, basically he's just the extra man anyway.
But,
What?
could you stop calling me by that code name when we're alone?
Huh? Sure, right. I'll do that.
There was a reason Junpei persisted on calling her June, even when they were alone. Although, perhaps not the best reason. I was just weeding out the... Yeah. He was basically made to be an example. He was embarrassed to call her the nickname he'd used when they were children. Connie. 9 years ago, it came naturally. After all, they were children. But now that they were adults, it felt strange. Regardless of what he might hope for, to call a woman he wasn't dating by such a childish nickname felt odd to him. Of course, to call her Miss Kurashiki would be even more awkward, and simply Kurashiki would seem a little brusque. And although he couldn't put his finger on why, it felt somewhat forward to call her Akane when they hadn't seen one another for so long. In short, it was simpler to call him for him to call her June and leave it at that.
Oh, no, it's nothing.
All right, I'm going then.
Yeah, be careful, Connie.
June, or perhaps more appropriately Connie, blushed and smiled.
Be careful too, Jumpy.
Yeah, got it. Take care.
Junpei looked after her for a moment after she ran up the stairs, then turned around and took off for the hallway. Tragedy always strikes when one least expects it. But to wait for a man to stand before striking him down seems almost crueler than dealing the fatal blow while he lies on the ground. A light in a dark place. June's smile had given him hope, both for escape and, possibly, for something else. It was that hope that raised his spirits just enough that they might soon be fully dashed. He opened the elevator door, and there she was. A woman sat, slouched against the wall. Lotus. Junpei felt his blood turn to ice. Her body was limp, and her skin, smooth and pale as always, was covered in bright red blood. Junpei felt his chest constrict. He couldn't breathe, and his legs began to shake. A slow, cold drop of sweat trickled down his back. He felt his stomach somersault. Junpei's mind went blank. All of his thoughts were placed with endless, hissing light. Driven by little more than instinct, he began to walk towards Lotus, slowly. Each slow movement of his stiff limbs brought him closer to her corpse. Finally, he stood next to her. Hey, comedy is tragedy plus time. Oh no, that's so funny, yeah. Robotically, he bent down and put his hand against her neck. There was no pulse, no rise or fall of breathing. She was slightly warm. Something somewhere in Junpei's shaken mind told him that meant that she had been killed recently. Oh, ignore that. That is YouTube. AAA batteries, though? That's a fun username. Yes, Junpei thought, his mind slowly returning. She had been killed. Someone had killed her. There was a deep cut on the left side of her chest. Blood still oozed from it, although clearly her heart had stopped beating some time ago. The weapon had been a knife, then. Perhaps she had been stabbed in the heart, once. She would have died immediately. He took little comfort from knowing she must have suffered very little. Only then did Junpei notice. Lotus's bracelet was gone.
Lastly, let us discuss how to remove the bracelet. There are only 2 ways to do so. 1. Escape from the ship. 2. More heartbeat, which is 0.
Hello, little mirror, is down.
In other words, once the bracelet is taken outside the confines of the ship, or the backside of the wearer's heartbeat has fallen to 0, it will shut down automatically.
She's still warm, there's a chance. I don't know if she got stabbed in the heart. Was that why the killer had ended Lotus's life? So that they might have the number 8 bracelet? If that was true, then the killer was whoever wanted the number 8 bracelet. Or perhaps more accurately, the person who would gain the most by obtaining the bracelet number 8. Who was it? Who would benefit the most from the number 8 bracelet? That thought had only just entered Junpei's mind when he heard a noise. A sound like a sharp knife cutting through wet meat. It struck him as strange that this noise came from inside his own body. A moment later, the pain hit him. It wasn't merely pain. There was heat, extreme heat as well. He felt as though molten iron had been splashed against the side of his body. Finally, his brain made the connection. He had been stabbed. But where? His body was quickly going numb. He couldn't tell where the knife had met his flesh. Given the circumstances, however, he had most likely been stabbed in the back. Whoever had killed Lotus had now done the same thing to Junpei as well. His voice was little more than a weak groan. With what little strength he had left, Junpei turned his body, trying to catch a glimpse of his attacker. Oh, that was so squishy. But as he did, the knife dug itself in deeper, twisting viciously. He collapsed to the floor, a puppet with its strings cut. His arms and legs lay where they fell, oddly twisted and awkwardly positioned. Junpei's body was entirely numb. He could feel the blood leaking out of him, but nothing would move. Nothing save his eyes. As he lay on the floor, his life ebbing away, Junpei finally saw his attacker. 2 tiny images of the killer reflected in his eyes. With that recognition came nothing. He felt no emotions, not anger, not sadness, not regret. The paralysis that had claimed his body had reached his mind. His killer glanced down at his body. Just saying stabbing someone is more personal than shooting. If you stab me and I survive, I'm going after you until one of us is no more, right? Then after, without a word, climbed into the elevator and was gone. His eyesight began to fade. The world grew blurry and began to dissolve into an empty white fog. The fog crept into the edges of his mind and worked inexorably inward. Soon, it swallowed up the last that remained of Junpei's mind, and his consciousness left him. There was nothing more. Into utter emptiness he fell. Into zero. Whatever Junpei had been was gone. I don't think that was an end we needed to get, but I could be wrong. Does it count? Or did we mess up? Boom, 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 boom. Would you like to save the information? Yes. Okay, cool. So now we just need 3 more endings. Okay, so we are all the way back here. Wait, what was the... Huh? Oh. Huh. Interesting. Okay, so now, could probably go that route. I'm not quite sure which route that is. Shooting, you just point the gun at them, but stabbing, you have to get closer, you have to get more involved. Yeah.
I'm assuming anyway. But now that we've got another ending, I feel like it would be a good time to take a little break. It is a little bit later than I usually take my break, but I need a break. And I guess, and this is always a good chance to get up and stretch and get a snack and all that good stuff. And we'll be back in like 10 minutes. So everybody get up and stretch at the very least. Have some water, get a snack, use the bathroom, whatever you need to do. And we'll be back. Okay? And...
Did you just puke? I am sick of seeing spoilers. I want to point. Okay. Okay. Time.
Trickster, where are you, my love? Come to me, K-pop murder. Oh my god,
And we have that on stream.
Oh no! Clip. I'm gonna be the new DLC murderer.
You know what to do, Crimson.
Crimson, I swear to heaven.
You'll need one of these.
A gun?
It's fake. It will help you fit in among the assassins.
Assassins? Wait a second.
Beware the cows! Not all milk is enriched.
I need a plunger to get past this sermon. Not only is he bigger, but he has a little mustache now. Oh, Neon! Neon! Lewd! Why is the word engorged there? Being so engorged with energy every morning is quite the problem, though. I'll introduce you next time, so be sure to greet him properly. Keiichi. And then I blacked out. Quack, 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 quack. That was the chirping of the Higurashi telling me it was evening. I see, when it's another time of day, it's quack, 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 quack. Now it's quack, 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 quack. Don't make us go. Ah! Ah! Oh no! I'm being. Ah! Oh! Right, the chaos. The complete and utter chaos. I'm glad I was. Oh. Wait, there wasn't even an what? Oh, Bailey snuck it in. But yeah, that was. I'm glad I'm not the only one who thought that. Warned you about the stairs, bro. I warned you, dog.
Or Veronica, can we not fight anymore? Please, can we not fight anymore? Veronica, sure you're scared, I've been there. I can set you free. Veronica, don't make me come in there. I'm gonna count to 3. 1, 2. Oh my god. No. Veronica. Please don't leave me alone. You were all I could trust. I can't do this alone. Still, I will if I must.
Yeah. So, what you gonna do, Ukyo? Are you gonna do something about it, Ukyo? You got your hand right there. Okay, I'll go back in my little corner.
Virgin happy show. 나는 너의 나의 히터투 나는 morning 나의 히터투 너의 머리 come and left side right side 하늘이 멋있대 tonight the sign left side right side 하늘이 멋있대 you are king. You are king.
I'm doing my best.
Then, are you Mom?
What? Scene change. I get to sip my cold tea. Oh no, the cinnamon! All the flavors settled at the bottom of the cup.
Okay. Oh gosh, I need to wash that down. That's way too much cinnamon. How dare you, Kate? How dare you wait for my pain? I'm sorry. I didn't mean. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to give you anxiety.
Talking about the vines or that beard?
Who's this?
Helmet. So this is where you ran off to. Figures.
What? It's me, Bobby. It's your sidekick.
Oh. Where's your body?
I was lost for a long time until this one found me. Body's on loan from the mail. Hang on, borrowed lips. We'll be right.
And he's not as cute as you either.
Come on, let's at least wash that. No. Mushrooms? You know I hate mushrooms.
I
Now I just need some help with those killer bees.
You taste it with your eyes too. Where's the waitress with the big heavy pair of melons? I don't see her today. You need to check the shift roster. If you like girls with big tits, you have to come on Tuesdays and Thursdays after 5 p.m. If you like girls with small tits, you have to come on Fridays after 5 p.m. Why do they have to?
You are?
A skeleton. Ma'am? Ma'am? Ma'am?
Where do I even start?
Hello!
I am afraid. I'm very nervous.
Oh, I need to start.
There they go. And twice in 3. They were like, yeah, we're gonna like go and do this thing. And then Goofy and Donald were like, you're dumb, Sora. And he's like, what? and like, I remember it showed up and I was like, wait, didn't we see this before? Like, I swear they like played a similar scene before that. They like played 2 similar scenes when they were like in Master Yen Sid's. Don't make us go. Oh no! I'm being. Right, the chaos. The complete and utter chaos. Right. I'm glad I was. Oh. Wait, there wasn't even an. What? Oh, Bailey snuck it in. But yeah, that was. I'm glad I'm not the only one who thought that. Warned you about the stairs, bro. I warned you, dog. Okay.
And we are back. Hope everybody had a good break. I grabbed some leftover pizza. So I will be taking moments with lots of dialogue or puzzles rooms to munch it. It's the final countdown.
The thing is, we
really don't have a choice now.
I'm not sure where we go here. Cause let me see. So let's see. Apparently they stopped on Junpei. Junpei, which door do you want? Let me make sure they don't have skip set up. Wasn't this where it was like basically I don't know. Let's go through door 8. That should be fine, right?
I think I'm gonna go with door 8.
Okay, 8 it is.
Yeah.
Alright then. That means June's gotta go through 7.
What? Why?
What?
Santa grimaced and muttered angrily to himself, but finally began to explain.
If the 6 of us are gonna keep going without leaving anyone behind, there are only 3 ways we can do it. Have
Plan
3,
A.
5, and 8 go through 7, and 4, 6, and 7 go through 8.
Plan B.
4, 5, and 7 go through 7, and 3, 6, and 8 go through 8.
Plan C.
4, 3, 6, and 7 go through 7, and 4, 5, and 8 get 8. There are no other combinations.
We'll figure out where we go.
In other words, 3 and 4 and 7 and 8 can never go through the same doors.
Cause either, let me see, can you see the flowchart? Because I want to go to that right path, but this might be setting us on the middle path, but I'm not 100% sure. Like, they both lead to ways that we've gone anyway, so.
You get it now?
As Santa finished, June looked over at Junpei, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes.
Oh no! You're saying we aren't gonna see each other again for a long time.
Junpei felt as though, just as June did, he wanted to be at her side, though, whatever trials they are preparing to face. But he knew that if they were to survive, he had to swallow his feelings. In order for the 6 of them to move forward, he and June had to be separated. He looked at June. He was scared to lose her, but he swallowed, steeled his resolve, and did his best to smile.
Hey, come on. You're making it sound like we're never gonna see each other again. We gotta split up, but only for a while. This is just like when we went into the 4 and 5 doors, remember? We got split up then too, but we all met back up. I'll bet 7 and 8 are just like that.
You mean they're connected somewhere?
Yeah, probably.
Probably.
She didn't sound very hopeful. It was 7 that interjected.
I'm sure they're gonna connect somewhere.
Why? What makes you think so?
If they don't, then neither team can get through door 9. In other words, the game would end right here. Zero's been on top of his shit so far. I don't think he'd blow it now.
I'm almost wondering if we're not going the way that I want
Damn
to.
sure that son of a bitch wants to have his fun as long as possible.
Because a lot of this dialogue is the same.
He's not gonna end this game until we get through the 9 door.
But I guess we'll see. June said nothing. The tears were gone, but her eyes were still sad as they looked at Junpei. He met them, and with that reassurance he could manage, he laid his hand gently on her shoulder.
Everything's gonna be fine. We're gonna see each other again. I promise.
June bit her lip and gave him an almost imperceptible nod.
Yes. Promise?
Her voice was barely above a whisper. Santa's voice shattered the moment.
You guys are done, right?
He stretched and continued.
Anyway, that's pretty much it. Clover and I will both go into separate groups. I figure I'll take 7 and Clover can take 8. Any problems with that, Clover?
Clover looked away and was silent for a moment.
Whatever.
It was more of a dismissal than an agreement, but Santa didn't seem to care.
All right, we're ready to go then. Let's move.
At Santa's command, the group split and headed for their respective doors. Santa, 7, and June walked towards door 7, while Clover, Lotus, and Junpei headed for door 8. For a long moment, they stood in front of the door. Then, Lotus laid her hand against her chest and turned to Junpei and Clover.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Then shall we go?
Doop-a-doop-a-doop.
It's open.
I keep thinking that they're going to be talking for longer, and then they don't. A narrow hallway stretched out before them.
Okay.
Hurry!
Lotus and Clover leapt through the door. The moment they did, the bracelets bleeped. The detonators in the bracelets had been activated. Junpei stepped forward to follow them. But as he was about to step over the threshold, he stopped. He looked to his left, towards door 7. June stood there, a mere image of Junpei. She turned and looked towards him. Their eyes met.
June.
Jumpy.
They nodded. Their farewell took almost 1.5 seconds.
What the hell are you doing?
Then someone took hold of Junpei's arms and hauled him bodily through the door. He heard the sound of the numbered doors slam shut behind him. His bracelet gave a cold, electronic beep.
81 seconds left. Hurry!
Lotus snapped at him and ran to the dead. Junpei and Clover followed her as fast as they could.
It stopped.
With a shaking hand, she wiped a few beads of sweat from her forehead. Clover, however, was calm, aloof perhaps.
Pointless.
She muttered to herself without emotion and began to walk down the hallway, leaving behind a confused Junpei and Lotus. Lotus watched the girls receding back with a mix of frustration and curiosity.
What an unpleasant girl.
Well, her brother just died, dude.
I bet she's not very popular with the boys.
Her brother is dead, Lotus. Read the room. Seriously. Her sarcasm seems a little more biting than was perhaps necessary, but she sighed and started after the younger girl.
Maybe pairing these two together was a mistake.
Probably.
Too late now. I better catch up to them.
After taking a moment to catch his breath, Junpei followed.
Oh, it's a dead end.
The hallway made a number of turns before at last coming to a dead end.
There's a door on the left, though.
For a few minutes, they stood in front of the door, examining it. Above the door was a plate with the word laboratory engraved on it.
A laboratory? Huh.
Oh, that doesn't sound very pleasant. I don't like the look of this place.
Me either. But there aren't any other doors. It's not like we have a lot of choices.
Junpei.
Huh?
Please, you first.
Junpei suspected her politeness was motivated by something other than respect.
Ugh, fine.
Junpei muttered to himself and pushed open the iron door. His first steps inside were tentative and careful, but as he examined the room, it became clear that there was no imminent danger. Lotus followed him in, and Clover brought up the rear. The room they found themselves in was divided into two separate areas by a curved wall. A thick glass window built into that wall made it possible to see into the other side of the division.
No, I think the window looks into another room.
You really think so, Junpei? You think so? You think that's another room in there?
Maybe it's for monitoring something.
Junpei walked to the window and looked through.
What the hell?
Pardon me. He wasn't sure what else to say. In the center of the room, shaped like a quarter circle, a mannequin lay on what looked like a medical exam table.
It looks so creepy.
Junpei jumped a little. He hadn't noticed Lotus come up next to him.
It's kind of like that doll is waiting for surgery.
This is a laboratory, right? I'd say it's more like it's waiting to be experimented on.
Yeah.
Ooh,
It's creepy either way.
It's gonna be robot Frankenstein's monster.
Don't think that thing's gonna suddenly sit up or something, do you?
Yes.
Well, I don't know. I mean, look at all those cables sticking out of it. If we press the wrong button, I don't know.
It might kick us in the face.
Stop it. Just thinking about it is terrifying.
She gripped her arms, the knuckles of her hands white.
Wait, where's Clover?
She was still standing near the entrance of the room. Her face had the appearance of calm, but was drawn and somehow sad.
What is she?
There was something almost pitiful about her. Maybe it's the fact that her brother is heckin' dead. Junpei walked over to her and, as kindly as he could, spoke. Oh wait, was it revealed that he died, or was this before? This was before, so he's missing at this point.
Are you okay?
Clover looked
What
away.
are you talking about?
What? I'm just worried about you. You've been real quiet.
What? I can't be quiet if I want to?
Well, I mean, of course you can. I just...
Okay then. If I can be quiet if I want, just leave me alone, okay?
Come on, you know I can't do that. We gotta work together.
Junpei, you just don't get it!
Clover bit her lip and was silent for a moment, and then suddenly... Her cry took Junpei by surprise, and he stumbled backwards a few steps, alarmed.
My brother's not the kind of person who'd just leave me behind! Something happened to him! Something bad.
Yeah.
Junpei had nothing to say. Lotus, jolted from her mannequin nightmares by Clover's voice, turned to them.
What happened?
Clover's eyes slid to Lotus and then back to Junpei.
Look, just don't bother me, okay? Leave me alone.
Finished, she turned around. Before Junpei or Lotus could say anything, Clover had begun to walk quickly away.
Hey, wait, Clover! Hold on! That way is...
I told you to leave me alone!
He might as well have been talking to a wall, for all the notice she took to his cries. Not even slowing down, she made for a doorway cut in the wall in front of her. Without even slowing down, she passed through the doorway.
Watch out above you!
And locked herself in the room. And without warning, an iron gate fell from the ceiling like a portcullis, sealing Clover in.
What the heck? What's going on here?
That's why you should look where you're walking, Clover.
Clover grabbed hold of the iron bars and shook them as hard as she could.
Hang on. I'll get it open.
Oh, for crying out. You'll never do it on your own.
Oh my gosh, Clover, it's fine, then you do it. Junpei grabbed the bars and pulled. In a moment, Lotus joined him. The three of them pulled as hard as they could, but...
Damn it! It's not moving.
Wait! Are you gonna give up? Just like that?
No, I'm not giving up. This has got to be another one of Zero's puzzles.
Perhaps.
If it is, then there's gotta be a way to open it.
Mm-hmm. Junpei nodded.
Just what I was thinking. Now all we gotta do is find it. Lotus and I can look around out here. Clover, you're gonna have to see if you can find anything in there.
Oh, yes, I'm on it.
Okay. Now I gotta focus. No more bites of pizza. Except for maybe a little bite. Just an itty bitty bite.
Okay. So let's see. A window made of really thick glass. I don't even think a bullet could break it. It's a silver handrail. Looks like there's a control for an electronic door lock. There's a red light on the display. That means it's locked. If we can get that light to turn green, then maybe we can get Clover back. Oh. There's a lot of stuff here. I don't know how we could use any of these. Well, I can say for sure that I do know how to use at least one of these things. Which one? The one on top. I think it's a power cable. Power cable, huh? I'll take that. Nice three-pronged power cable. Stand for various pieces of equipment. Some of them might be useful. The hands on the clock have stopped moving. The clock may stop, but time goes on. No time to screw around. We need to figure out a way out of here. Okay, we need a key for that. I think this thing is supposed to power that machine in the other room. Well, that doesn't appear to be doing that. I wonder how we're supposed to turn it on. There are two levers here. Do you think they activate something? Well, why don't you move one? Alright, I'll give it a try. Nope. Doesn't look like anything's happened. Oh geez. The keyboard. This monitor doesn't have a power cable, so one end of the cable needs to be connected to the monitor, and the other end needs to plug in under the desk. Alright, let's just slip you in. Huh? Oh shoot, I can't use this. What's wrong? This cable has 3 prongs, but the socket only has 2 holes. It's not gonna fit, if that's what I'm saying, is what I'm saying. In other words, we're going to need a plug to charge the power cable in one with 2 prongs. That's right. So we need a power strip. They're cardboard boxes. There's some papers and stuff in them. What's in the boxes? They look quite full. As far as I can tell, it's a bunch of notes about some kind of experiments, but it's all really technical and stuff. I don't really get it. A whole bunch of still lockers. The 9 on the right are all red little lights on them. Red lights, huh? Well, can't hurt to give these babies a try. Yep, just as I thought. Locked tight, all 9 of them. I wonder if there's anything important in there. Ooh. We got ethanol! Just combine it with the cable, we'll make a fire. Junpei, do something, please! Here, have a power cable. Quick, figure it out how I'm gonna get out of here. Okay, fine. You don't happen to have an extension cable in there, do you, Clover? I wonder what this cable is connected to. Okay, one side of this thing is in the room with us. The other side extends into the laboratory where Clover is. In other words, the console in front of us is connected to the device in the laboratory. Okay, I thought not. These lockers are a little larger than the ones on top. Let's see if there's anything useful in here. And no, nothing. Rip. The mouse. Got ethanol on a power cable. Silver handrail. Window made of really thick glass. Doesn't matter what I hit it with. Might as well be made of steel. Oh man, I thought I could maybe click the things that are in your room, Clover. Oh! Is this like an examination table? There's a creepy mannequin in here, guys. Hey Clover, how are the power cables over there?
Huh? What do you mean?
Does the plug have 3 prongs or 2?
I don't know what you're talking about. Let me have a look.
I guess she does have to kind of crouch down to get a look under there.
The cable on the monitor has, it's got 2 of those little metal things. What does that mean?
That's it. Okay, can you unplug that cable and bring it over here?
Okay, but...
But?
Well, I can unplug it, but it's connected to the main computer. I can't take it over to you.
Damn it, that's no good then.
Well, how about just the plug?
What?
The plug? Well, maybe more like a connector? It's the sort of thing that makes the plug with the 3 metal thingies into a plug with 2 metal thingies. Still useless?
Not useless. Not useless at all. That's just what we were looking for.
Okay, can you hold on for a little bit?
And back down she goes.
Alright, unplugged. I'll hand it over to you through the bars, okay?
Thank you.
Here, the 2-prong plug.
Thanks. And so now we can combine that with this. Okay, put the 2-prong plug into the head of the power cable. Cool. Now I can do the thing with the computer. Alright, I've got the 2-pronged power cable in my hand. I'm pretty sure this will work. Under the desk I go. And let's just plug this thing into the monitor. Alright, this ought to do it. Alright, let's turn the power on. I don't think there's anything's going to happen.
Why not?
Well, it's not connected to the main computer. You never know until you try. Pretty optimistic. Junpei pressed the button on the front of the monitor.
Oh, that worked.
With a soft hum, it turned on. Streams of letters that made no sense to Junpei began to scroll across the screen. Updating RSF file. Make dir. Make BC. 27.3 seconds. Start.
What?
He had hoped it would turn on, but he hadn't expected this.
Huh? It's running on its own?
It certainly looks like it.
Isn't that kinda weird?
What?
Well, it's not connected to the main computer, right? There's just this keyboard and monitor.
Maybe it's like that one Mac computer that is like just a monitor.
The only cable connected to this thing is the power cable we just plugged in. So, why is it working?
Maybe it's a wireless display.
Clearly, this was a reasonable explanation to Lotus.
A wireless display?
Yes, it connects to your computer wirelessly, hence the name. Have you been living in a cave, Junpei?
He most certainly had not,
Is
but...
that normal?
Yes, at least where I worked.
Oh.
Oh, it stopped.
Pass with a colon.
Looks like we need to enter a password.
Again? There must be a hint around here somewhere.
Could you go take a look?
Yeah, I'm on it. What are you going to do?
I'll see if I can do something about this on my own.
On your own?
Yep, on my own.
Lotus?
Lotus pulled out the nearest chair and dropped herself onto it, in front of the keyboard. For a second, she stared at the screen. She kneaded her hands, knuckles popping, and twisted her back left and then right.
All right. Let's kick some ass.
Yeah. Lotus smiled to herself and rubbed her hands together in anticipation. Then, before Junpei had time to blink, she was typing at incredible speed, the click-clack of keys running together like machine gun fire.
Wait, what?
Junpei was, for once, at a loss for words.
Didn't expect that, did you?
Of course I didn't! You're typing so fast, I can't even see your fingers.
Lotus grinned, pleased with herself.
Well, at any rate, you're pretty amazing.
Did you fall for me again?
Whoa, what do you mean again? I'm not into you.
I know. I know. Don't be so stubborn, shy boy.
I am not being stubborn, I am not shy, and I am not a boy.
You're not a boy?
I am a young, healthy, 21-year-old man. I'm not gonna fall for an old lady like you.
Suddenly, the guttural roar of a furious animal filled the room. Or so Jumpy thought, for just a moment. Lotus's hand suddenly stopped. Her shoulders stiffened.
Old lady? Did you just say old lady?
Well,
Oh crap, thought Junpei. I went too far. Oh well, it was a nice life while it lasted.
I've had enough of you. Go somewhere else. You're bothering me.
What?
Go see if you can find a password hint or something. I'll try and open this from here. You're distracting me. Go.
I can now officially say my father dropped a truck on me. His work truck has hydroelectrics for reasons. Well, when I was getting out, he dropped it down to put into the garage, but it dropped fast enough that it caught the top of my head while I was getting out. Oh no! Are you okay, Rocket? Lotus waved her hand in the universal gesture of dismissal. Junpei was clearly not wanted.
Fine. I guess I'll go.
Time to cut my losses, Junpei thought, and left as quietly and unoffensively as he could. Junpei wandered around the room for a while, looking for anything that might help find the password to the computer. Unfortunately,
Nothing. No clues whatsoever. Clover didn't find anything useful in the laboratory either. Damn. Looks like we've hit a dead end this time.
but just as he was about to tell Lotus that his search had returned nothing.
All right. Bullseye. Junpei, I did it.
Excited cheering erupted from near the monitor.
What?
He hurried back to find Lotus, looking rather smug.
Let me see.
She gestured for him to look at the screen, and he did. The strange text from before was gone. In its place was something entirely different. 9 squares, arranged in a 3x3 square.
What is that?
I don't have any idea. It just showed up after I cracked the password.
Only you're younger than Junpei, but he hasn't been enlightened, right?
You think it's a puzzle?
It certainly looks like one.
As she spoke, Lotus stood up.
Huh? Aren't you gonna, I don't know, do more computer stuff?
No, I can't do any more. It won't let me do any more programming. See? The key.
Oops.
Nothing. So, there's nothing more I can do. Well, I guess I'll leave this to you then, Junpei.
What?
Let me take a break, all right? I did my part.
Well...
Yeah, she was too busy going... She can't do anything else. Trust me, older partners are the best. He wasn't sure what to say to that. She certainly had done her part. In fact, without Lotus, they probably would have run completely aground. I shouldn't rely on other people so much, Junpei thought to himself.
I guess you're right. Thanks, Lotus.
No problem. And make sure you know when you should thank people.
Now, I better take care of this myself. No more relying on anyone else.
Junpei crossed his arms and stared at the puzzle shown on the screen. So, let me see. Yep, it's one of these. I am bad at these. I usually just figure them out on accident. Whoa. Oh. Fourth touch is your end. Click on the lower left and then the middle tile. That just gets me to that. So maybe bum 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 bum. There we go. Alright, I solved it. Did you hear a noise just now? Yeah, I did. It sounded like something unlocking. Where did it come from? Oh! Look, Junpei! The lights on the lockers are all green. Then we must have unlocked it with the computer puzzle. What do we got here? There's more than one key in here. This one is small and it looks like it goes to some sort of machine. And this one has the Earth symbol on it. I think the Earth symbol matches the keyhole on the door on the A deck. Well, if that's the case, we probably don't need the Earth key right now. Alright then, Earth key. I'll just tuck you away deep in my pocket. Now, as for the other key... Got Calm. Activation key. It was just at the movement that he heard a voice behind him. It was Clover.
Hey, Junpei, do you have a minute?
He put the puzzle aside for the moment and walked over to Clover.
What's up?
Well, never mind.
Hey, hold on a minute.
You called me over here.
Sorry. Just forget about it. It's nothing.
Before he could say anything else, she spun around and ran back down the stairs.
What the hell was that?
After waiting a few minutes to see if she would return, Junpei sighed, shook his head, and went back to searching. Okay. So...
Junpei, thank you so much for everything.
Whoa, what's this all about?
And also, I'm sorry I messed up.
Hey, we can talk about this when we get you out, okay? Just hang on, Clover. I'm going to get you out of there right away.
Yay!
I think this is the first time I've actually seen a genuine smile out of this chick. Let's see. Hey Clover, there's a door over here too.
Wait, I'll be right there.
I can hear her over there. Is this door gonna... Damn it. I can't get it open. Clover, what about your side?
It won't work. I can't even move the knob.
Or you can solve it. I think I'm on a delay. Probably. I feel like there's always a little bit of a delay. The control device for the electronic door lock. The red light is on. So... This looks like the control for some sort of electric lock. The red light is on, then it's gotta be locked. There's a green light just below it, although that one isn't lit. I bet it'll turn on if we unlock it, right? Yes, but how are we going to unlock it? There's no keyhole, no card reader, and no keyboard for putting in a password. I have no idea. Where do we... Can I hand this to you now? I'm gonna get Clover out of there. Okay. Control device. Door to laboratory is locked up tight, but it's not going to open. Clover can't open the door from her side either. Now, red is unlocked, green is locked. Nope, it's the opposite here. Oh, right. I forgot this thing. This key. The shape sure makes it seem like it goes in this machine. Alright, I'm turning it on. Okay, the monitor is on now. And it's full of letters. Is it? It looks just green. It's showing some kind of warning. Power restored to experimental device. Emergency system will activate in the event of abnormal subject behavior. Okay. Clover's small. I don't think she's that small. She is pretty small, but she's not itty bitty. Whoa, I don't know what kind of table this is, but part of it's all black. There's a pen laying over there. I think somebody probably used it to make the table black. Huh, well, if they only used the pen on one part of it, there's probably something underneath all that pen. Clover, do you think you can erase it?
Yeah, sure. Oh, this is permanent marker. Junpei, do you know how to erase ink from a permanent marker?
Erase ink from a permanent marker, huh? Just give me a minute, Clover. I'll be right back. I have this. Part of the table's been... Oh, okay. If I could find something that could get rid of the black... Oh, okay, yeah, I need to hand it over through the bars. Clover, use this ethanol. You should be able to wipe it off that permanent ink with it.
What am I gonna wipe with?
Oh, well, your clothes, of course. Kidding, just kidding. Please don't look at me like that, you're scaring me. We haven't found the cloth. Maybe there's a cloth in there for her to use? Clover, can you use the cloth on the table?
Use... Huh?
Soak it in ethanol and then use it to wash up all the stuff in the permanent marker, okay?
Right, okay, so I gotta stoke the cloth with ethanol.
Well, she's got the cloth, but she seems to be having a little trouble with the bottle of ethanol. When she's ready, I should ask her to get to work on that stuff on the table.
Soak the cloth in ethanol and... Junpei, it's working. It's wiping the permanent ink off.
Use a dry erase marker over the ink and the alcohol, and the dry erase should dissolve it. Hey, I remember hearing about that. I don't remember if I've tried it or not, but yeah, I think it works.
Huh? There's some kind of weird drawing under all the permanent ink.
What's the deal with that drawing Clover found? Maybe I should ask her to take another look at the table.
I wonder what this is. There are a bunch of numbers and some kind of grid.
I can't see it from here. Clover, you've got a pen and a notebook, right? Could you write those numbers down and then hand them to me through the bars?
Okay, Roger.
Okay. So now...
Here, Junpei. I wrote down all the numbers from the desk on here.
I've seen something like this before. A grid divided into 4 cells or 9 cells with 4 numbers. Maybe this is a hint for the computer puzzle? Are you gonna need this? Yeah, maybe. I'll take it just in case. New material has been added. Okay. And so, let me look at the material. Clover's note. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. It says power restored to experimental device. Typing on this keyboard isn't doing squat. Okay, where am I using this? Where am I using this, Clover? I'm gonna get Clover out of there. Because I don't have any items on me. Do we just... I got the scribbling from the table already. Don't need the computer anymore. It says power restored to experimental device. What did huh? The only thing about the room that's changed is the lever is down now. Not very impressive. Did it not? What is, huh? Where are we using this? This is the monitor. There are a whole lot of cables under this table. Got the scribblings from the table.
It's a rack. There are a bunch of cables on it. Somebody cut the other stuff off the cables. I can see the wires inside. Junpei, this thing on here is on now.
Yeah, that's because we activated the power over on this side. Could you, like, play with it a little?
Okay, yeah. I'll turn this dial here. Turn, turn, turn. I don't think it's working. Nothing happened.
Well, maybe she missed something. I should ask her to look around the room again.
There's something sticking out of the mannequin's head, like wires or something.
What the hell are they doing in there? Huh? Why is she all quiet now?
They were doing experiments on humans, probably.
Oh man, now she looks sad. I wonder what they washed here.
There's some weird colored stains all over the sink.
There's a mannequin laying on the exam table. I can't really see well from here, but it looks like there are a bunch of electrodes sticking out of its head. This is the monitor. There are a whole lot of cables under this table. Maybe if you increase the voltage?
Roger, will do. Okay, I'm gonna go all the way to max voltage.
Max voltage? Hey, wait, Clover.
Aw, shit. Oh, what? I think, Oh my god! The mannequin head!
Oh man, that sounds like a fire alarm. God, what the hell? Fire detected, fire detected. The emergency system will be activated. Evacuate the room immediately. I mean, that's one way to get out, right? Damn, the gate's still stuck. Or shut. Control device for the electronic lock. The green light is on. Junpei, look at the light. Yes, it's green. The emergency system has been activated and disabled the lock. Now we can save Clover.
Junpei!
Come on, kid, jump. She's safe. Oh man, that smoke is some serious business. Time to close the door again, I think. Clover, are you okay? Are you hurt? Damn, she's coughing so hard she can't even talk.
Of course I'm not alright. What the hell took you so long, you big jerk? I'm almost dead.
Sorry. I was going as fast as I could. You two could do this later. Right now we need to get the hell out of here. This fire is not going to stay in that room forever.
What did we need the Sudoku for?
Like, what do we need it for? I guess it's a file thing, but like what do we need it? Let me see. I want to see where we are on the flow chart. Oh man. Okay, I guess we'll go until we see Snake's dead body. Junpei and Clover and Lotus leapt out of the laboratory, slamming the door shut behind them.
Whew, thank God we got out of there.
Yeah, finally.
Oh, yeah.
All three collapsed against the wall, breathing heavily. Junpei's heart was pounding in his chest, and his whole body felt weak. He inhaled gulps of clean air, and with each one he could feel his body begin to calm down.
All right, let's go.
Okay.
They nodded to each other and started off towards the hallway. Before long, they found a few new doors, but all of them were locked.
Damn, none of these open. They're all locked.
How about that one?
The final door sat in the corner of the hallway.
Let's hope this is the door with the prize.
Junpei grabbed the door handle and was about to pull it open when a voice cried out behind him. It was neither Clover nor Lotus, but he recognized it. What if there was an actual puzzle, but because Clover started to fire it back past the logs? Probably.
Jumpy!
Huh?
He spun around. There, at the other end of the hall, Junpei saw human figures running towards him. 3 of them.
June? Santa! 7!
They stopped short in front of Junpei and his companions, gasping for air.
Hey, what are you guys doing here?
What? But we didn't...
Before he could finish, Clover spoke.
Hey guys, could you come take a look at this?
She was standing near the end of the small hallway that branched off to the right. The rest of them ran over to her, curious as to what she had found.
Hey, on the wall.
A map of the ship's interior?
It says C deck.
So it's the map for this floor then?
Door 7 and
Whoops.
door 8. Yep,
Sorry, Junpei.
They both eventually end up at this hallway.
In fact.
Yeah, isn't that what I said? We aren't going to be split up permanently till we find door 9. We might get separated for a little while, but we'll see each other again. Otherwise, we won't be able to open door 9. And that's how the nonary game works.
Junpei looked at the map on the ship's interior again.
Wait a sec. This leads to...
As he looked more closely, his surprise and excitement gave way to weariness.
You've got to be kidding me.
One by one, the others saw what he'd seen.
We may as well go.
Yeah.
As one, they all moved back towards the door Junpei had only a moment ago been ready to open.
I almost forgot. We should keep this.
He pulled the map of the ship's interior off the wall and put it in his pocket and followed the others. The 6 of them stood in front of the door, arrayed in a semicircle. Santa stepped forward. He took hold of the door and spoke without looking back at the other 5.
Ready? I'm gonna open it.
They nodded their silent assent. Yeah, I guess so. With their deep breath, Santa threw open the door. They poured through the doorway and into the room. Even without looking around, each one of them knew where they were.
I knew it.
They were just where the map said that they would
We're
be.
back.
Okay, I think
In the hospital room.
Does this count? No? When does... No, we're back in the big room. I don't know. Maybe it's a little bit more.
I see. I believe I understand what you're saying.
I think I clicked a little too early because now, yep, okay. So we need to go into door 3. Okay. Time to skip again. Whee! Whoops. Please let me skip. Let's see. I don't have a place to put the plate that I grabbed my pizza for. Hello! Hi, Brer Bay. Bay, how you doing?
I want to go through door number 3.
We're just going through. This is gonna be our 4th ending. Yeah. Because we want to get the true end, so we gotta get all the other endings.
Nope, you can't.
Oh, Briar. Okay, Briar Bay. Thank you for correcting me. I'm bad at reading names sometimes, as you can tell.
Huh? Why?
Because it's impossible. If we split ourselves into 3 and 3, then we give up on going through door 3.
Why?
The bracelet numbers for the 6 of us are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There are 2 combinations that can go through door 3 with 3 people. 3, 4, 5, or 6, 7, 8. That's it. Of course, 2 teams can't go through the same door.
I see. That means one team would get left behind.
That's right.
That doesn't happen if we go through door 7 or 8?
No, they're fine. We've got 3 options.
Santa began to explain.
Option A, have 3, 5, and 8 go through door 7, and 4, 6, 7 go through door 8.
Well, I'm the main character, so you gotta listen to me. Figure out a way.
Option B, 4, 5, and 7 go through 7, and 3, 6, and 8 go through 8. Option C, 3, 6, and 7 go through 7, and 4, 5, and 8 get 8. Those are the only 3 options. That's it. At least if we want to get all 6 of us out of here.
Wait.
That was when Junpei realized. Plan A divides into 2 teams. 3, 5, and 8, and 4, 6, 7. Plan B divides into 2 teams. 4, 5, 7, and 3, 6, 8. Plan C divides into 2 teams. 3, 6, 7, and 4, 5, 8. There was only one thing that they had all in common.
6 can never be on the same team. If we want all 6 of us to go through a door, then June and I can't go into the same one.
June and Junpei had been friends since when they were kids. He trusted her more than anyone else on the ship. If he chose 7 or 8, he'd been taken away from her. Was that something he was prepared to do?
Have you mulled it over enough, or do you need more time?
Oh wait, does this even give us a new ending, or does this just have us go through a path? Oh right, this just leads us through a path, but... Wait. Oh, we need to kind of be further down here, I think.
Oops.
Oh, there are the locks. So... maybe we should go through them again? I'm not sure. Yeah, we could go back to that. Leave no one behind. Because let's see. Let's see if this leads us to the other thing, or if we need something from one of the other paths. Let's see. Remember how I thought Santa was cute when I first played? It was the white hair and the scarf band, more than likely. That makes the most sense. Because I don't remember seeing a choice here? Yeah, there wasn't a choice. We just got stabbed here. Okay, so okay, so I guess let's go the other path then. just time to skip a little bit of what Santa says. Or, well, we need to skip through the choice. Man, that's an issue with me. I always second guess myself. The other end happens when you don't have all the keys. I see. Okay.
But that means...
Because, yeah, there were still the, like, locked things. So I need to probably grab something in this route.
If we want all 6...
Have you mulled it over enough, or do you need more time? Anyway, that's the deal, so think it over. You've got 2 choices, 7 or 8.
No.
You can't choose 3.
I can.
If
and I
you
will.
choose 3, you're gonna be leaving 3 people behind to die.
So be it.
So what are you gonna do?
Then perish.
7 or 8. Time to choose.
Junpei thought hard. After thinking it over, his conclusion was, take the risk and choose door 3.
Sorry, Santa, but I still want to go through door 3.
What? That's nuts! You've got to be crazy!
You're nuts, Santa.
Why the hell are you so obsessed with that door?
I'm just...
Because I want to go with my girl.
Junpei paused. He swallowed the words he'd been about to say.
I'm just curious about door 3. That's all.
That doesn't explain shit!
I've got a reason.
I don't gotta explain anything to you, Santa.
I'd be happy to explain it to you if you'll just come with me.
Maybe. Wait. Oh yeah, I guess that would be what we'd need to do. With that, he began walking towards the door. Their curiosity likely getting the better of them, the others followed. A few of them looked a little suspicious, but Junpei told himself that that wouldn't matter. He kept walking and kept silent. Eventually, they arrived at the number 3 door. Junpei stopped.
I'm curious about the red. 7, would you mind authenticating for me?
Why?
Please, just do it.
He stared at Junpei for a moment, then grunted and laid his palm heavily on the scanner.
Happy?
Yeah, thanks.
The number 7 has been entered into the red.
Next is June. Please touch the red just like 7 did.
Jumpy, what are you trying to figure out?
Ah, yep. I think
Junpei thought about his answer for a moment.
I might have found another way out. What?
Really?
That got them excited. Just as Junpei had intended.
Now please, June?
Oh, okay.
7 plus 6 equals 13, which makes 4. With those two numbers in the red, Junpei had what he wanted. He casually placed his own hand on the scanner, and the third asterisk blinked on. 4 plus 5 equals
All right.
9.
The only people who haven't authenticated now are Santa, Clover, and Lotus.
So, what's your point?
You don't get it. Think about it.
Huh?
What's the sum of your number and Clover's?
12.
And what's the digital root of that?
3.
Which is Santa's number. By the way, Lotus, what's the number that's currently in the red?
7 plus 6 plus 5 equals 18. It would be 9, right?
Yes, and what will the digital root be if you add 3 to that?
3. The door's number.
There you go.
Hey, wait a minute. What the hell are you up to?
I'm not up to anything. I'm just waiting.
Waiting for what?
I'm waiting for the balance to shift. Santa, or Lotus and Clover. Once one of you moves, the others won't have a choice. So I'm waiting.
Junpei laid his hand almost casually on the lever.
You son of a bitch! You tricked us! All that stuff you were going on about is all bullshit!
Bullshit? Huh. I don't think so. Didn't I tell you I'd figured out another way to get out of here? This is it.
Why the hell would you do something like this?
Junpei glanced at June.
Jumpy.
You did this just so you could go through the same door as June. That's it?
Yeah. Santa was furious. His face was red and flecks of spit flew from his lips as he spoke. Junpei closed his eyes calmly and then opened them again.
So, who's it going to be? Santa or Lotus and Clover?
Shit!
Let's go, Clover.
Huh?
Lotus leapt forward. She grabbed Clover by the sleeve and ran for Junpei in the door. Look at Santa. He looks so angry.
Fuck!
Caught by surprise, Santa froze for a moment and then shot forward like a bullet from a gun. Lotus had a head start, but Santa had the advantage of size and speed. Almost immediately, he passed Lotus and Clover.
No, wait!
Santa did not hesitate. He slammed his hand down on the red.
This is insane! This isn't right!
He glared at Junpei, his chest heaving.
Yeah, well, you may be right.
Junpei's voice was cold, but not without effort.
But
he turned to the red and pulled the lever. With the sound of metal on metal, the door opened. It would only remain so for 9 seconds. There was no time to think. Junpei and his 3 reluctant companions jumped into the door's gaping mouth, one after another. No sooner did they enter than an all too familiar noise sounded from their left wrists. The detonators had activated. Junpei looked back only once and saw Lotus and Clover on the other side of the closing door.
No!
They stood still, stopped where they had been when Santa reached the red. The defeat and desperation on their faces tore at Junpei's heart. Then the door closed, and they were gone.
You son of a bitch, Junpei! This isn't fair!
We're gonna meet up again! Calm your butt!
Santa rounded on Junpei, lightning crackling in his eyes and his knuckles white.
Do you realize what you just did? You leave them out there, and they can't...
Shut it!
Whoops, that's enough. It hadn't been Junpei that spoke, but 7.
Gotta find the dead or none of this is gonna matter!
The clock was ticking. The dead was their only chance at survival. Unless they could find it and deactivate their detonators, the 4 of them would be...
We got less than a minute left. No time for screwing around. Get moving!
Damn it! You and I are not done yet, bastard!
They scattered and began to scour the room. The deactivation device was nowhere to be found.
Where the hell is it?
Corridors stretched out in 3 directions, but every one was blocked off by a wall or of metal. There was only one way out. One other door.
Over there! It's gotta be behind the door!
7 ran for the door, a rusty iron thing. His large hands grabbed hold of the handle and pulled.
Damn, it's pitch dark inside.
Can't see a thing.
Junpei stuck his head through the door and looked around the room.
No, wait!
Almost immediately, he spotted the blinking red light on the right wall.
I found it! The dead's right over here!
He stepped into the room.
Ugh. What?
That was apparently squishy.
The floor's slippery!
He stopped and glanced down at his feet. What was...
What the hell are you doing?
There's something...
Get over there!
Junpei felt Seven's heavy hand against his back and stumbled across the room. The other 3 piled in behind him. They all felt immediately that something was wrong. Nothing that could be easily identified, only a sense that something terrible shared the room with them. But there was no time to say so.
Get to the dead!
They all started running. In the dark, it was hard to tell where the wall was. All they could see was the tiny red light blinking at them over and over.
There it is!
In quick succession, they all slammed their hands against the scanner panel.
I need to grab my water. You might be able to hear, but I have my pizza plate, so it might be loud placing my water bottle on my desk.
Seven leaned against the wall, gulping for air. As his breathing began to return to normal, he glanced at his left wrist and grunted.
It stopped. It stopped.
Junpei could hear him laughing in the dark, but could barely make out the larger man's face.
I don't think I'll ever get used to doing this.
What the...
The sound of retching came from Santa's direction.
What the hell is this smell? This is vile. I'm gonna puke.
So desperate had they been in the race to the dead that no one had noticed the horrible smell that pervaded the room. It was a terrible, nauseating stench, like burnt and rotten meat. Adrenaline had drowned it out, but now it rolled over Junpei in waves, forcing itself into his nose with every breath he took.
Oh, you're right. Oh, this is...
He felt his stomach clench, and bile rose up in his throat.
Let's get the lights on first. There's a switch over here.
The light that spilled in from the door barely illuminated a small switch plate next to the door. Slowly, with the toll of the last few minutes apparent in his gait, Seven walked forward towards it. Oh, so squishy. He stopped as he got close and extended his fingers towards the switch.
Okay, guys, I'm flipping it on.
There was a soft click as the lights came on. Just as the light turned on, June took in a short breath and... A scream echoes through the room. Junpei's breath stopped in his throat. His heart ceased to beat. Time froze. His mind scrambled to make sense of what he saw before him.
What? Hey. Oh, this is...
What was left of the body sat in a sea of blood. Chunks of flesh, torn from the body, sat in the blood like tiny islands in a great red sea. A vast, ragged hole had been torn in the torso, and what remained of his intestines spilled out of it like fresh spaghetti. Smaller chunks of meat had splattered against the wall and became stuck there as they dried. Globules of yellowish fat had left trails like tiny slugs as gravity pulled them down the wall, even as they dried to it. Oh my gosh.
Looks like an explosion.
Seven's voice was low and strained.
Just like the Ninth Man. The detonator in his bracelet set off the bomb in his gun.
Oh god. The bone is coming out of his left arm.
It's definitely an open fracture.
It looked as though the explosion had been quite powerful. His legs were both bent in an odd, unnatural way, and his left arm had split open, exposing the painfully white bone of his ulna. His bracelet lay next to him. It seemed to have hit the wall hard enough to have shattered the display, which lay on the ground in pieces.
Face is the worst.
Yeah, I can't even tell who it is.
Half of his head had simply collapsed. The blood coating almost made it look like raw pizza dough covered in tomato sauce. Please stop. Please stop comparing a dead body to food. Please. His clothes, too, were covered in blood. The burgundy tie, the white suit, and the jacket with the yellow piping, and the gray slacks.
But the clothes are...
They were all familiar to Junpei.
Is that... Snake?
Santa's voice wavered as he spoke, his mouth dry.
Oh my god.
Finally, Junpei spoke.
Why did this happen?
Suddenly, June was screaming, her voice broken. It was an eerie scream, full of insanity, and not entirely human.
No!
She shook her head violently and grabbed fistfuls of her own hair. Junpei could hear the sound of hair tearing.
Stop! Calm down.
He grabbed for her wrist.
Hey!
Man, these voice actors have really good skills. They're really selling it. But as he did, June leapt up and ran towards the exit.
Please! Get me out of here! You have to let me out of here!
She screamed at the door, and her fist slammed against it in a hollow sound. Junpei could see drops of blood on her knuckles.
Why are you doing these horrible things to us? What did we do to deserve this?
June...
She screamed again, a desperate, mindless cry. Her fists flailed against the door.
Get me out of here! Please! Please! Just let me out!
June!
Junpei couldn't watch anymore. He ran to June and wrapped his arm around her, pulling the screaming girl away from the door.
Calm down.
No! Get off of me! Let me go! Let me go!
Please, calm down.
She scrambled for a moment, her legs skittering across the floor, but her resistance didn't last long. As suddenly as her outburst had begun, it was over. The manic energy disappeared, and her body went limp in Junpei's arms. June collapsed towards the floor, and Junpei knelt down with her. He felt drops of something warm and wet. Was she crying? A moment later, she began to sob. Her shoulders shook, and great hot tears rolled down her face like rain.
We're gonna be fine. It's gonna be alright, June. It's going to be okay, Connie.
Her name was a
I'll
whisper.
be here with you, okay?
She nodded once.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jumpy.
Her trembling voice pulled at Junpei's heart. He stroked her hair gently. His face was so close to her. The scent of her hair was nostalgic.
Do you feel better?
Yes, but I'd like to stay here. For a little while, at least. Jumpy's body is so warm.
Several minutes passed before June's tears had dried. Junpei stood up. He bent down, put his arms under June's, and helped her to her feet. They didn't speak. Neither did Seven or Santa. A person was dead. They had died in that room in a terrible way. Junpei knew that there was no way that he could make himself forget that. There was no way any of them could forget it, but mourning would do no good. They spread out to search the room, but each felt as if their heart was made of lead.
We better get to it.
Also, once it's done doing the little intro thing, I want to look at the flowchart real quick, because there's an ending that I got as my very first time going around, but I don't know if it's still here. Because we went to the right on this path, the one with the knife, because I didn't have a key from earlier. So maybe I went the left here? Something? Because I would have expected to get the ending that I got the first time I played this already, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure where it is. Those letters written in blood. LLR. Do you think that might be some sort of dying message from Snake? No, that's impossible. You saw the body. You aren't doing anything after something like that happens to you. Then this... The way the blood dries tells you if it's real old. Whoever blood this is, it isn't Snake. Then you're saying this blood was put here a long time ago? Yeah. Got a little broom and a bucket. Junpei reached for the broom, and as he grabbed it, he heard a soft voice from behind him. It was June.
The rabbit hutch.
Huh?
He turned around. June still looked sadly pale, but there was a smile on her face.
Oh, you just reminded me of it. The rabbit hutch, I mean.
How did I remind you of something like that?
Jumpy and the broom. You were always playing around with the broom in front of the rabbit hutch.
I was.
Don't you remember?
Junpei stared at the broom in his hand.
You mean you don't remember that summer either?
She looked very sad. He shook his head.
Of course I remember. How could I forget something like that? It was terrible.
They were in the 6th grade. Junpei and June had been assigned to take care of the classroom pets, the rabbits. Their chief duty was to clean the hutches every morning. On the final day of school before summer vacation began, Junpei overslept. He rushed to school and found June standing in front of the rabbit hutches. No sooner had Junpei arrived than June began to cry. He had no idea why until he looked behind her into the rabbit hutch. The first thing he saw was blood. The hutch was filled with the dead bodies of the rabbits. Even after their teacher and friends came to see what the commotion was, June couldn't stop crying.
I just kept crying and crying until you came over. You held my hand, and you looked very serious, and you said, "Don't cry. I'm gonna catch the person who did this." After you told me that, I finally stopped crying.
Well, the real fun started after you quit crying. You told me we were going to catch the killer together.
June smiled, and a little bit of the flush of life returned to her cheeks.
Then we decided that we'd ambush them.
Yeah, I remember.
The school also kept roosters and guinea pigs. Junpei and June had decided the murderer would likely return to finish off the rest of the animals. They would ambush the killer at night. Junpei and June hid behind the hutch at dusk and waited. It was a warm summer night. The quiet sound of crickets whispered throughout the air. As the sun went down, the stars began to wink at them from the sky, and June's Akane Kurashiki's face. That night was something Junpei knew he would never forget as long as he lived.
But the murderer never showed up. We waited for them all summer vacation, and they never showed up.
Yeah, but the animals didn't get attacked either. I think all that work amounted to something, you know?
He felt the same way, but it was good to hear her say it.
Although, you know, if you think about it, we were probably taking on a lot more than we could handle.
What do you mean?
She looked up at him, confused.
Come on, we were just kids. If whoever killed the rabbits had actually showed up, they probably would have had a knife or something. I mean, you must have been pretty worried, right?
I wasn't worried because you were there with me.
She blushed furiously.
You know, no one else wanted to take care of the animals.
Clearly embarrassed, she tried desperately to change the subject.
I was the only one who asked to do it at first.
Yeah, well, boys don't really want to bother with taking care of animals, you know?
Well, yeah, but you asked to do it after I did, didn't you?
If it wasn't the rabbits, they were going to make me do something else. You know how that school was. I figured it'd be better if I was working with somebody who wasn't too much of a loudmouth, right? Somebody who wasn't going to tell on me if I felt like blowing it off.
Really? That's why you volunteered?
Yeah, it is.
He nodded quickly, and much too earnestly, then quickly looked away at something very important.
Really?
Of course.
That hadn't been the reason, of course. He had asked to take care of the rabbits so that he could be near June. But it had been so long ago, he couldn't bring himself to tell her how he'd felt back then. It would be embarrassing. He took a quick breath to clear his head, tossed the broom up, and then snatched it out of the air.
Well, we don't really have time to be walking down memory lane like this, you know? We've got to figure out a way out of this room. Otherwise...
Yes. I'm gonna look over there.
June nodded curtly, then turned and
I
walked
should
away.
get back to it myself. Ah! That's right. The pool of blood.
Junpei turned around and looked at the room, at Snake's body. Chunks of flesh and organs still lay on the floor.
Going on and on about old times right next to a corpse? What were we doing?
I mean, we were reminiscent of bunny corpses, so it makes sense.
Well, maybe it was because we're in this mess.
Yeah. Despite such a situation, or perhaps because of it, the mind turned to the farthest thing from death that it could find. Still, Junpei couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt at wanting so desperately to live when Snake lay dead before
I
him.
have to survive, no matter the cost. I need to make sure she gets out too.
As he stared at the clumps of blackened flesh, all Junpei could think of was how much he wanted to live. Anyway, we got a broom. Bucket. Oh, I didn't click the bucket apparently. A thick pipe that stretches across the floor. A bucket. Anything in the bucket? Nope. Man, the textures are so dark. Look at those textures. Look at the texture. It's so blown up. The divided wall that separates the toilets. Oh, what do you think this is? Looks like tar. It's kind of sticky. I don't think we can just wipe it off. I doubt just pouring some water on it's gonna help much either. How about hot water? Hot water? If we had some really hot water, like boiling hot, then maybe that could wash it off? Okay, how do we get water that's boiling into our little thing? There's nothing in the toilet. If there was, it would be gross. There might be something in the tank, you know? Let's open that stuff up. Oh, hey! A red key card. Tank where the red key card was. Nothing here now. Okay, was there something in the tank? Whoops. In the tank here? It's a water tank for a toilet. I've seen a lot of OC guys try to hide a piece in something like this. Usually for a 187 or something. Guess they think it's clever. Don't know when they'll figure out everybody else thinks it's clever too. Huh? I mean, I know peace, but what's OC? Organized crime. What is that? Some kind of police slang? Huh? Probably. Huh? What'd I say? Why does he look so sad now? It's not really important right now, guys. Let's just check it out, alright? Well, he's not wasting any time. We got a screwdriver. Do we combine this with this? No. Okay. I thought not. Let's see, where else? I already checked all 3 toilets, you know. Nothing unusual there. Oh gosh. Okay. So... Come on, man. I said I already checked them. What, you don't trust me? Jesus, Junpei. I said I checked them all. Doors to the toilet stalls. Santa says he already checked them out. I didn't find anything, apparently. Nah, I don't need to check the toilets. I'm just gonna trust Santa. Nah, I don't... Okay.
Hey, Junpei.
Oh, yeah?
You know why thermometers only go up to 107 degrees Fahrenheit?
Why did it go to adventure screen? Junpei answered without taking his eyes off the screw.
No, I can't say I ever thought about that.
At 107 degrees, the cells in the human body start to die, and the organs begin to shut down. The proteins in your cells start to harden.
How do people in Arizona exist? Sorry. Like, I'm just like how, like, Arizona gets hotter than that. How do people live?
It's like when you hard boil an egg. Even if you cool it down afterwards, it won't go back to being a raw egg. In other words, it's dead. That's why thermometers don't go past 107. There's no point.
Why had Santa brought that up? Junpei wondered.
Yeah?
He continued to work at the screw.
But it's pretty rare for a fever to get that high. Even viruses and stuff don't usually drive the body temperature up to 107. Of course, there are other external things that could.
Oh, I think he was probably talking about thermometers that you would, like, test your temperature with, not temperature of outside.
Like what?
Well, let's see. Something like getting locked in a sauna, or getting thrown into an incinerator and burnt to death.
Yeah, I guess that would get a little hotter than 107 degrees Fahrenheit.
Junpei gave a short, barking laugh. A moment later, the screw fell off. With a small tug, Junpei pulled the thermometer from the wall.
All right, I got it!
He looked up and saw Santa, glaring at a blank section of wall.
What's up?
Nothing. Forget about it.
Santa spun around and walked off, away from Junpei.
What was that all about?
But as Junpei watched him go, he didn't look away. He looked very, very sad. Okay, we got a thermometer. I don't think we need to combine it with anything quite yet. Ooh, a tag. There's a piece of paper tied to this pipe with wire. Notice, draining valve operation. Please do not flush the water in these pipes. Doing so may cause the drain to overflow. Can't tell me what to do. It looks like the flow of water can be controlled with these handles. Can't put any water through the pipe on the right, though. If we do that, it'll start overflowing from the drain. Okay, we'll come back to that later. Yeah, if I can get this hot water, or can get this hot water on a thermometer, then maybe. All right, thermometer, let's get this party started. Yep, looks like it's doing the trick. There goes the gauge, and now it's at the open mark. Huh? Huh? It opened. What's this? Looks like there's a piece of paper in here. Did I don't think I solved the puzzle at the bottom, I don't think. Okay. 957 plus. That means you're supposed to add something to 957, doesn't it? Well, yeah, it doesn't take a genius to figure that out. The problem is what to add. That is the problem. Really hot water comes out of the shower. I get the feeling that it might still be useful for something else. Probably this, but I'm not sure for what. There's size handles for adjusting the valves. It looks like each handle has 3 positions, left, center, and right. Alright, I've got 6 handles here. Each one has 3 positions. Yeah, I don't know. Oh. An old message written in blood. It says LLR. Left, left, right. But there's... Feeling it might be useful for something else. That's where we came in. I guess it's not locked, but there really isn't any point. All that's out there is the numbered door. We can't go back through the numbered door, even if we wanted to. All message written in blood. Like, there must be a reason. There must be a reason that we can turn the light off. Because it's only over there. Nobody's saying anything about it. On the other side of this wall. No, I don't want to think about that. Oh. A wooden box. There's something in there. Luminol. Luminol. What do you know? We got a thing. I'm being sassy today, apparently. Wait. You don't really think we're supposed to use the luminol here, do you? Yeah, it does seem kind of weird to use it here. But maybe I should try it just in case. Okay. LLR LRL. LLR LRL. Well, I did what it said on the wall. I wonder if it actually did anything. Hopefully. Hey, this drain's acting up. What the hell did you do? I just messed with the valves a little. Nothing big. Really hot water is coming out of the shower. I get the feeling that it might still be useful for something else. Oh! Jumpy! The card is floating! Looks like the water floated the card up to the drain. Oh, there we go. I apologize for not reading that line. But now we got this card. So now... Oh wait, we still need to do... What do we all have? Cards, broom. Do we just take the broom at the toilet? Oops. Just sweep. There's something that looks like tar inside the toilet bowl. Hot water might be able to wash it off. Oh, right, we need to... Maybe I can use the shower here to fill the bucket with hot water. Hey, Seven, could you turn on the shower? I gotta put the bucket under the head. Okay, sure thing. Now it's filled with hot water. There's something that looks like tar inside the toilet bowl. If I flush the hot water from the bucket, that should clean it up. Can I do that? Alright, so I can pour the hot water into this tank and looks like you filled it. Now you should be able to flush it, right? There's probably a handle somewhere on the tank that you can pull. You think so? Serious? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Some pipes. They're connected to the tank on the toilet. Something that looks like tar inside. If I flush the hot water... Alright, let's flush the hot water. Well, there it goes, just like a toilet should work. Okay. So... item. So... 957. Okay, 957. 957 plus 185 equals 1142. 1142. 1142. 1142. The red light's on, Jumpy. 1142. Nothing happens when I press the buttons. Guess I have to get the red and blue lights to turn on first. Oh. So we need this. Great job, Jumpy. Both the lights are on now. Now you just need to push in the password. Both lights are on. We should be able to enter the password now. What's with these E and C keys? E means enter and C means clear, I think. So after you put in the password, hit E. If you screw it up, hit C. 1142.
I used a calculator! What? What?
Okay. 957. 957. It did have plus, right? I hope so. 185. 1142. Yeah, that's what it... And it has a plus. It has a plus on it. Paper from the thermometer. It says 957. Nine five seven 185. 1142. 1142.
How is that not the answer? I'm doing what it says. I'm doing what it antidote! Stuff's washed off. Looks like the writing has numbers, see? 158. What is this? You got me, just looks like numbers. So the dirt we flushed out settled to the bottom of the bowl. What? What? Toilet paper with some kind of red symbols on it. You think maybe it's a Skytale cipher? Skytale cipher. What the hell is that? You wrap a piece of paper around a stick and then write several sentences out of it, so that the whole paper is filled up. When you unwrap the paper, you can tell what the original message was, right? That's how it works, more or less. Then to decipher it, you gotta use the stick that's the same diameter as the original one. Same diameter as the original one, huh? Yeah. Then you just wrap the paper around the stick and then you can read the code. Well, how convenient, I got a stick. What if I wrap the toilet paper around the broom? Oh, so you wrapped the toilet paper around the broom, huh? Looks like the symbols line up perfectly. It says 634. 634. 634. 634 plus 1142. 1776. 1776. New York City. 1776. We did it! We did it! Mama Nina, we did it! Na 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 na, yeah, we did it! We did it! We did it! Yeah! Outside of the shower room was a hallway that extended off to the left and right.
There's a large iron door at the end.
Let's take a look.
They'd moved a few steps towards the door when Junpei heard the sound of metal on metal.
Huh?
They turned around. Seven was doing something to the door of the shower room.
What are you doing, Seven?
Well, I figure maybe we might want to come back here sometime. So, I stuck the broom in there to keep the door from shutting. Alright, let's go.
With that, he stood up and began walking down the hallway. He brushed past Junpei and kept going. After a moment, the rest of them followed him. Before long, they found themselves at the large iron door. They had only been there for a moment when June spoke up.
Jumpy, look!
He turned. There, on the right side of the hallway, was a piece of paper attached to the wall.
What's up?
What's that on the wall there?
Oh, I think it's
Junpei ran over and peeled it off.
a map of the ship's interior?
It says C deck.
So it's the map for this floor then.
We'll have time to study it later. Let's keep going for now.
Junpei folded the map and stuffed it into his pocket. Back at the door, the four of them lined up in front of it. Santa stepped forward. He grabbed hold of the door and then turned to look back at the rest of them.
Ready? I'm gonna open it.
They nodded. Santa nodded back and threw the door open. All four of them leapt through. I'm gonna see where we are on the thing. Okay. So we're actually at a good little spot here. Okay. Oh. Does that make me go? I don't know. We'll figure out. We'll find a moment. All four of them leapt through.
What the?
You're shitting me.
It took only a moment for them to realize where they were.
Back.
They had been there only a short time ago. It was a large hospital room filled with countless beds. Lotus and Clover looked up as they entered. Ace was there as well, although he looked as though he had only just woken up.
Clover! Lotus! And Ace! I'm glad you're all okay. Lotus? What are you?
The moment they spotted Junpei, Lotus and Clover headed straight for them. As she neared him, Lotus drew back her hand and slapped him, open-palmed, across the face.
How could you do this to us?
Her face was furious. She grabbed Junpei by the collar and shook him violently. Clover didn't touch him, but the hate in her eyes was no less potent. It was Seven who stopped them.
Knock it off. We got bigger shit to worry about right now.
His deep voice echoed across the massive room. Lotus glared at Seven, but just let Junpei go after one last vicious snake.
What?
Go have a look. I stuck the screwdriver in the door. That door over there, the one without a number. As long as the screwdriver's there, it can't shut, so you can get in there. There's a shower room past there. I stuck a broom at the door there too. Anyway, go take a look.
Then you're saying we can go in there without passing through the numbered door?
Yeah, it's about the size of it.
Wait, what the hell is in there?
You'll know when you see it.
Is a dead body.
Fine, let's go.
Lotus and Clover looked at one another for a moment, then nodded and stepped through the door. By then, Ace had made his way to them, moving with the stiff, shuffled steps of someone who had just only awoken from a lengthy slumber.
My goodness. I know I said I was sure you'd come back for me. I didn't think it would happen so soon, though.
Ace shook his head weakly.
Should I go as well?
Yeah.
Seven nodded.
Very well.
Ace followed Lotus and Clover with his stiff, tired gait. The squeal of tormented metal made Junpei's teeth curl. It sounded like the noise of a ghost would make. No matter how many times he heard it, he never got used to it. Every time, it put him on edge. It didn't help that there was a girl nearby who looked far more like a ghost than living humans should. It was Clover. She sat on the edge of the bed, her head drooping listlessly into her chest. Her eyes were blank and stared across the room at nothing. Her breathing was slow and mechanical. Aside from the rise and fall of her chest, she didn't move. Junpei felt as if even a nudge might cause her to shatter into 1,000 pieces.
Snake was probably murdered. Chances are he was killed the same way the Ninth Man was.
Okay, are we still... I'm just checking where we are. Okay, we're still in the new stuff, so... Seven lowered his voice, likely in an effort to keep Clover from hearing what he had to say. There were 4 other people in the room with Junpei and Seven. Ace, Santa, June, and Lotus. Seven looked at each of them in turn and continued.
It's pretty straightforward. Not that hard to figure out how they did it. First, the killers got Snake to authenticate on the red to open door 3. Then they shoved him into it. Alone. And waited 9 seconds for the door to shut. Once that door shut, it was all over for Snake. But he didn't give up. He probably knew it wouldn't do him any good, but he probably ran into the shower room looking for the dead. It was a small chance, but it wasn't like he had anything to lose. Unfortunately, it didn't work. The detonator is only deactivated if everybody who authenticated when they went in uses the dead. Snake was the only one who went through the door. And then, 81 seconds after he was shoved in, that happened.
I see. So that's what you meant by killers, huh? You need at least 3 people to open one of the numbered doors, including Snake. It wouldn't open for Snake and a single killer.
Yeah. That means we're looking at multiple perps here.
Junpei crossed his arms and grunted.
Just in case, I want to make... Let's say you're right.
Whoops, I want to make sure.
When do you think Snake was killed?
When we all split up to look for the parts for the Reds, I think. Right after that was when we noticed he was gone.
Then that means none of us have alibis. We were all off searching the rooms we'd been assigned, looking for those parts.
Yeah. That means anybody could be a killer.
Wait a minute. What are you talking about?
June seemed shocked.
How can you say that so casually? You're implying that one of us is a killer.
Well, not just one of us. If I'm right, then at least 2 of us are murderers.
Why don't you calm down a bit, Seven? What are you going to gain by being so suspicious? That's what Zero wants, you know?
What Zero wants?
Exactly. This game was set up by Zero, wasn't it? Any game has a winner and loser. Whoever makes it through door 9 is a winner, and those who don't are the losers. Zero is trying to make us fight against one another for that victory.
Then you're saying that Zero is trying to split us up by making us fight each other?
Yes. That is why we can't let ourselves fall prey to suspicion. We have to trust one another and form a strong bond of friendship. Otherwise, we'll end up ensnared by Zero's manipulations.
Then does that mean that the person who killed Snake...
Yes. Almost certainly Zero himself. If there's anyone we should doubt, it should be Zero. He masterminded this game and kidnapped all of us. Doesn't it seem reasonable that he would have killed Snake as well?
Good question.
Junpei hadn't really considered
If
that.
Zero killed Snake, then Zero is on the ship with us.
Junpei. Was Zero still on the ship with them? Ooh. Oh, right. Right. Okay. Yeah. Not sure. He wasn't sure.
Something's still strange.
What was that?
Well, I'm just wondering about one thing.
And what's that?
How can you be so sure that Zero's on this ship?
Ace's eyebrows shot
Really,
up.
Junpei? I confess I'm a little disappointed. Usually you're rather sharp. Isn't it obvious?
Wait, it is?
This ship.
Huh?
Zero said, "this ship," several times when he addressed us. If he weren't here, he wouldn't say this ship, would he? He'd be saying something like, that ship, or the ship.
Oh, yeah, I guess that makes sense.
I mean, he is referring to the ship that we are on. Oh. Ace's explanation made perfect sense. Junpei felt a little foolish that he hadn't seen it himself. Still, he was left with a question, and it was one of no small
If
importance.
Zero's on the ship, where is he?
He's sleeping.
Suddenly, everyone went very quiet. The silence was cold and clammy, and Junpei could feel it crawling across his back and around his throat. Again, he heard the ghosting moaning inside. Or noise, rather. The moment later, a person who looked more ghost than human appeared. It was Clover. She looked at the floor as she spoke, and her voice was cold and monotone.
I think Zero is one of us.
It really seems like we're about... No, we're... What is this? Confinement rooms. Okay. Well, we'll figure it out. Every human body in the room froze. The only sound was the muffled rustling of breath. Eyes darted from face to face. One of these faces was the face of their jailer. But who? Was he one of them? That's crazy. That's crazy.
That's crazy. Isn't this ship going to sink in a few hours? If Zero was here with us, he'd be putting himself in danger. Why the hell would he do something like that? There's no motive.
Clover looked up at Junpei, and her face fell.
You don't believe me.
I'm sorry, Clover. I don't mean to be mean. I'm just doing the stuff that I haven't done already. Her eyes were so pitiful. The moment Junpei met with them, he felt his heart tighten. He didn't think that what he said was wrong, or perhaps the way he said it had been. He'd been too sensitive. Clover had just lost her brother. His death would have been bad enough, but she's also seen the blasted wreck of his body. Junpei barely knew him, and the sight that had been enough to make him sick. What Clover had felt, he couldn't really begin to imagine. In the mental state she must have been in, it was understandable that she would look at those around her with suspicion. She felt everyone was against her. The least Junpei could have done was try and understand what she was feeling. He felt ashamed for what he'd said. Perhaps he thought, I should apologize. But before that apology could begin...
Clover, I understand what you're feeling. You don't feel that you can trust any of us.
Ace had beaten Junpei to the punch. As he spoke to Clover, his face was calm and friendly.
But you have to understand, the more we distrust one another, the further we fall into our true foe's trap. Zero was the one who did those horrible things to your brother. Do you want to let yourself be manipulated by someone who would do such a horrible thing?
Clover didn't answer. She didn't even look at Ace. The whole time, her eyes were on Junpei. He could feel Clover's eyes boring into him. They were the color of a deep winter lake. Junpei saw no suspicion in them, only sadness. Then, in that horrible silence, They heard a bell begin to ring. It was the clock of the central staircase.
It's 3 in the morning.
That means we have 3 hours left.
Then we need to move now. 7. Clover. I know how you feel, but you do understand that right now it's important we trust one another, don't you?
Whoops, don't you? 7 and Clover remained silent. Their eyes were looking at something somewhere else, very far away.
We must go. We have very little time left.
Ace's words put their feet to moving. They all knew where they were
Our
going.
next destination is Mercury. Here we go.
They stood in front of the elevators next to the stairs that led to the casino and the kitchen. Between the two elevators were a card reader with a Mercury symbol engraved on it. Junpei stood in front of it with the Mercury card key.
That's the...
Yeah, I found it in the shower room.
Oh, I see. It's got the Mercury symbol.
He took a deep breath and slid the card through the reader. It made a small beep, and the lights on the reader blinked to life.
Now we can go.
7 people, including Junpei, climbed into the elevator.
Looks like there's only 2 floor buttons working.
C and bottom.
You should press the bottom button, Santa. The rest were destroyed or did nothing when
Time
pressed.
to head down then.
Junpei hit the bottom button. Oh no. Junpei's the bottom now. The door closed. Slowly, they began to move downward. Sometime later, all 7 of them stepped off the elevator and onto the bottom deck. They stepped off and saw that the hallway on their right ended somewhere between 20 or 25 feet from them. The hallway in front of them was a dead end, but not a regular dead end.
This is a numbered door.
Oh my gosh, a numbered door!
It's door 2.
Immediately, they began to discuss who would go through it.
So who should go through the door this time?
We don't need to be discussing who we're leaving behind this time, right?
Right. It's set up so we'll be able to meet up again once we get through the numbered doors.
Then there's no need for arguments at this point.
We should figure out who's going in first.
Very well. Would anyone like to volunteer?
I'll do it.
The first to speak up was 7.
I'll go too.
And I suppose I need to go too then.
Junpei followed suit, which meant Lotus was, by default, the 3rd member. 5 plus 7 plus 8 equals 20, which makes 2. And then once
we're taking off.
Once the puzzle room starts, we can... Well, it might be time for the end, but I'm not
Okay,
sure.
please be careful.
Please be careful.
Jesus. You 2 are acting like you're married, you know that?
Oh,
June blushes. So did Junpei.
Don't be silly. Cut it out.
That's so weird, 7. Like, oh, why would you even don't bring that up? That's so embarrassing.
Perhaps in an attempt to hide his emotions, he quickly pulled away to pull the lever on the red. The door opened. As they had come to expect, there appeared to be a short hallway on the other side.
All right, let's go.
Lotus was the first through the door.
Yeah.
Let's do this.
7 was next, and Junpei brought up the rear.
Where the hell is it this time?
I don't see it.
Oh, there it is. It's right there.
Fortunately, it took them only moments to find the dead. It had been placed just inside the room, right next to the numbered door. They gathered around it and quickly scanned each of their bracelets.
It stopped.
Yeah, it stopped.
Junpei could feel his heart pounding against the inside of his ribs. 7 and Lotus were breathing hard and fast.
Man, I'll never get used to that.
I'm not sure it's something I'd want to get used to. We should finish this game before imminent death becomes a normal thing.
We have heard this line way too many times.
Damn right.
All right.
Junpei looked around again.
This hallway's pretty short, but it's got 5 doors. 3 on the left, and only 1 on the right.
Don't forget the last one at the end of the hall.
But it's got a metal plate over it, so I doubt we're gonna get anywhere that way.
And after taking another look around the room itself, 7 spoke.
All right, let's get started. I think we'd probably better split up. You 2 okay with that?
Yes, no problem.
Sure thing.
Then I'll take this first one.
Just going through just in case it has different dialogue. Seven nodded to them and stepped into the room closest to him.
I'll try the one next to it.
At last, Junpei was left alone.
Well, I guess I'd better get started too.
He looked intently at the remaining 3 doors.
But we already went this path, so we don't need to do it again.
Doing a little stretch. So, what we need to do now is go into the flow, and then... Man, we still have a lot that are locked, it seems. I'm not sure what necessarily the difference between like the white locked and the red locked are. Because we have some of the white unlocked. So maybe we need to go through these escape rooms a second time? I'm not too sure. But we need to go to the other door from the 4 and 5. Well, at least get it to the part where we can just start right at that puzzle. Cause yeah, I think we can at least. Oh, hello. My frame stopped for a second. I was very scared. What would our digital route be? Okay, I feel like this isn't the choice. This is just asking actual digital route things. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Wait, no, I think I did it wrong. 9, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Wait, what? I answered 4 last time. But what were we discussing before this? Four of us can go. I'm just gonna answer same. Because they'll probably be like, so are you okay with these teams? And I'll be like, wait, no. It had to be door 5.
Hey, wait.
Junpei's cry echoed across the room. The 4 people walking towards the door stopped and turned back towards him.
I want to go through door 5 too.
The words were scarcely out of his mouth when June spoke up.
What are you saying, Jumpy? If you're going through that door, then I'm going with you.
He turned around to look at her.
No, you can't. I can't take you with me.
Why?
Well, you know what's in there, don't you? Are you sure you want to see that?
Well...
June opened her mouth, as if to say something, but instead closed it again and looked at the floor. Junpei felt an ache in his chest at her clear distress, but the choice was not his to make. There was nothing else he could do. Junpei turned away from June, doing his best to silence his turbulent emotions.
Please, let me go into door 5.
Seven scratched his head and looked at the young man.
And we're right back where we started, you know that?
Junpei's bracelet is number 5, right? If we are going to add Junpei, then we must subtract 5 from the rest of us.
Also, I realized why Snake's voice was like so like apparent in my mind, because I hadn't watched Critical Role for a while. But I did play Final Fantasy XIV. He was Thancred's original voice before they changed everything. And so when I saw that, I was like, oh, that makes so much sense. I just wasn't able to bring it up because this is the first time we've actually had him talk in today's stream. Snake turned to Ace.
Please, take good care of Clover.
Oh, all right.
That's fine, sorry. So 1 + 2 = 5.
Don't go
way!
Or 1 plus 4 equals 5, not 2.
You need to listen to me, Clover. Go to door 4 with the others.
No!
Don't be so selfish.
Snake's tone was harsh.
Why?
Tears welled up in Clover's eyes. She bit her lip and did her best to fight them off. Snake's expression softened, and he put his arms around Clover. He held her close and whispered into her ear.
You'll be fine. Just relax.
It looked as though he whispered 2 or 3 more words, but whatever they were, Junpei didn't hear them.
What did he tell her?
He couldn't help but wonder what the other man had said. Snake pulled back from his sister, his eyes kind and inquiring.
Okay, I understand.
Her voice was barely audible from where Junpei stood. Before long, new teams were assembled.
Let's make sure we've got this straight. Those going to door 5 are me, 7, and Snake. 7 plus 2 plus 5 equals 14. And the digital root of 14, 1 plus 4, is 5. And those going to door 4 are Lotus, Santa, June, Ace, and Clover. 8 plus 3 plus 6 plus 1 plus 4 is 22. And the digital root of 22 is 2 plus 2, 4. We're okay with this.
No problems here.
Yes. Let's do it.
All right then.
Ba-dum, ba-dum. Seven, Snake, and Junpei scanned their numbered bracelets in quick succession. The screen of the red showed 3 asterisks.
The lever's all that's left. Okay. All right then. Let's go.
Junpei glanced around one last time, his hand resting on the lever of the red.
Okay. Please be careful.
Concern was written plainly across her face.
We will.
Junpei looked at her in the eye and gave what he hoped was a reassuring nod. He pulled the lever. But yeah, once we make it to the puzzle room, we'll find somebody to raid. With the sharp clack of the lock releasing the door swung open.
And it's open.
Ahead of them, in the small hallway, were the pitiful remains of the 9th man.
Oh, that's messed up.
That was the 9th man.
For a moment, Junpei froze. Try as he might, his eyes would not leave the corpse, and his feet would not leave the floor. 7, too, seemed paralyzed. Snake, on the other hand, seemed unconcerned. He walked calmly down the bloody hallway and only stopped when he realized his companions were not following.
Oh. How can you...
Well, do you intend to kill me? I assume you haven't forgotten the door only remains open for 9 seconds, have you?
He hadn't even bothered to turn around. His head was, at most, slightly cocked towards one shoulder.
Sorry.
Let's go!
Junpei and 7 looked at one another, nodded, and threw themselves through the door. As they did, a cold tone sounded from the left wrists of all 3 men. 7 and Junpei looked down at the bracelets. On both of them, on Snake's, the red skull had flickered to life.
Damn it! The countdown started!
They had scarcely processed this information when... With metallic slam, the numbered doors behind them swung shut.
Shit! The door!
There's no turning back now. And if we don't manage to find the deactivation device...
Hey, where is the dead?
The fear and urgency in 7's face reflected what all 3 of them
How
felt.
the hell should I know?
Stay calm. Look around you.
Okay, I get it.
Junpei spun around, searching desperately for the dead. He found it easily enough. It was on the wall, next to the closed door labeled 5.
Found it. Right here!
As he yelled, he struck the scanner with his hand. The other 2 scrambled to follow suit. As soon as they finished, Snake threw the lever down.
Well, it looks like it stopped.
As he spoke, Junpei wiped the sweat from his forehead with a trembling hand.
Goddamn thing's gonna give me a heart attack.
A muscle stood out in 7's neck, and the corners of his mouth were twitching.
Jumpy, are you all right? Are you
No.
guys okay?
No, we exploded. Blah.
They could hear anxious voices, muffled but distant, from the other side of the door.
Yeah, we're fine.
Or distinct, rather. Sorry.
The detonators have been deactivated.
They heard relieved sighs, and even through the door, the three men could feel the tension disperse.
All right, we're moving on. Be careful, okay?
Okay.
Sure thing.
Oh no, we left Santa with all the girls.
And they're gone.
They heard footsteps moving away, and before long they were alone again.
Now.
Junpei looked around.
Doesn't look like we can go any further this way.
The hallway ended roughly 20 or 30 feet from where they stood.
Maybe this wall can be moved. Or not. It's not budging.
Hey, there's a door over there.
To the left, however, was a wooden door that looked positively inviting by comparison. In the middle of it was a plaque that read First Class.
First class cabin, huh?
The old voices from ARR is wild, yeah. It was so different, right? I always forget how to pronounce her name. But the leader of Limsa, I miss her original voice. But I think I heard it gets better later. I don't know.
Well, it seems like it.
Let's have a look then, shall we? All right then, let's go.
Yeah.
Without hesitation, Snake opened the door and stepped inside. Seven followed closely behind him. Junpei moved to follow them as well, but... He stopped, just short of the threshold, and looked back, not knowing why.
I don't want to look, but...
Lying in the small hallway was a man's body, or at least what was left of it. He tried hard to avoid looking at the grisly scene, but it just wouldn't. Key Smash Lady? Yeah. Male Werb? Something like that. I know I'm pronouncing it incorrectly. He tried hard to avoid looking at the grisly scene, but it just wouldn't leave his mind.
It's so horrible. I can't even tell what's what.
What had once been a man's internal organs now looked like so much vomit, as though something had chewed up and spit out the better part of his torso. It was hideous, but worse still, it was cruel. Yeah, it is a lot of blood. It was hard to believe that the thing on the floor once had been human. The black pool of thick blood, the lumps of glistening flesh spread across the floor, the awkward, twisted tangle of shredded intestines, the head wrenched into some grotesque, unnatural position.
He'd been wearing these.
The man's glasses lay next to his head. The lenses were cracked, and the frame bent and distorted. Next to the glasses lay a bracelet, the number 9 still displayed on its face.
The bracelet's off. Oh wait, Zero did say.
Sorry, I need to stop making fun of Zero's voice. Merlweb. I feel like I'm still mispronouncing it. It's like I've learned a lot of the Final Fantasy XIV characters. Their names are not phonetic.
In other words, once the bracelet is taken outside the confine of the ship, or the outside of the wearer's heartbeat has fallen to 0, it will shut down automatically.
The bracelet comes off when you're dead. Oh, but what the hell's the point of getting it off when you end up like this? Oh, just imagining how it must have happened. This was a human.
Suddenly, Junpei felt his stomach convulse, and a knot of muscle gripped his throat.
Oh god. Oh, I feel like I'm gonna puke. Oh, I gotta get out of here.
He clapped his hands over his mouth and ran to the first class cabin. And puked right on 7. Nah. Row names are the hardest, yeah. The atmosphere changed immediately. The room was gorgeous, and despite the apparent age of the ship, none the worse for wear.
Where did they?
He looked around. 7 and Snake were nowhere to be seen. There were 2 doors on the right side of the room. He opened the one on his right and went through.
Through here?
On the other side of the door was a short hallway. He jogged down the hallway, opened the door at the other end, and peeked through. There they were, to his right, busy examining something. I've returned good news. I'm no longer covered in dust.
Good job, Rocket. I'm glad you're no longer dusty.
What's up?
He stepped through the door and walked towards them.
Check this out. We found this thing here on the door.
The red light's on. Does that mean it's locked?
So I would assume.
Is there any other way out?
We looked around a little. Other than this door, we didn't find anything.
So you're telling me that unless we can open this door?
Yes. We won't be going anywhere.
Junpei stepped away from the door and looked around the room.
This looks like a bedroom.
Then the other room is probably a living room. Or the closest you can get to one on a ship.
All right, let's find a way to open this door. Come on, guys.
Ba-doom, 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 ba-doom. Okay, we finally made it to an escape room. However, I gotta go ahead and save.
So this will be the first thing we will do when we come back to this. Yes, return to this title screen. It's a bedroom. The answer is sleeping, right? Everybody, pile up on the bed.
Oh, thank you for following, Bob. How you doing? Got here right at the end. Let me go ahead and go over here, and then we'll find somebody to raid. Let's see who is streaming. Amma, what is Amma doing?
I can't see what Amma is doing here. Let me open it on my browser. Let me see.
A short hike. Ooh. Yeah, I feel like raiding Amma would be a good idea. Okay, so let's see.
Digital root raid with the funk emote. Let's see, I've been lurking for a while. Thanks for the stream.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you for following, Bob. I know. Well, we're gonna be hanging out tomorrow.
I don't know what we're gonna be doing tomorrow, but we will. Let me go ahead and get this ready. But I'm thinking either we'll do some art or we will do some city guesser, because I have the idea of doing city guesser because it's like, you know, I usually don't travel that much, and so we'll do some traveling virtually together before I leave. But who knows? Maybe I'll draw something. I have like a vague idea of what I want to do, but
I'm not 100% sure. But we will figure it out.
We'll just have to wait until the week after next to continue 999.
So, you know, it'll be a long time coming, but it will be enjoyable. But yes, we will see each other tomorrow at 3 PST. And yeah, and then that'll be the last stream before I take a little vacation and visit a good friend of mine.
I'm very nervous because they live in a place that is very, very hot. I'm going to melt. Tomorrow is such a long time. I know. Well, I mean, it'll only be 21 hours away. Maybe? I don't know. But yes, I need to make sure that your model is good. I will probably send you the zip of it later tonight.
Perhaps. Maybe. But yes. Again, everybody, thank you everybody for showing up and lurking and all that stuff. I will see you all tomorrow. Bye! 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 Bye!